Welcome. You have just tuned in to the book of Jennesis. Get ready to fasten your seatbelts because we are stepping all the way out the box and breaking all the rules. Are you ready? Are you sure? Well, let's get into it. Here is your host, the wonderful, the beautiful, the intelligent, the wise Jennesis.
Hey, y'all. Happy Saturday. And we are here with another edition of the book of Jennesis. It's good to see y'all. Y'all got to forgive, what might be happening in my background. As usual, I'm multitasking. I am in mommy mode and content creator mode. But I am excited about tonight's show because it's going to be a juicy one tonight, and it's going to be a little bit different than what we've been doing. And I'm excited about tonight's guest, y'all. He is such a vibe. He's so dope, and he love him on the handsome side too. So, y'all ladies, get ready. So I'm just going to bring him right on in so we can get the show rolling. Welcome to the show. Nixon, the voice of reason. How are you, sir?
Doing pretty good. We already starting to show off, doing our single parent.
right. We're doing the single parent thing.
Got him in the background.
Yeah, tonight's topic. Oh, wait, you know what? Before we get into it, let me acknowledge some of our regular people in the chat. We got Great Pill Podcast. He's going to be coming over to show his support later. He's doing a show right now.
Right.
It's all hot air. Thanks for subscribing. Hey, Eugene Steele. Y'all know I love me some Eugene Steele. He's so cool. Yes. Hey, Jenny Marina, one of the greatest moderators. Thank you for being here with us tonight. Peace, love. Oh, thank you. She said, I look so pretty. Thank you, Peace, love. I had to put some clothes on. I got a special guest in here tonight. So I had to do a little something. Von Bryant. Hey, Von Bryant.
What's up, man?
He said, greetings, peace, and joy. Peace, love. Said, hey, L. Nixon. He over there multitasking. He got the baby over there doing some things, but that's okay because it's real life. It's unscripted. It's unedited. Y'all know how I do. So tonight's topic, we split up. Now what? What we do now that we split up? And but that was just the title of the show. I know some people were gonna be thinking that we about to dish some tea about us personally as a couple, but the show isn't even about us personally as a couple. It's about us personally as singles in this dating world and what's happening.
I mean, I wouldn't say single.
You wouldn't say single, but all these shows we listen to on YouTube, most of them are centered around marriages.
Right.
And getting married, what it takes to be married, all that good stuff. Well, marriages don't always work out.
Right.
And in the event that it doesn't, then what do we do? So if, we all get married with the intent it's going to be, happily ever after, or we get in relationships that we think will lead to marriage and then they don't, what do we do after it doesn't work out? If we end one relationship, we had children, so now we come into another situation where we have a blended family situation, or we are just living as singles, like me, a single mother. What do we do?
Well, that is rough because like we have these conversations and we talk like only on the surface level, but it's so
Yeah.
many layers to it. It's so many layers. And when we have this topic, I know you know it's kind of like the whole single mom topic, right? But we never address the single dad, but it's always the single mom. You know,
Well, we
every
gonna
other
address
day.
the single dad tonight
There
because
you go. There you
there's
go.
always another side to the coin.
Right, right. And see, we can relate. That's why most single dads they have a different perspective. But you know, to me, I just don't understand, right? And I was talking to a content creator today about this.
Mhm.
You'll see men started off right now. I see certain women on certain panels, right?
Mhm.
And you know, I kind of move through certain conversations. It all depends. Like I'll know how to deal with certain people, and I'll know when to say stuff, when not to. I had to learn that.
Mhm.
But I can see that sometimes, like, and this is to me, like, a lot of men don't understand, like, when you have certain women on the panel and you're talking about certain topics,
Mhm.
you have to be mindful of the women that you have on the panel versus the women that you're generalizing.
Right.
And when you have guests that come on the panel as men that come up on the panel, if you respect the women on the panel and you kind of know the situation, then you have to treat it like that when you have a male or somebody coming on that panel, because these are the women that you respect. Because you want to have decent conversations with women, and you got to have the women with the right mindset. So you don't want to kind of like make them feel uncomfortable because then they won't be on your panel anymore. So
Right.
I just see stuff like, you know, I hear guys open up and say, you know, how they're in a good relationship with a woman, and they talk about how they date single moms or may have even been a single dad,
Mhm.
and it sounds good, so they can relate to what you know what you're talking about. But then it kind of looks kind of funny when then they turn around and speak from the perspective of the other men.
Mhm.
That kind of throws me off because if you have a good woman, you've been a single father, you're speaking for the other men. That's not even where you're at right now. So how does your partner feel when they hear you talk like that, or how does your kids feel when they hear you talk like that?
Do
That's
they
that's the
listen?
part that's
Are
confusing.
they tuned in?
Exactly. That's kind of like where I want to know.
Yeah, I would also. And what you touched on something that I have seen time and time again when these conversations are had, there's these gross generalizations that happen. And,
Right.
I'm always that one, well, not in all cases or not all women, and they jump on me because I say stuff like that. But, there is no one size fits all,
Right.
all of us are individuals, our experiences are different, and even our opinions are different. And when I hear these conversations, it's just, you know, discussed from the perspective that it's just one lane. It's like,
Right.
no, there's so many different nuances. How can we even have this conversation? But I understand, that there's talking points and stuff like that. And even I hear people weighing in on topics. People are talking about what it's like to be a single parent, and they've never been single parents. Or
Right. Right. Right.
what it's like to date, a single mother, but they've been married to their high school sweetheart or something, forever. Like, you don't even have the experience to even be a part of this conversation. Hey, Jill's
Right.
Chocolate Boutique, like
Go
you,
on.
they don't even have it.
You're
Hey,
tired.
I'm a bit tired. I know what
Yeah.
you're saying, but I can't say it. I don't want to get in trouble on YouTube, but
You got
um,
some good people in the chat right now.
yes, yes. Hey, bro, man.
What's going on, y'all?
Miss Creator. Oh, thank you. She said I look so doggone pretty. Girl, I be
Right.
trying some days, but I be tired and y'all get whatever
Yeah.
y'all get.
I be telling her, you know, the DM's gonna be, you know, they're gonna be in there after she get off.
Look,
Listen,
I'm single in England. I am single in England, so I'm not tripping. Hey, Blue Devil G.
what's funny though. The
What?
reason why I always message you. Remember that first live that we was on,
Uh-huh.
and I'll never forget that we were talking about the single parents and should like the boyfriend or the girlfriend
Yep.
come in, should they
I
discipline
already
your
know where
kid?
you're going.
And we was holding it down. I'm like,
You
ain't
was
no
holding
damn
it
way.
down because I'm
With
like,
like,
hey, I don't play about my kids. Like, now you can do
right,
whatever you want to do with the daddy. Don't put your hands on my kid, or I'm coming to get you, and I'm gonna do that jail time with a smile on my face because I'm
right.
not playing.
And that was the first time I met you on there, but like
Yeah,
we was on the same page. Like I don't
yeah.
even know her, but like yo, that's my teammate. I don't know about the rest of
I
y'all.
mean, you're
So that's why
supposed to do that, but
well,
that's
that's why I always mess with you though. Like when I see you,
yeah.
because when I see you in these conversations, I'm always looking for your facial expression, your social cues. I'm like, oh, she not gonna like that. Like
I be trying to like have my rest and be face going so it doesn't show, and I never can. I sometimes it'd be like the words be ready to bust through my teeth. I'd be like, okay girl, be quiet, don't do that, stop playing, because they already had me for the streets. They gonna have me be ghetto, I'm gonna be ratchet,
right.
all that other stuff if I go there. So I try to be quiet as much
Yeah.
as I can. But anyway, yeah, so we gonna talk about that first.
Okay.
Blended families, or even dating after you have been in a relationship or a marriage that didn't work out and you have children, and you go into a new relationship or new marriage and you have children. How do we approach that? What are the conversations that we have with the person that we're about to date or about to enter a relationship with? What do we say?
I'm
Because
well.
those are some difficult topics. Even the one that we were
Yeah.
just talking about, disciplining the children from the previous relationship.
Right. Well, first of all, I mean, you already have to have a foundation previously anyway. As
Hmm.
far as discipline and as far as stuff like that. It would be nice if you can eventually talk to the child's parent or mother or father, but we all know sometimes the communication may not be there. So then now you have another issue. Um, so what you got to do is you got to make sure that you know you keep the co-parenting respectful as much as you can, and but you have to draw certain lines.
Right.
Like you have to draw certain lines when it comes to even moving on, because a new person should never have to be involved in a lot of that. They shouldn't have to see a lot of that stuff. They shouldn't have to deal with that.
Right.
You
But
have to do that. Go ahead.
no, go ahead. Finish your point. I'll say.
And you have to try to do that as much as possible, because somebody will be volunteering their time and energy into a situation that they don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to give them every incentive to want to be in that situation, because think about if somebody has all their time and their resources and they can wake up, they have their own schedule, whatever. They have to kind of try. Well, most people would say they try to fit into a program, but you gotta kind of blend that. It has to be some type of compromise.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but you have to make sure that they have some type of incentive, because let's be honest, like if you give a person, most people a choice, they're going to choose a situation where you're more free. You can go and you can do whatever whenever you want. So we have to work twice as hard. I mean, it is what it is.
Right. Hey Robbie. Hey Great Pill. Hey Sincere Saida. I agree with you. Look, I'm old. I be losing my thoughts. I was saying
No,
that
no, I was
example,
doing the same
but
and looking at
yeah,
it.
no, but I know what I was gonna say. Many times though, when we're in, say, a new situation
Mhm.
and we're just having, conversation in that getting to know you phase or whatever, if they ask questions about our previous relationship and we answer honestly, then sometimes, we may tell them some, low points of the relationship or things that happen. And then they're sympathetic, if it's a bad situation, or, you know, the person is emotional or, visibly distraught by, the things that they're saying or the story that they're relating to the new partner. And many times when that partner, they have these strong feelings or these emotions connected to the person they're in relationship with, then many times they'll, build up this animosity or resentment towards that the other parent, and they don't even know that parent or haven't heard their side of the story.
Oh yeah, that's not good.
It's not good. I actually, I'm gonna tell my little T. I actually had a situation where my ex, who I don't acknowledge, I don't know that dude. But that dude was in relationship with somebody else, and the girl called me up and like wanted to have a roundtable discussion about my kids. I'm like, who is this chick calling me? First off, how you get my number? Second, like, you just a girlfriend. Well, why am I discussing my children with you? Like, I don't know who you are. I don't know who you're gonna be, in his life. And even if you are, you address your man. Don't dial me up and ask me about nothing, because I'm not having a discussion about my children with some random person. Or even if, and I told her at the time, I'm like, until or unless you become the wife, you don't have anything to say to me about my children. You address your man, and then he can tell me.
So let
Even
me
so,
ask you a question first. Did,
what?
did he know that she called, or he
He
knew
put
and,
her up
and
to
let her call?
calling.
Oh,
He
see, no,
put her up to calling. He gave her my
no,
number and told her to call me. And I was just
no.
like, okay, he clearly didn't know his personnel, because where was that ever gonna fly? Um,
That's
and
not good.
then, they were on again, off again. And, I think she's had a pitch now, some either way, it's like, if you entertain these conversations with everybody that somebody is dating, then, you're defending yourself or having discussions with, all these people. Like, Brahman said that he believes that the children shouldn't meet anybody else until the relationship is serious. And I agree with that. But then I know for us, I'm speaking personally, and I know a lot of other single mothers that have said something similar. You know, we don't want our kids to meet anybody until it's serious, but then you want to make sure that everybody gets along or there's cohesiveness before you get into a serious situation. And then you find out later, after you've got, time invested with this person, and then you meet the kids later on. Now everybody's not gelling. So okay, now
That's
I,
that.
I'm not going to end the relationship because now I'm emotionally invested here.
Yeah, that's
So it's
that.
kind of
That's
like
not.
we're
That's
damned
not
if we
one size. Yeah, that's when it's like, you can't just say it's a one size fit all. Like a lot of times you got to go by, just how you feel. You got to trust your intuition, because
oh,
it's
dude.
it's not really one answer. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like which one is wrong, which one is right. I mean, they're both right depending on the situation. So
Yeah. I mean, but where it's just like when you hire a person, when you're doing interviews and you hire a person, you always think you're hiring the right candidate for the job until you have to
right,
fire somebody. And
right,
relationships are much the same. You
right,
think that you've done the vetting process correctly, and that this is the person, that you want to be, with for the long haul until y'all break up.
right. I
Now,
mean,
gotta
there's a
break
certain
up
point.
with you, the kids gotta break up with you. And if you continue that, then it's a cyclical process that, leaves scars.
Yeah. I mean, but it shouldn't be like a whole year. So I mean,
What's a good time?
let's say if it was let's say it depends. Like let's say if it's 4 months, right?
Hmm.
Depending on the way the relationship is going. It may be 4 months. Like you may be to a place where you see a lot from that person. It could be 6 months.
Hmm.
You got to go by. But if it's taking a long time, then you already know it ain't something ain't right.
But everybody is saying nowadays that, it don't take all day to recognize sunshine and all of that. But then there are people that are saying that, you don't meet the real person, you get their representative. So
Yeah.
for
Well, it needs to
us,
be consistency, right? And even that, like, there needs to be consistency. But even then, we don't even ask the right questions.
mhm.
Like we'll make it to a 2-year relationship, and then like let's go to counseling, and then find out they don't like counseling. How you not know that they didn't like counseling 2 years ago? Like it's a lot of stuff we don't talk, but we don't talk about this stuff. Like I mean, and we play a lot of games and stuff. Like for example, like I got the number. I wait 3 days to call, or I don't want to say certain things, or I don't want to answer their calls because I want to appear like I'm busy. We
I
do all this type. Listen,
interested.
I ain't got
Yes.
time for that. I ain't got
That's
time for that. If
crazy.
I got
That
time and you call, I'm answering the phone. Like I ain't got time for
right.
it.
Right.
But we play these games, and then we make it so far, and we don't even know. Like, okay, you're a Christian. I'm telling you, I'm a Muslim. We like each other. It's all chemistry. We get serious in a relationship. Now we want to blend families and talk about what church we want to go to. We want to talk
Right.
about holidays now. We want to talk about politics. It's already 2 years. Now it's
Right.
like, wait a minute. We ain't even think that far. Now, mind you, we done already moved in and everything.
And we know after 2 years, yeah, y'all did more than move in.
Right.
Y'all, having some sexy time after hours. So now you got to disconnect
Say,
because
say hello, Maxwell. Say hello. Hold on.
hello.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
I want to see myself.
No, you want to see yourself? Oh
Yes.
my God.
Yes.
Want to see myself.
Oh, you see yourself, and then you can go back to the room. Say hello.
Hello.
Say hi.
Hello, hi.
Say how you doing?
I'm doing.
I'm good.
All
How are
right.
you?
You
You're
down.
so
You
handsome.
No, you cannot start your own channel. Come on. Hold on. Let me give me
He
like
is
2
learning
minutes.
early. He is
No, no, no.
learning early. That is awesome. Y'all, I love the babies. I love the babies. It's their parents that I'll be like, oh, I don't know. Yeah, Miss Creative is asking a question, and he's multitasking. Miss Creative said, would a year be the perfect timing to meet someone's baby? A good solid 4 seasons. Miss Creative, I have always said, a year. A year in, then they should be past the getting to know you stage. And if the relationship is continuing beyond that, then there needs to be some serious talks about committing for the long term. If not, then girl, explore your options. I don't know.
Got to go on the milk break. I'm sorry.
I know. I was holding it down while you were gone. So I was answering Miss Creative's question. She said, would a year be the perfect timing to meet someone's babies? A good solid 4 seasons.
Yeah, you definitely got to see those seasons. Look, there's a content creator that was telling women, don't tell them that you have kids until you engage. I'm like, what? How do you hide kids until you engage? That's
Wow. I don't know,
Yeah.
but I do know of a guy. The guy had 10 children, and he told the young lady that he was dating that he only had 3 children.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah,
she
yeah.
found out later on, after she was pregnant with kid number 11,
Wow.
that he had 10 other children.
Yeah.
And he had as many baby mothers as he had children.
Oh, no.
Because when I heard, I was just like, well, wait, who signs up to be baby mama number 11?
Yeah, that's one of those conversations. Like if I hear women talk about how bad men are, the
Yeah,
guy had like 8 kids before you.
yeah.
I don't feel sorry for you. We're not even having that conversation.
So Robbie said, not until you are engaged is my motto. Now, I don't know if I can wait that long, Robbie, until you're engaged. I mean, what if they meet the kids and then that their personalities don't mesh? Then what do? You
Yeah,
call the engagement off?
what if the engagement is like a year and a half? That's a long time. And then to think about it, right? Then you probably would want to rush. You probably end up rushing the engagement just to facilitate that
Yeah.
next step. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Eugene Steele said, I admire a father who admires his son. Yes.
my partner in crime right there.
That's your partner in crime. Hey, E-Man. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, and when you get to, blended families, okay, you guys have met the children, you're continuing the relationship, it leads to marriage, and now you guys are a blended family.
Yeah.
Interactions, you got this other parent on one side or maybe both sides,
Right.
you
Right.
know, it, sometimes it can be chaotic and sometimes it's peaceful.
Yeah. I mean, I recommend not moving further until you figure out what to do with like the co-parent situation, because you don't want to bring nobody into no chaos. Like that's not fair. It's really not fair for them. And me, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I'm a little bit different when it comes to that.
Uh-huh.
Um, because my son is 3, and I've already had this conversation. And my oldest son, mom, he's 21.
Mhm.
She will vouch. She will vouch for it. When it comes to that, I just don't play.
Mhm.
So, I told my ex, like, I really don't have 15 years to deal with her. She got 15 years to deal with me. I don't play when it comes to my son. I don't.
Wow.
It's not, no. I'm not seeing my son. It's not. I do not play when it comes to that. Like we're gonna have some type of peace. And as far as me moving on, there will be no interference. But I do not play. I, I
Right.
I I don't care about. I don't mind going to court. I used to live in court. I used to be her going out of court. I don't play. My lawyers don't speak. I don't play because I'm gonna. We're not together. I'm going to enjoy my life. You enjoy yours. So
Mhm.
you stay over there, and we're going to be peaceful for the sake
Right.
of our son. We're only going to talk about our son. I don't want to hear about what happened. We're not together. I will hang up on you, and I will not read none of your messages. If it ain't about my son or co-parenting, we don't have nothing to talk about.
Right.
That's
And
that's
that's
it.
that's respectful. But then does that always work?
It worked because you'll get tired of me not responding. You'll get tired because I won't pay you no mind. Like if it's not about business, I don't play. I really don't. So
Until wait, I'm so tired of
until
using this
until
term,
go
but
ahead.
until you got a narcissist and you're dealing with a narcissist, they don't understand no. They don't understand boundaries.
Well, if you're dealing with a narcissist, especially for people who are empath like myself,
Mhm.
you have to get to a point where you become, like they say, a super empath or a supernova empath. You have to learn how to deal with narcissists to a point. Like I'm not even gonna lie, and to be petty, I've got so good at pissing narcissist people off because empaths draw narcissists. So I got to a point
Yes.
where I can piss you off with one text and mess your whole night up to where you want to leave me alone. You got to get to that point where you know how to deal with them and you can move on with your life.
Mhm.
It takes a lot of time, takes a lot of practice, but you got to know because you're going to keep drawing people like that in your life. So you just have to know how to deal with them because they're going to try certain things to ruin your night or mess up stuff. You always got to be 2 steps ahead of them. You got to know how they are, and a lot of times they're like the weather. You know what I'm saying? Today it's going to be rainy, so you know
Mhm.
to bring an umbrella, and you keep moving. So you got to get to that
Okay.
point.
Miss Creative is asking, how old is your baby? He said he's 3. He's
It'll
3
be
years old.
before this month.
Oh, that's the cute age when they're out of diapers, but then they're not really old enough. Well, no, they beg a little bit.
He
You know.
tearing up everything,
Oh,
tearing up everything,
that
doing
he's
cartwheels.
exploring. He's exploring.
Well, and he's a boy, so you know how that goes.
I have one.
You
Well,
got one.
I had 2, but I have one left. Um, I think boys are a little bit easier than girls. They're a
Yeah,
little
I
bit
mean,
more
yeah.
rambunctious. They're a little bit
There you
more
go. There you go.
rambunctious,
There
but
you go.
girls are high maintenance. They require a lot. Yeah, I don't know which one I like better, but I like them all.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, I have a 21-year-old and I have a 3-year-old. But the interesting part about blended families, right?
mhm,
And here's the thing. You know, people hear me talk about my 2 sons, right? But
right.
I had 2 stepdaughters, right? And
Uh-huh.
I've been in a situation before, and that part gets tricky. Like you said, you develop a relationship, right,
Mm-hmm.
with your ex's kids.
Mm-hmm.
In every situation that I wasn't at, it was always the other person that cut off that communication. Like when people, it depends on what you love. Like if a father loves his kids, or a
Mm-hmm.
woman is nice and she loves her kids and she's trying to co-parent, people always use the thing that you love against you. I'm so bored. You bored. At 10 o'clock you should be asleep.
They don't know times. They don't know
Right.
times.
But that's the thing. Like, so, and a lot of times that does happen. So you get the whole, you get the disconnect from the other relationships with the other kids. And that's the hard part.
The hard part.
Yeah, it gets
Now,
tough.
what happens, like, we know when we're splitting up, we know before the actual break happens physically.
Right.
So, when it's not working out, do we still continue to be, um, nice, or a parent or step parent to the children of that relationship? Or when it's going south with the parent, should it be going south with the kids also? Do we stay away? Or are there any boundaries? I don't know. He's multitasking again. That's okay, y'all. We love the babies over here. Um, Robbie, your comment, you said, I like to wait to see how people are. It should take a minute to get engaged. But would you also want to risk the kids' attachment to the person and it doesn't work? I wouldn't. And that's the hard part. Like, when is the right time to introduce the kids? Because sometimes people get as far as the engagement, but then they never make it to the marriage. They end up splitting before they've had a chance to exchange their vows. So even in that situation, most times the kids have gotten, to meet that significant other and have probably gotten attached. So they're going through the breakup as well. I think that, counseling or actually talking about it when the breakup happens, even though, we say kids shouldn't be in grown folks' business and that kind of stuff, but it's I think necessary to have those conversations with the children. And even more so, it prepares them for when they're an adult. They are undoubtedly going to experience some of the same things that we experience in dating and marriage. And if we, kind of gloss over and don't show them the downside of it, then they're not prepared for it when it happens in their own lives. So, I again, there is no one size fits all.
Right.
So we have to, kind of gauge our own situation so that we know when it's the right time to introduce, or if it doesn't work out, what conversations we need to have with the children.
Right. Now this conversation it can be a 5-hour panel, it can be a series, but I mean, there's so much to talk about when it comes to that.
Yeah.
And people barely scratch the surface every time I see these conversations.
I only hear, and I understand that we don't want these conversations to be full of doom and gloom, but when we're having them, we only hear the upside. And I know that, everybody is entitled to their privacy and you don't
Right.
want folks all up in your business, but at what point do we have realistic conversations?
Right. I mean, I've been through like my whole. If I tell you my whole background, you'll be like, damn, like I've been through a lot of crazy stuff. But
I bet you it
I
does
play.
sometimes.
But maybe who knows? But I'm saying, but I
But
played a part in that. So that's my
we
thing.
all
I played a yeah. So other person or one person in a relationship is not 100% at fault, right?
Oh, never.
So, and the thing is, I don't really. You'll never see me come on here and complain about, those type of situations. Complain about women. Complain about this, because here's the thing: you got to get to a point where you know yourself, right? You got to know what you attract. You got to know your own energy. So I'm just not gonna put it all on women, especially since I'm a man. I'm not gonna put it all on women because I picked those women. So why am I going to complain about women? You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, especially men who claim they want to be the leader, but you blame everything on a woman like that. I'm gonna be honest, and I know some men get mad at that, but I don't care.
Right.
22 years in the military, I've never blamed my subordinates for things that happen on my watch. That's just
Right.
being a leader. It's not fair. It's not meant to be fair. Not everybody can be in that situation. So
Right.
I learn from them, and I try to do better from that. So, but we don't have these conversations.
We don't. We don't. And another thing that I notice, you know, is that if a woman has had, I'm just going to use the number 3. If a woman has had 3 failed relationships or marriage or a combination of both, and she finds that she's single, then people will weaponize that. Well, you've had 3 relationships that didn't work out. Well, those 3 relationships may not have worked out for different reasons. You know, when
Right.
we're in relationships, because you're dealing with different people, you know, it may be a narcissist over here. It may be somebody who is, you know, an abuser physically over there. It may be something else, you know, a cheater. So it may not have worked out for a number of reasons, but they automatically, you know, and I hear it more so as it relates to women than men, you know, that if she's not had these relationships, then somehow it's automatically the woman's fault because she's single or because those relationships didn't work out.
So just because you've had those situations, that means you can't offer certain advice, right? But then you'll go to a counselor, don't even know their background, right? You'll follow business executives or CEOs who have failed businesses. You'll follow all these people who failed at stuff, right? Because you don't know their background, you'll follow them.
Yep.
And I'm not even gonna lie, like I've had that because I'm retired military. The
Hmm.
average, the average, you'll be divorced twice. Military and police. You're
Hmm.
gone. It's a hard job. It's a part of it. But
Right.
you know, I've been on a panel and been in a chat where there was a person talking about, and there was another guy in the military. Same thing. He's been married more than once, and they just kept going in and going in. And normally I normally don't say much, but that day I just had to get at it. And I'm like, and I said, yo, I'm not taking the advice of somebody who's talking about somebody who's had more than one failed marriage. I'm not taking any heckling or any trolling, and I had to go there by somebody who failed at establishing a home. You had 3 baby daddies. Like, get out the chat and go home.
Hmm.
So if this person failed at that, then you failed at that. Like, let's not go there, go back and forth. Like, let's stop it. Let's stop
But you know, I mean, like what you brought up as an example, they'll follow business people. So if a business person has had 4 or 5 failed businesses before they have a successful one, then are they no less educated on what not to do? You know, like to me, I think that they have both sides of they have information that they can offer or direction they can offer from both sides of the coin. They can tell you what not to do in order to save your marriage or to avoid divorce.
it. Right.
And you know, in relationship sense, not speaking business, I should have clarified that first. Or in the relationship, once they found a successful relationship, then they can tell you what it takes to stay married, you know, for the long haul or for a long period of time. Whereas somebody who maybe doesn't have that experience, they don't have that information or that knowledge from the other side. If I've
Yeah.
married somebody, you know, my high school sweetheart, and that's the only person that I know, then I can tell you about marriage, but I can't if you know, if you're going through the divorce process or you're divorced and you're seeking, you know, you're dating, I can't really give you any my perspective on that because I haven't really experienced all of that. But, you know, what do I know? Miss Creator said L. Nixon started over big time. It is like that sometimes, and we don't plan that. Like, I didn't look, I'm telling on myself now, but I didn't plan on having any children, and I have 4. I thought
Yeah, I
that
started off big time.
I thought that I would be a childless bachelorette traveling the world, and I was the first of my friends to get married. I was the first one to have kids. Now, granted, I was married, each time I didn't have any kids out of wedlock, but it was like this wasn't in my plans. I thought I would have, 1,700 stamps in my passport or 50, passports. I don't know. Um, and it wasn't that. And you couldn't have told me that I would have these, 2 sets of kids, because once I did get married, I thought that we would stay together and that would just be it. We was gonna ride off into the sunset, live happily ever after, raise our babies, and that would be it. And
Right.
here I am. I got 2 grown kids and then I got 2 little kids. I had a kid graduating from high school and I had one entering kindergarten. Like, how that work?
Yeah. Hey, look, I did start over big time. But like even the example I made earlier, like, and I was just messing with the person, but I do understand that things happen. We don't intend on, like, when we get in relationships or when we have a kid with somebody, we don't intend on that to break up. Like, we look at it like, okay,
Right.
we're going in this with total commitment and we're going to move forward. Um, I also understand that, sometimes we probably, some of us didn't have the right model. So we're trying to figure it out. So things do happen, along the way. So you got
Mhm.
to have that type of understanding that those things do work. And even sometimes you do have 2 parents in a home. Still might not be the right model. So you might follow that as well. There's all type of things to it. Sometimes you'll have homes where, let's say the woman runs the home and she may she may be the man of the house.
Mhm.
So then how does that boy that becomes a man, how does he replicate that in his own home when he's only saw his dad just, be docile? And then then he has kids and then he replicates that situation. Or a woman sees a mom run the home and the dad does, and then she replicates that situation. So a lot of times, like, we got to understand, even as co-parent, you got to watch what you say about your ex partner. You got to watch how you feel about possibilities in future relationships because your kids are watching. So you have to, think about your kids and really try to get some healthy boundaries. Like, we give kids advice all the time, right? And
Mhm.
my dad used to give me advice about how to be a man, how to be responsible, how to make sure your finances are together. He gave me a lot of advice. So did my mom.
Mhm.
But that's like giving a kid a set of tools and sitting them in front of a car. Like, okay, you're giving me tools, and I know I got to use them on the car, but I'm staring at this car. That's the advice they give you. But where's
Mhm.
the application? They need to see you in healthy relationships or have a healthy view on relationships toward the opposite sex so that they can put 2 and 2 together. If you're just telling them, giving them good advice, but they don't see that happening in your real life, they only have half of it,
Mhm.
you know. So there's still gonna be a learning curve.
But even if, you have an example,
Hmm.
I came from a 2-parent household. My parents were married until death did them part. And I still got divorced, you know? That's still not a guarantee because
No, no.
those were those 2 individuals who were married for, 30 plus years. And here I am, a different person with somebody that's different than my dad. So, you know, each individual situation is different, yet we try to compartmentalize or box within one big box all of these relationships with all of these people that bring different personalities and different experiences, into their situations. And I'm just like, make it make sense, because
At
it
least at least
doesn't.
you had a comparison. At least you had a comparison, right?
Right.
Because a lot, like in the military, you see a lot of examples. Like, if you get a panel full of military men and women, talk about our experiences, like you would hear so many stories, right?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, when it comes to, if you would ask the men and the women, you had them on a panel and they were honest. The women could probably tell you a lot of stories about a lot of good men, a lot of single fathers, because you got to remember we're family, right? We act like family.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the women will have helped a lot of their male friends through situations of divorce, paternity, all that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because we're like family. So you would have seen a lot of stuff. So so I know a lot of good women that's in the military who had like mom and dad. And to
Mm-hmm.
be honest with you, I would say most of them, they're better at picking. Like if they have a certain criteria and they will stay single. If they don't play.
Mm-hmm.
They don't play when it comes to that because they had a structure. Mom was doing this, dad was doing that. There was a respect in the home. They don't play. They don't just date the average type people. If you ain't got it together, they not messing with you.
Right. Now
They don't.
that is a perfect segue to E-Man's comment. And yes, E-Man, we are going to drop the link so that you guys can cam up and join us in a few short minutes. E-Man said earlier that if there are young kids involved, the person should stay single until the kids are grown up or older. What do you think about
Yeah,
that?
that's just like saying, well, you got to ask the person if they have experience in that situation, right? Because we can even talk about, you can talk about, let's say, people that are separated, right? People that
Mm-hmm.
are separated, you can tell them, wait until, this process, right? Wait until the divorce, right? I know people that it took 7 years. People took 5 years because they had property, right? And you don't want to get into certain situations, whether you got young kids or whether you're waiting, you know, uh, for situations to end. You say that, but that don't always happen that way.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you meet people. Let's say, look, I got a 3-year-old, right? Let's say if I want to wait until he's 7, what I want and what happens is what happens. So
Right.
if I ask God to send somebody my way, I mean, if He say, hey, look, it's gonna be when he turned 4, like what am I gonna do? Say no. Sometimes
No.
it happens when it happens, so you can't really go by that.
Right. And that's what I believe. I wholeheartedly believe that. Like I don't say it on these panels, but some of these people talk as if they are God or as if they have a crystal ball that they can see into people's future. And, I think that is uh I don't want to say a slippery slope to go down, but I am not, hey, pound for pound. Hey, Candidan, I acknowledged your hello earlier, but I wanted to audibly acknowledge that you were here.
And then in the house.
Yeah, I love me some Candy Ann too.
Right, right, right.
There I have met so many awesome people, through YouTube, and I am grateful for all the connections that I've made because there are some genuinely fantastic people that I've met. And I'm really thankful for that. Um, but yeah, people get on and they'll tell you, you know, if you're single, that you are basically, I wouldn't have any hope. Like if you don't have a strong sense of strong sense of health when it comes to your own self-esteem,
Right.
if you don't have a strong sense of self or a relationship or a connection to a higher power or whatever source that you believe in, these people will send you clean off because they will tell you that if you don't follow this model that they have laid out, that your future is bleak. Like it's not going to happen for you. For us ladies, if it hasn't happened for us by a certain age, or it almost, if a woman isn't sure of herself, it would almost have her scrambling to find a relationship, that would probably be a wrong relationship because she's used, whatever number as this marker. Okay, well, I've got to be married by the time I'm 30, otherwise it's not
Right.
going to happen. Well, what if your fate is for you to be married at 55? Now you've gotten married to somebody 30 and that relationship isn't going to work out if that's not who you're supposed to be with. Then, now you're going to have to defend that when people say, well, you had this failed relationship or failed marriage. Well, you just rushed into this because you thought you had to be married by 30. And then
Right.
your soulmate is at 50. You're going to meet your soulmate at 55. Like, it's bananas, the stuff that I see and hear in these spaces. I'm just like, okay, well, all righty then. I don't really know how to combat those arguments.
You mean like what? Like hitting the
Like,
wall?
when they're saying that, we're hitting a wall, like none of us knows. I can't predict your future. You can't predict my future. So how am I to say that, who am I to say that if, Miss Creative, I know she's a single woman. I'm not picking out on her. I'm just, throwing out any name. If Miss Creative is a single woman and she's beyond 30, then who the hell am I to tell her that she's not going to be married or she has to be married by a particular age? I'm not God. I don't know what's in store for her,
Listen, let's keep it real, right? The whole hitting the wall thing, right?
Yeah.
When you hear it from a bunch of men, right? Like,
Yeah.
men got to be careful with saying that. As soon as women start saying, what about the Viagra? What about your stamina? What about your pot belly? What about listen, I'm gonna be honest, I'm a man. I know guys that take Viagra. So y'all
Right.
need to cut that, that whole wall thing out. I'm telling you, when you can only get 5 minutes, like I want people to be honest in the chat. Like if that ain't you, then just be silent in the chat.
Right.
Some
I
of y'all
promise
talking about stuff
y'all.
that's not even you.
Chat, I'm
I mean,
second.
come on.
I second his request. Y'all be honest in
Right.
the chat. Be honest. I ain't no judgment here. This is no judgment zone. But
Yeah.
yeah,
And
we
look,
want
I'm
to
gonna
keep it
be
all the way 100 tonight.
right, and I'm gonna be kind of respectful on your panel, but the guys know how I feel. I don't give a damn what y'all say. Some of y'all don't even have an avatar. Y'all got an initial. We don't know what you look like. We don't know if you got a pot belly or if you fat. So I don't want to hear nothing from y'all either. You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's low key what I be saying. I'm like, they can be
listen,
whoever they want to be in their heads. But like you
right.
said, some of these people, we've never seen them. Like, what are you hiding for? And if you are, just be who you are.
Right.
I always tell people my biggest flex is that I show up as who I am and people rock with me.
Right.
And
Right. And
the ones that don't, then I'm like, okay, it's cool. We just not, those are my people. And that's fine. I'm not going to be upset about that.
right. And I mean, I'm not trying to step on nobody's toes, but I like to be real with it. Like,
Yeah.
you hear a lot of people say a lot of stuff, men and women, right? And if those of us who have friends that's on YouTube, I'm gonna put it out there. A lot of y'all that's capping, men and women, we done seen y'all. We done seen screenshots. I know some of y'all personally that's been in some people's inbox. The ones that you said was too big, y'all in their inbox. The single moms, y'all in their inbox. Like, y'all already been exposed. The ones that sending pics, ladies, y'all sending pics too. Like, just stop lying.
Everybody
Like, really,
is sending pics.
stop,
Everybody's
stop
sending
lying.
pics. People in DMs on the low and don't want nobody to
Right.
know. And they coming on here, people who claiming to be happily married ain't happily
Right.
married.
Right.
They the perfect parent. They damn kids don't see them.
Right.
Come on, like keep it real. It is what it is. I'm so tired of having a conversation. Well, we joke and say everybody on YouTube make $300,000 a week.
Right.
Okay, well, where the people at who struggling, living paycheck to paycheck? Because it's some of y'all are. Stop playing. And you never know with you being transparent, that may help somebody else who trying to figure out a way to get by or make it through whatever situation they're in. Like we have other just to uphold, and even like crazy stuff like everybody, it's all sunshine and roses all the time. Nobody has a bad moment. Ladies they don't argue with men, and men, they don't disrespect women. You're like, come on now.
Look,
Stop playing.
look at Miss Creative. She said name drop. Now, look, I'm not gonna name drop, but listen, we've been on the panels with some of these people. They don't even know we know, but
yes.
I just like, hey, it is what it, I don't say nothing. But hey,
I
some
don't
of us,
say anything,
right.
but I'm just like, stop it. But then those will be the same people who will throw shade and be doing other stuff, or coming at somebody else's head. And it's
Right.
like, wait a minute, hold on. Now you know that you can be exposed, so you might want to chill with that.
Right. Or like, let's say, okay, for example, say if a guy is attracted to a woman who's a content creator, right? And they'll be all, give them compliments and all that, right? And then late night, 3 o'clock in the morning, they on the panel full of guys. They're like, man, I don't do single moms. And like, wait a minute. But the one that you was flirting with is tuning in like, oh, really? But you be all in my DMs and all. That happens too. Like, you got to be you 100% because
Hey,
people tend to forget that everybody's always watching. And a lot of people are not consistent on every panel. So even on these topics, it's like you say one thing here and you say another thing here. And it's like, I'm like, damn, I thought you was in a relationship. I thought you was happy.
right.
I thought you was happily married with kids, but you over here sounded like there's no hope. But you're in a happy situation. I'm confused. Like,
right. And I understand this, so I'm giving this caveat before I say this next thing. Like, there's these cliques and people don't want to associate with certain people, and they're talking about associations matter and all this, stuff that they're saying. And it's like, wait a minute, hold on. Like, who are we to judge people? Like, I'm just not that person. I don't care what walk of life a person is, from. I don't care what they're doing in their personal time. That's not my business. If I vibe with them and I feel that they are a genuine person, even if I don't agree with their lifestyle, then that doesn't mean that I can't rock with you or I can't have a conversation with you or associate with you. It's kind of like, okay, well, this person over here does this thing, or they say that, or they talk like this. So I can't get with them. And I'm just like, really? And sometimes I hear this from church folks, and it's like, well, wait a minute.
oh man.
You're claiming to be a believer, and that's not how Jesus operated. Jesus was, amongst the thieves, the robbers, the prostitutes, and all of that. And he wasn't, saying, well, I can't come over here and talk to this person because of what they're into. And it's like, well, wait, you better than Jesus?
But that's my biggest thing though. Even like people who claim to be Christian, right? And they get online and they put limitations on things.
Right.
But you're Christian though. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now.
True. I mean, but even the talking points. Well, if she's single, she's got to do this by that. But you believe in God. God can do anything at any time with whoever he chooses.
Right.
I don't understand it. I'm like, just make
it
make sense.
But it's the mindset though, right? It's a mindset. Like people really need to get into like social behavior and like, like behavioral sciences because we really talk ourselves out of a lot of stuff, right? We say that messages can only come from a certain person, right? We put people in certain categories. Well, because you're this, you can't possibly give me that. So let's say, we'll talk about church, right?
Right.
I don't deal with men that go to church or whatever. I don't deal with men that are in the military, right? So you're going to deal with military men. You're going to deal with church men. But then you'll deal with them same men that been to all those places on YouTube. Or you deal with those people who's been to all those places. They might be in the military, they might go to church, but you met them in a club. It's like it's the mindset. It doesn't matter where they go, they are who they are wherever they go.
But
so
who's to say like I'm soulmate ain't in the club,
And that's what I'm saying. And exactly. So even if you say I won't meet a man in the club, right?
Right.
Okay, cool. that same guy that was at the club could be at a nice job tomorrow, or he could be speaking somewhere next week, right?
Might be there at a friend's birthday party that they going to show their support for.
Exactly. So that's the same thing we do when we have these conversations about single moms.
Right.
No matter if they have, it doesn't matter about the kid. A person is going to be who they are. If they're a bad person, they're just a bad person who has a child. That's what I don't understand. Like, we putting this thing on having kids to make a person seem, a certain type of way. That's not what it is. If a person is, handles her business, she's respectful, and she understands the importance of family. If that relationship didn't work, then through experience, she'll know how to structure her next relationship if she wants the best for her. So you can't put everybody in the same category. It's the mindset. And that's what kills me. We talk ourselves out of a lot of stuff. Really do.
I know us single women that if we are not actively pursuing a relationship in hopes of marriage later, then we are living life wrong.
Yeah.
Or that's what's said about us. And it's like, well, wait, hold on. At the same time, they'll say, if you got out of a relationship and you find yourself single, that you need to heal, you need to take some time. It's like, well, wait, am I supposed to take time, or am I supposed to be rushing to find something else? And if you don't know who you are and you're listening to these people, they will send you off and have you mixed up in some mess. Like, everybody that we encounter is not our husband or our wife.
Right. They'll have you rushing to waste time in another relationship.
Absolutely.
So everybody has the fear of time. The older you get, there's a fear of time. So you put, I got to get married in 2 years, right? Let's say you're 45. You have this whole 2-year thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to have discernment, because I don't really believe in that, because 2 years can get you 8. 2 years to get in, 8 to get out. You trying to meet them, you trying to know them, you trying to get engaged to them, maybe live with them, and married within 2 years. It works out for some people, but as you can see how the rates are, it don't really work out for a lot of people. So you really can't put a number on stuff. And if you ask the average person, they'll give you the Steve Harvey answer, 2 years. But sometimes less than that. It's not going to work for everybody, because some of us have to work harder for it. Some of us will be naturally not just have the chemistry, we'll have chemistry and compatibility, which you have to have both of those things, because chemistry have gotten a lot of us married, and compatibility has got a lot of us divorced.
Truth. Miss Creative said, Jennesis, don't forget, all single women are 304s, wild, and do drugs. Listen, if you are not single and celibate, you are 304. Or you getting ran through. I'm just like, well, damn, the ladies, it's all this. And I'm gonna just keep it 100. I hear this from men. I don't really hear women saying, if the guy is single and he's not celibate, that he getting ran through.
Yeah, but is it from a guy who's looking to get married to somebody? Because that's the thing. If you ask that person,
sometimes
are you looking to get married? And
some
it's
of
no.
Men want wives just like the women want husbands. But it's the woman is supposed to be celibate, and the man is supposed to get as much, cooch as he can get until he finds that one. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Why do we have to be 304s if we choose not to be celibate? Because at the end of the day, ain't none of y'all got no heaven or hell to put us in. So whatever we choose to do or not do, that's between us and whatever higher power we believe in.
But why am I, this is the thing. Why am I worrying about, why am I worrying about what you do, right? Like, and I hear the topic about, it's the difference between what you would have to go through and what I would have to go through, right?
Right.
Like, I'm fine with my son, and if I move on to a relationship and I can kind of coordinate that and kind of integrate that, I'm fine. If I hear people telling women, you might as well just, give up the child to the father, because another man would be coming to that home. Well, if I'm with somebody, another woman will be coming into my home with my child. It's like I don't get how people, that's like unrealistic. Like, and it's crazy that you'll have a bunch of people putting regulations on somebody that, like, okay, you're home, you're a single mom, and you're home, and no, that's a bad look. But I'm like, bro, how many kids you got? I got 3. How many homes are they in? They're at 3. So
Mm-hmm.
you have a problem with what another single woman is going to, but you don't have a problem with creating 3 women in that same
Nope.
situation. Like, come
Nope.
on, man, that's hypocrisy. Like, come on.
And then you have the flip side of that, where they'll say to the single men, if the relationship didn't work out, then y'all supposed to go snatch your kids up from the mothers, and because the mothers ain't capable of raising the children and all these other things that they say. And then these same people who are saying that will be products of a single mama. So it's like, well, wait, your baby mama can't raise your kids, but your mama raised you. Like, how that work? Or that, or even this other one, that the single mothers are failing the children, but they were raised by a single mother. So then, are you a failure if you were raised by a single mother? Like, if you beat the odds, then why can't another child beat the odds?
You better stop making. Look, she over here making too much sense. She knows she can't do that.
I'm
That's
just
not
saying.
allowed. It's not allowed on these YouTube streets.
Oh,
I,
well,
I can't
go
I
ahead.
can't agree with that one. Genesis, I
E-
rock with you, but
E-Man,
I can't
OG
agree with
Patrice,
that.
how you doing?
You can. Hey, E-Man. Hey, OG Patrice.
Hello,
Listen,
how
how you
y'all
doing?
Thanks for
doing?
joining us tonight.
It's
You
been a while since I've been on the panel. I think I've been on the panel with OG Patrice one time, but I've seen her on panels. She be dropping it. She be dropping the truth.
I know, look, OG Patrice been causing the little ruckus in these streets lately, so I hear.
they say if you're not being talked about, what
You ain't
they say,
nothing. You
hello,
ain't
somebody.
nothing.
It's all good. They can keep my name in their mouth, but you know what? I'm gonna keep dropping this knowledge because I drop it from a perspective of an older woman that's experienced, that has lived a life and have stories to
Mhm.
share. And I try to share those stories by examples, whether it's by mistakes I made or other people I know experiences. And hopefully, that the younger generation can get something out of it because I know I've been learning a lot from them, but the hypocrisy for me is real in these YouTube streets. And
Yeah,
it's so nefarious and it's such a double standard and it's such an oxymoron. Like I can go on and on with the words that I can use for the things that I hear a lot of times in these YouTube streets regarding relationships and women in general. It's like,
mhm,
what we doing? Come on, we gotta do better. And I talk to men like I was in my barber shop today. Black man owns his own barbershop, fought in the war. He is engaged to a young lady and he's in his 40s, she's in her 30s. She already had a child. You know what I'm saying? And they don't have a child together. But he getting ready to marry this lady. So I
mhm.
know that a lot of these things that's being talked about is not what's really going on in real life, in real time. So a lot of it is cap, like for real. A lot of it is cap. And they
Right.
both got a business. He own a barber.
OG
He
Patrice.
no a lot.
So
Hold on, let me finish because I'm not gonna interrupt you when you talk. You're gonna have your turn.
I thought
He
you
owns
stopped. I apologize.
Okay. He owns a barber shop right next door to him. She owns a beauty salon. So I support both of them. I buy my products from her. She's black. I buy my product. I go get my haircut from him. He's black. I love it. It's black love. It's beautiful, right? It's
Mhm.
the example. It's the total opposite of the example of what's being talked about on these YouTube
Right.
streets. When
Right.
you have a 30-something-year-old that has one child, single mother, building her why these conversations are not being had, why it's always the opposite, because it's not always what they talk about in real life in real time. That is not always the situation. right? So why those conversations is not had? Men are always talking about the women they don't want. Why are they not talking about the women they want?
I don't know. I mean,
I mean,
they be talking about the women anyway if they're happily married. Like if you're happily married, then you shouldn't even be a part of that conversation then, right?
exactly. My sentiments exactly. I don't know. I just, how in the world do you say, you want to, if you date a woman after the third day, she needs to put out. But then if she put out to you and you don't want her, she go to the next man, put out after 3 days to the next. And now she got a body count. Like, make up your damn mind. Like, real talk. First, you don't want the 304s, but you all in their DMs. Them the ones you'll stick your thing in. Them the ones you a date low key, but you're talking about them on pet. Like, stop it. Them the ones you got babies with. Them the ones you made baby mamas. Then when you walk away, you talk about the baby mamas. But you the baby daddy that made her a goddamn baby mama. Like, stop it. It's
No,
insanity.
and that's real, right? And I get a lot of pushback from men, right? Because they said, nah, you supposed to hold a woman accountable. Like, first of all, let me tell you something. There's a certain group of men.
Accountable.
Well, I mean, there's the thing. There's a certain group of men and there's a certain group of women, right? If I don't rock with a certain group of women and they so-called act disrespectful in my eyes, I got enough respect for myself. I'm not going to go out of my way to remind them that they're disrespectful. I'm just going to walk right past them and go to the women that I rock with. Like, I don't understand why we spending 18 hours a day training these young men that been on you. I know some of them that been there since they were 13, 18, and they're still angry. And a lot of men, I get it. You want to sit in the chat, right? And everybody say right. You don't want to go left. That and you a real man though, but you getting validated from other men. And then I hear men talk about, oh, that's the manosphere. That's the manosphere. I came in through the manosphere and I slowly took a left. And I hate to say it, but some of y'all that put it all on the manosphere, some of y'all fellas have the same talking points as the manosphere. So let's stop. And they got them from somewhere else. So y'all really got to understand.
And let's put the disclaimer out there, because I hear this all the time. We are not talking about all women and men. We're talking about some.
Right.
So let's be clear about that, because they have this conversation as if they're talking about all women. And no, we know that it's not all women. We know that the issue with men is not all men. But when you generalize, that makes it seem like you're talking about all women.
Right.
So
and I'm not even
I just want to put that disclaimer out there.
And I'm not even talking about all the manosphere, because there's a lot of section of them that they don't get along. Some of them talk about game. You got the brain trust. You got guys who really talk about business. They don't talk about women and stuff like that. So all of them don't even get along. A lot of people don't know that, but it's like, you got to be you. You got to be real. A lot of it don't make no sense when you come on and say a lot of this stuff is like, damn dog, you got a daughter? Like, ain't no way. Look, my mom know my channel. My sister know my channel. My son, my family do. When they hear me talk, this is me 24/7. It's nothing. This is what I'm saying. And I'm not putting this on everybody else. But listen, I got a 21-year-old, son. He watches YouTube, right? And listen, and I'm in a relationship with a black woman. Like, when you hear me, I'm representing all them people. I'm not going to be on a panel disrespecting women when I got a black woman. It's not like, come on now. Like, you're like, are you representing your life, or are you representing some other men who ain't happy? That's why I get confused. Because if you're happy, then why you are not speaking from a man who's figured that out? Why are you not representing that person? You over on the other side with the men who still going through it. I'm confused. And then some of the married guys or some of the people in situations, listen, you on panels, you on YouTube, 17 hours, people starting to look at you like, wait a minute, but you married. You always on here. You always around women. We got to understand, a lot of people are confused by that stuff. Talk to these young teenagers. Ask them how they feel about us. It's not good. I'm getting ready to have a panel. It's going to be older guys talking to younger men. So we can talk about, some of them are mad. They're angry. They didn't have the proper guidance, and they still looking at us. They like, why should I do it? Because y'all still trying to figure it out. Come on.
And
Well,
even some
I
of
think
these where they're, oh, you know what? Let me say this one thing and I'm gonna let you jump in here, E-Man. Even some of these where you're saying they have these families, they have the wives, then okay, if you're doing a show and you're talking about marriage, then where your wife at? Why you got all these other women on your panel? And I hear in some of these spaces, little comments, there's flirtatious comments that are said towards these women, things that, in my opinion, may be disrespectful. If you are a married person, there's certain things that you just shouldn't say. They'll say it. And even when you look, sometimes the ladies on the panels have a particular look. If they have a particular look and you're hearing these flirtatious comments, and then you see the wife and these women don't look like the wife, then you have to question, or it may make you question, okay, well, is your wife really who you chose because that's what you were attracted to? Or did you choose that person for some other reason? But that's a whole other story. Von Bryan said that I better stop or I'm gonna get in trouble. I don't know
Yeah,
who
I
I'm
seen
gonna get
that.
in trouble with
Yeah, I
because
seen that.
it's YouTube, and my whole real life is disconnected from YouTube. But anyway, E-Man, hey, what you got going for us tonight?
He gonna get you.
y'all said a lot of stuff within this last hour and 16 minutes.
I know.
I'm gonna try to break some of it down.
Okay.
First thing, let's talk about dating. So, I had no kids before marriage. All of my kids are through marriage. My
Mhm.
wife did have kids before marriage. I think this is a myth that a lot of people do. So I'm speaking from, you can call it anecdotal. Everybody say when I speak it's anecdotal, but it works because
Yeah.
I got and you don't. So, and that's not nobody's shot. So
I go, E-Man.
first, first thing we cover that because y'all covered like 10 subjects. So I want
We
to
did.
go point by point. When it
Okay.
comes to that, if he can have a title, if you accept his title, he meets your kids.
Okay.
Now, it should be stages to
Which
this.
title though?
Boy, if it's a title involved, if this person is anything other than platonic friends, he meets your kids. Now, it is, people don't like it, but he's
The sneaky link gotta meet the kids.
no a title. So when I say a title,
You okay?
when I say title, I'm saying that y'all
You
are
talking
dating.
specific titles. Okay.
I'm talking about your one night stands. I'm not talking about that. But once you
Okay.
say that, hey, this person is vetted, because if I believe you shouldn't have a boyfriend and girlfriend unless y'all are getting to know each other to marriage. Like it should be
Courting.
courting. Yes.
Right.
So if he got a title, he need to meet your kids. Now, I'm not telling you to leave your kids overnight with him, but
Right.
so one thing that me and my wife did once we started officially dating, right? So we said, hey, we're dating. We had conversations talking about we want to go to marriage. When I started meeting her kids, it wasn't let's go over Emmanuel house so we can chill. Let's all go out to dinner and have a conversation. So
Mhm.
I had an hour, talk to them to see how they get to know me, and then that was it. So that's what I mean by meet. I'm not saying that he should be chilling with your kids. Y'all should be watching movies. Y'all should be moving in. That's what I'm saying. It should be like an initial meet so that y'all guys can catch a vibe of what's out there. If you wait to what we talk about engagement, that's like that commitment, like because now your kids are trying to catch up with you. I think when we talk about this love, like I fell in love with my wife and her kids at the same time. It was something that happened organically together. And if we would
Mhm.
have waited to, I don't believe in long engagements. I think you should be engaged for 30 days. 30 days. If you don't got the morning, go to the courthouse. My
Woo.
wife went to the pastor. Me and my wife went to the pastor office, then flew out to Australia. Like, because it was about us spending the rest of our life together. It wasn't about pleasing friends and family. A lot of people
Mhm.
want the marriage. I mean, they want the
Well,
wedding, but they don't want the marriage. So
right.
that's first thing. Another thing I believe is a second point that's in y'all guys talk about it. A lot of people not gonna like this. If you have young kids, typically under the age of 5, it's my personal opinion that you should not date. It's very critical years in the young age. Now I know people say I can do both. I can work a job, but I don't think single parents should actually date when it actually come down to very young kids, because older kids can understand a man coming into that life, but when you start talking before a baby can speak, they're meeting somebody that's involved in their life, and you start removing that person from that life. I think that's a whole different factor. So some people think, well, it's my life, I can do what I want to do. You can, but I feel like kids that are traumatized is typically the ones at the very young age compared to the ones who kind of uh, thinking for themselves will already start processing things in their mind. Okay. So second point. Third point I want to talk about was talking about the single mother versus the two home parent. We know for a fact. Now we can go and say it doesn't apply for everyone, kind of like what OG Patrice said earlier. We can't say that. But overall, typically if you have two parents in the home, that kid, I believe, is more stable, have a more stable environment if you say that a single mom. Now you can say you got a single mom making millions of dollars and she got a nanny, which is a different atmosphere, but I talk about most people at whole. I think we got to understand that us together typically give our children a better chance. So then you say, hey, man, well, your mother and your father was married, but she got separated. You was raised by a single woman. Like, you successful, but I understand the trauma that I have in my life. I can recognize the trauma that me and my therapist talk about came from my mother being a single mom, came from my father not being there, and another person being able to take advantage of me because I didn't have that level of protection. And I'm like, I'm in my position that I feel like the person who had the kids, now I understand that everything doesn't work, but that birth that kid, they truthfully have the better chance to raise that kid if you guys can work things out, if that makes sense.
You said it, but you said if it could be worked out, right? But here's the thing, like the engagement happening real soon. Most people don't even know who they are and don't have a foundation. May come from a broken situation. You take that and you get with another person who have a broken situation and they think they're gonna build a solid foundation and it crumbles, right? Now we are in the perfect place to model this example. We are on YouTube. Look at the many people who sit in the chat of the most scamming, most disrespectful people, and they stay there year after year. I've seen women talk about how men shouldn't disrespect them and how they shouldn't do X, Y, and Z and all that. But yet, one of their favorite content creators is a man who they sit there and watch them disrespect women right in front of them, and they stay in the chat and they give them super chats. We're in the perfect place to see that a lot of us, they ain't got our mind right. Larger part of society have a follower's mindset. They'll follow anything. So with social engineering, a lot of us are not ready. Like, I'm trying to figure out how you take certain content creators that you've known for years and not know that they're going to say this, they're going to do this. This is how they get you on the panel. They're going to question you until they get back you in the corner. It's like how y'all fall for the same stuff year after year. A lot of people aren't that observant, even on YouTube. I've been around all these spaces and I'll say, hey, this person's cool, that person's cool. Then I'll keep making laps around and I'm like, nah, I can't really mess with them. I can talk to them about this, but then I got to get out of here. Like, I put people in categories. So as far as being surprised, the people around me, I put you on the list. Like, I already know you suspect. You know what I'm saying? Because I observe. A lot of people do not observe. So when it comes to vetting, there is different levels to this, right? We can talk about, listen, I'm an empath, right? I'm very intuitive. That's another level of discernment. Like, there's so much to this. And people always hear me talk about the law of vibration, the law of attraction. Listen, I don't complain about people. I'm complaining about the opposite sex because we all say how strong we are and how knowledgeable and how we got ourselves together. That would be a lie, because if not, then you will understand that it's within you. If you change the energy that you have in you, then you'll change the surroundings. You are a reflection of your surroundings. So we won't blame it on everybody else, but subconsciously you putting out the energy. It's sort of like law of vibration. It's like energy. Like when you have a crush on somebody and you were near that person or you walk past that person, those so-called butterflies and all that the stuff you feel, That's
Mhm.
vibration. You're subconsciously putting that out. Law of attraction is you're going to attract the things that are like-minded. That's just like you liking a certain car. Everywhere you go, it's on your phone, it's on your computer, you're researching it all the time, and you get out there and you say something like, man, everywhere I go now, I'm seeing this car. But that car's always been there. You're just tuned into that frequency right now. And that's what it is. So a lot of us, we put it on everybody else. You might not be really messed up, but you might, like empaths, they attract narcissists. That's the opposite. So we are going to attract them people until we realize that's what happens. And then we stop attracting them. Like now, when you get to a certain point, why is it now that I'm around a lot more empaths than I was before? Because my energy has changed. There's certain things I will not allow anymore. So
Right.
when I go around and I do certain things, it's according to my energy. And like for the men, I'm gonna say this to be honest with you. The reason why I don't complain about my experiences with women and all that, even when like when on the panel, I barely go into that, is because I want y'all to see what the women say are true. And they keep telling y'all they go by a man's energy. They know what to do with certain men, what not to do with certain men. So when you see me on the panel, and the reason why I never have to argue with women, I never have problem with being disrespected by women, is because the energy that I carry is that simple. So if I go complain about it, I'm missing out on an opportunity to show some men who trying to figure out what happens when you change your energy. It comes with certain type of reciprocation. Like that's just what it is, bro.
Well,
That's
let me
simple. That's simple.
can I respond to the first thing you said when
Go
you
ahead.
talked about the fast engagement? I know you might got a different point, but that first point, the
Are
the
we good?
reason the reason that it takes a person a long time to vet a person is because they're doing vetting in isolation, right? They feel like they have all the answers. When I start vetting my wife, what I did is I believe in accountability. I had about 4 or 5 accountability men. We talk about people who've been married for 20 years. And I start asking, what are some of the foundation things I need for marriage that I need to be able to have to make it through this? So when people say I didn't know her longer, I had to make sure the foundation is good. And I know a lot of people don't like it. I am a Christian and I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe that we had to have like-minded, like we had to have something
Amen.
that we agreed upon. And I think what happened is two people are getting together, it's no foundation. They say, let's build this house. And when the house fall, the problem is that you guys never built on y'all wasn't even in agreement at the beginning. So you got to be equally yoked, and you also have to have people from the outside, because when you're in love, you're blinded. But if you have somebody who can speak logic and realistic expectations of what, not because my pastor, for example, he didn't tell me what the 28-year-old Emmanuel wants. The 45 Emmanuel is going to need this later on in life. You don't need it now. And those principles is, I think, is going to make it where me and my wife can go forever. So I think we got to just stop vetting by ourselves, because it's a reason that is wiser men should be in our inner circles.
But what you said it though, you have advocates that most people don't. So it makes sense for you. You have those advocates. Like let's say like, and everybody have different way of life or whatever. Like, okay, let's say, if you have a spiritual foundation, whatever your religion is, right? I'm a Christian too, right? There's an advocate. So now I'm not doing it because, I'm mad at you because now I don't want to talk to you and we'll spend a day without talking. See, now there's something else besides that. You have a counselor. You have a spirit of conviction. So in my flesh, I want to be mad at you, but since I have a relationship with my God, it's like I'm feeling convicted, and I got to go outside of me, my flesh, and do what's right. So that's a different ball game. Like you got an upper hand that most people don't have. So yeah, that's not going to ring true for everybody else.
But I know a lot of people don't agree with this. I said this a couple times. I think marriage is for Christians, and other people shouldn't get married. And everybody got upset when I said that, because I
They gonna
realized, like,
get you.
Yikes.
I, 'cause
They gonna get you, bro.
so yeah, they don't like me, so it's all good. You know what I'm saying? When I chose Jesus, I knew they weren't gonna like me. But the one thing I tell is this right here. Say me and my wife get in an argument, and then I say, hey babe, let's pray together. let's go to the father. What happened is we can remove that burden from our marriage and give it to someone who have the strength to carry it. And so people say, well, atheists can be married for 45 years if y'all guys don't have a foundation. It's just what works for me. I'm telling you, I tell people all the time is Jesus worked for me. So I just tell people what I did, and some people they don't like that because they said it's other ways. But in my belief, I believe it's the only way, and I just get crucified for it all the time.
Well, I want to say one thing because I don't want to hog the panel.
Though,
Go ahead.
because in other religions, they may have a process that they believe, is
Right.
the equivalent to your prayer.
Right.
So who's to say that, they shouldn't be married?
Well, I think we got. I think we, and I don't want to hog the panel either. But I think what we got to do is we speak from what we knows works. Like when I give people business advice, I don't tell them what Joe Blow doing down the street in business. I say, hey, this is what works for me. Now you can take it or leave it. I'm not saying that there's only one way to skin the cat, but I'm telling you how Jesus is gonna make us make it the distance. Now, if a person say, well, I know another way, just don't ask me for that way. I don't know that way. I can't advise you that way. And I think that's why I'm so convicted, because people say it's another way, but that's not my story. So I can't tell you that story. When I tell
the people with whatever talking points they're talking about, couldn't they use that same argument and say, hey, this talking point I have is based on my own experience or what I believe. So
I'm gonna give y'all a little example.
Tell you this is what's gonna work, huh?
I'm gonna give y'all a little example. Like I'm from New Jersey. I'm from Trenton, New Jersey, right? So I'm right close to Philadelphia, right? Gangs don't run Philadelphia. You know who run Philadelphia? The Muslims do. Now, when we sit here and talk about protecting Black women, when we talk about marriage, you don't never hear that stuff from Black Muslims. You don't never hear. Listen, let me tell you something. You put your hand on a Black female Muslim, you come up missing. You understand me? You will come up missing. You cannot mess with a Black Muslim, a woman. They will find you. And when it comes to marriage, listen, bro. I'm gonna just be honest with you because I know a lot of Muslims. There's a lot of discipline there. There's a lot of discipline in marriage. There's a lot of shame when you go outside of that. They just don't play, bro. I mean, so if we want to talk about Christians, I mean, that can get kind of controversial. It's a different type of reputation from the outside looking in. So with them, that they take marriage serious too.
Well, when I speak, most people look at it as I'm discrediting another way. I never discredit. Like I have been on panels and people have told me their way. I had nothing to say. See, the problem that I have is everybody else in the world can tell their way, and we take it for facts. But when a Christian stands up and says, "Hey, I speak my way and my truth," then we got to be the one that's open to listen. Like that's when everybody else say that. So, and that's not to you guys. I believe that more Christians need to have a backbone and they need to step up for what they believe. Now, you can say that it doesn't work from anybody, but we need to be able to start telling. I think the reason the world is in the position it is because so many Christians are quiet. And so I'm not discrediting that the Muslims way doesn't work. I'm just telling them the way that works for me. And it's like a grain of salt. I learned in the military, hey, you got to rock what is for you and you leave what's behind. But that's the point of these panels, is for us to be able to give people ideas on what responsibility to do the research and be able to talk to people that they're accountable to be able to mine out what's the path for their life.
Yeah.
I got a little bit of pushback on that because I just believe that I am only in control of myself. And I also realize that everybody's opinions or beliefs are not going to align with my own. And even if I don't disagree, even if I don't agree with their way, I have to respect that. So, simple. I'm heterosexual. For me, I believe in Christ, and I don't believe that it's intended, based on my religious beliefs, that it's intended to be anything other than a man and a woman. However, for somebody who believes different, I'm not going to be disrespectful to them because of their beliefs, or say that they are wrong for choosing what they've chosen for their life.
Oh,
Right.
you gotta let me respect. You gotta let me respond to that.
Simply,
And,
what they
and
eat don't make me shit.
Wow.
So
mhm.
I'm
and
okay with minding my business.
and
So,
Right. Right.
so,
if I may
all
interject
right.
too and just say,
Go
yeah,
ahead, OG.
I used to be a Christian, right? Like I have nothing against Christians. I have nothing against Christianity. I have a problem with the hypocrisy of some Christians, right? And
Mhm.
they get that have channels, sit on panels, and they
So
try to
do I.
play judge, jury, and executioner of everybody else. But when it comes to their own discretions and their own nefariousness that they do, then it's quiet as a church mouse. And even the other Christians don't tell them where they're wrong. I've actually seen this happen.
Say
Like,
Right.
that.
and for me, a lot of the scrutiny that a lot of Christians and pastors and churches are under now, nah, I'm sorry. For the most part, the black churches and pastors have failed the black community when it comes to helping resources, and not all. Again, I must put this disclaimer out there, but for the majority of them, they have. You can almost see a church, a black church, almost on every doggone corner in every major city that there is, especially the major prosperity featured pastors. And look at the scrutiny that they're coming under right now, where
Right.
Creflo Dollar is all over, TD Jake's daughter all over, social media. And so for me, and what I learned when I stepped back and I studied the culture and religion of my lineage when I studied myself on that, right? And found out what they actually studied was a part of their culture. It wasn't a quote unquote religion. So I don't claim religious anymore, religion. I claim a
So,
spirituality
is she still
based on
talking,
that.
or is it just
Uh,
me that came
yeah,
in?
I'm still talking. Can y'all hear
Uh,
me?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
no, I got here. I can hear you.
Yeah. So for me, the nefarious a lot of times that I see from a lot of the proclaimed Christians in these YouTube streets, and even see it in real life. For me, I want to say this because you said, and you have a right to say that, and that's your opinion, E, and I respect that. But don't be surprised of a lot of people that proclaim Christians that you don't see in heaven. Don't be surprised
Right.
when it's all our turns for judgment. A lot of people that you don't think as a Christian deserve to be there will be there in heaven.
Right.
And it may be a lot of Christians that may not. And that's the part where a lot of holier than thouers Christianity for me, I have a problem with. And that's why I had to step away from the Christianity part of the religious part of the doctrine and a lot of things that I see that was very, very nefarious in the black community. And then that's why I stepped away from it. And I just want to say that. And I'm not talking about all, but I'm talking about some.
Yeah,
well,
look,
so
OG,
can I
OG, I,
respond?
I, I get
Okay.
it, right? Because listen, my dad's a pastor, right? And listen, like I used to be in a youth ministry and all that. I mean, it goes deep. And I used to bump heads all the time, right? And on top of that, I was in Church of God of Christ. I used to bump heads all the time.
Oh.
There's certain things I just wasn't doing, right? I just, with all the meetings and all the conventions, you
Mhm.
know, I just wasn't letting no man try to embarrass me. When my sister had got pregnant, and I heard that the bishop was, getting on her in church and trying to make her apologize and trying to embarrass her. Listen, I'm gonna tell you, y'all lucky I wasn't in New Jersey at the time. I don't. When I'm not. Listen, you're a man like I am. I can go to God like you are. There's certain things I'm just not gonna do. I'm not gonna be scared. Like I'll respect you. I'm not gonna be scared of another man because he got I just certain things I don't do. And I was a type of person that I used to raise my hand all the time. I'm like, make this make sense. Makes that make sense? Like there should be Like, and I talk about the Muslims all the time because I'm from Jersey, so you know they all the way around. I got a lot of friends. Like, there's a discipline there. Like, there's no really discipline in some of the stuff. That's why you see some of the things she's talking about, right? And my thing is some of these scandals that's been out. These people still supporting these people. Like, and that I relate that on YouTube. Like, you seeing some of the stuff going on your favorite content creators channel, but yet you still there. Yo, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm not
So can
dealing
I
with you. I'm leaving the
respond?
church. I'm leaving the panel. I'm leaving all that because I have an individual mindset, and I'm just not going to tolerate it. If you claim to be something, if you're going to do it, some of us follow it wholeheartedly, no matter what it is, no matter what religion, no matter what talking points. But if it becomes something else, some of us will go other places, and some of us will stay and will help. You know, the hypocrisy.
I want to respond to what OG said, right? It is crazy to me, and I'm glad she said it exactly the way she said. It's crazy everybody else protected. We can't talk about the women. We talk about the women. We talk about the women in sentences. You like, you can't talk. We can't talk because they all not the same. But when it comes down to Christians, right? When it comes down to Christians, we can say majority of them do this and majority of them do that, right? It's really important, in my opinion, is that it's really important that we cannot be crucifying people for telling people what they believe. Well, Jennesis made a statement. She said, what a person do in their life is what a person do in their life. And I agree with that. So if somebody decides they want to be homosexual, that's on them. I'm not walking telling people what they should do and what they should not do. But as a Christian, if somebody that's homosexual comes to me and asks me what my spiritual belief is, I have the right to tell them what the Bible says.
Absolutely.
And so it's really one of those things that we still have a voice as Christians, and we still can say these things just because the world say we don't agree with those. I get it. We can say it's bad women, it's bad men, it's bad Christians, but I'm only accountable for me and the men that I can help. Yes, I want to help the world. So the problem with YouTube is everybody want to help. You want to help the person out there in China. That person might not be assigned to you. I'm telling you is that I really believe that the only way the Christians' appearance is going to change, Christians start standing up and doing the right thing. Like when I put myself out there and I said up front, so when I had people call me and say, well, I heard you say this, and I said, thank you, and I apologize that I fell short of being a Christian. I'm going to try. I'm not saying that Christians going to be perfect, and yes, you're going to find errors in our way, but we got to start telling the truth. We can't let the word mute us because we don't agree with their agenda. That's all I'm saying.
And I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think the issue becomes that a lot of these people, rather than doing what you said do and sharing their belief, they stand in judgment of those people when they don't have any authority to judge these people for whatever they're doing, whatever they're saying, because you're not perfect as a Christian. None of us are. You know, God extends his grace to us probably daily. I know at least in my life, he extends his grace to me daily. So I don't think that I have the right to stand and judge somebody else for their quote unquote wrongdoing when I have my own.
So, but it's not
and
just.
Why do you have to go out of your way to do it in the first place?
Yeah,
Like,
and we definitely had to. I definitely said before I even said anything, I said some, not all, and that's including Christians, pastors, churches, men, women, children, like whoever. It's some. It's not all for all of this conversation, but we continuously have to keep throwing that disclaimer out there.
No, OG, you said most. Your statement said most Christians. What most are doing. That was the statement that you.
How many gonna make it in heaven? How many are not?
We don't.
Most not, right? If you read the Bible, most not. So
I know, but we
go on mute.
Who's making it in the heaven? So I'm not judging you by telling you what the Bible says. So say, for example, if a person sinned, Say if it's somebody in my circle, they sin, I say, hey, you're sinning. It's not judging. What I'm doing is I'm bringing the word forward. Now, I don't think you're supposed to be holding random people on the internet accountable. I'm not talking about that. But I do think that if a person is assigned to you and you see that they're going in the wrong direction, it is our responsibility as Christians to pull them back into the right place. Now, they might not be receptive for it, but we do have to say something, especially if it's someone in our inner circle.
But you know what though? Even when I was young, right? And look, I don't. You talking about Chaplain? I done been through it all, bro. But I still understood that when I'm looking at other people that was around me, I'm even talking about 5%ers. I used to be one of those too at a time. Out of everybody, right? The reason why Christians get so much flack is because their approach. You got the Bible thumpers or whatever. Like, listen, you ain't got to go to work doing all. You ain't supposed to be doing that at work anyway. You ain't got to carry your Bible, but you got to be the type of person who light shines so bright, right? That people are going to ask you what type of church you go to without you even saying what type of church you go to. You're supposed to be the living example. I'm not going to go tell you you shouldn't be doing this, you shouldn't be doing that, because Muslims can do the same thing. But it's like, why don't you just display the way of life through your actions of how you are, and you're going to draw people near you. But it'd be the same people who say, well, my religion says this, my religion says that, and they put it out there. But yet, when you go check out their home or when you go behind the scenes, they not representing none of that. And these be the ones that have the scandals and all that type of stuff. So it's like, damn, bro, here you go making us look bad again.
Or you claiming to live this righteous lifestyle, or to be, so deep into church or your religion, and you full of hell. You mean to people. You just flat out mean. And then you wonder why people looking at church folks
and the main thing,
go to church.
And the main thing that I see, you cause discourse among your brethren.
True.
That's one of the main things that I'm seeing in these YouTube streets. You cause discord among your brethren, and that's whether they're Christians or not, or whatever faith they may fall under.
Right.
You're causing a lot of discord among your brethren and your sisterins in these YouTube streets with the nefariousness.
And see, what you're saying right now is people who are saying basically like they're part of something, but they're trying to hold it accountable. You know what I'm saying? Like, why be a part of something you go along with it? Like, and I do see some even Muslims doing certain things as well, and they got to, some of them brothers hold them accountable as well. So we got to just like sometimes like, yo, why even be that person? Because them old school people, they got the Bible in their hand, and it's like, oh, you see them coming, you're like, oh, here we go. But then you got some people that you know what their way of life is, and they just talking to you like Paul said. You got to meet people where they are. So just because I got it right yesterday, I'm gonna come to you and expect you to get it right today. When somebody got it right before me, it's like, you can't do that. You can't be judgmental. You talk to people, and then as they get drawn to you, they like, I like the way Raw B. I like the way she carry herself. Then they get to inquire why, and they start to ask why, and they start to be around her, and it's like, she really don't get on me. She don't judge me. She showed me nothing but love. Like, I like that. And that draws people in just by your behavior, your application. But quoting scriptures and from the Bible or the Quran don't really make you what you say you are.
Right. And
ahead, Ross,
sometimes you get the wrong impression of people. Like Robbie, my first time seeing her, I was like, oh, I don't know about her. She a little rough, I don't know. I had almost written her off, but I was premature in my judgment of her because I hadn't had a conversation with her. And then I saw her in a particular setting where she was probably triggered in that setting. Then I saw her somewhere else, and it was like, wait, is this the same person? She's a totally different person. There's a totally different energy. And had I judged her originally, then I would have missed out on the experience of any future encounters with her because I had prematurely judged her from the first time I had seen her.
Look, I'm from Jersey. When I first saw Raw B, I'm like, yeah, I rock with her.
That part. Oh no. But that's the problem with people on social media. And I'm glad you said that, because I wanted to speak to something Emmanuel said earlier, so it becomes back. And thank you, Miss
Mhm.
the Creative. But a lot of people on social media, how do I put this nicely? They think they're smarter than they really are. They're
Uh-oh.
Come
not
with it.
really
Come with
open.
it.
Hmm?
I
They
said, uh-oh.
No, I was saying, come with it. Come with it now. Come on.
right. They're not really open to new experiences. They're not really open to figuring out abstract ways of thinking. A lot of people think the way that they have been taught in school: 2 plus 2 equals 4. But they forget they were also taught that 1 plus 3 equals 4, that 4
Mhm.
plus 0 equals 4. There's multiple ways to get to an end result. So, for some people, they have to have everything lined up for them in little spots. And anything that goes outside of what they're comfortable to, they are unable to adapt. And you have a lot of people on social media that want to push these agendas based on their inability to adapt. Like, what are you talking about specifically? The life the life that you live is the life that you live, and it's great, it's wonderful for you, but stop making these broad and sweeping generalizations,
Right.
because as we dissect situations and we really get to the atomic layer of it, you often find that what you think is not in fact accurate, but people can't even admit that point. And then for me, YouTube is a game, because I like backing people off in the corners. People will say a whole bunch of stuff. Well, taking it back to math, if and only if, then certain things can be true. If what you're saying is what you wholeheartedly believe and it's true, it amounts up to a different sum total when you're looking at the bigger picture. But when you point out the flaws in that logic, then people are often always trying to move a goalpost. What are you moving a goalpost for? It is what it is, kid. If it's apples and it's oranges, then that equals to a fruit salad. But if we're talking apples to apples, then we have something to talk about. Then, especially like this whole gender war thing, it's nauseating to me
Yeah.
how,
Yeah.
how people are out of touch with reality. Like, and then people tell you how you are going to think about a situation. You can't tell me how I'm going to think about a situation, because it's clearly established that my way of thinking is a much broader canvas than your way of thinking. You cannot ever tell anyone. That's like me telling you I don't have a green thumb the least, telling you how to damn make your plants grow. I'm gonna tell you some shit. You gonna make your plants. They gonna turn brown. They gonna die on today. Don't listen to me if I say that. But you got people out here that will know they do not have a green thumb. Oh no, 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 no. You should do like this. You got people out here putting these aspirations out there, like all these people that are trying to follow in Kevin Samuel's footsteps. Kevin Samuel had a unique way of delivering his content because his thought process was unique and individual to him. So you can't replicate what is unique and individual to somebody. And everybody feels like we should be the same. Why should we be the same? God didn't even make the stars the same. God didn't even make the snowflakes the same. But we all supposed to be carbon copies.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's I think that's probably my biggest issue with this. When we're talking as it relates to relationships and marriages and things like that, like you will cause somebody to miss their purpose if they're listening to you rather than following the divine instruction that they may be getting. I don't want to be responsible for somebody missing out on their blessing or not fulfilling their purpose because I've told them my way of thinking, and I'm shaming them because they don't believe in the same things I believe in or think the same way that I think. Like, I don't know that. I don't have that power. I'm not a guy with the little g, nor am I trying to be.
And
I'm
it's
trying to figure out
unfortunate.
myself.
It's unfortunate, Jennesis, that a lot of that is happening on YouTube. That where just because you have a different opinion of someone, they're literally trying to belittle you or shut you up or
Mhm.
say that your opinion and your view is not the right one, and theirs is because they're trying to influence. They're trying to gain friends and influence people on social media, especially if they have a platform and they have a large platform. That's
Mhm.
why it's so very careful. We need to be so very careful of who we listen to, right? Because
Right.
we know that the influences of the masses come from the media, entertainment, the reality TV and all these things. And now they're coming from people that have large platforms on YouTube, and it becomes repetitious in the psyche of people. That's why, sometimes literally I have been on panels and heard men have speak the exact same tone and talking points as
Mm.
Kevin Samuels did. That to me, that let me know, like every little, literally every word. And
Right.
for me, I'm thinking, wow, do you even have half a brain to think for yourself? Like
And-
some, like sometimes we have to take a look at ourselves and say, what is going on with me that I have to feel the need that I have to be so influenced by another person. And I'm
right.
not saying don't have people in our lives that, now, if they are motivators, if they are inspiring you, if they are encouraging you, if they are pouring into you, that's different. But literally, if you're listening to them like these kids that get hooked on these video games, or some of these people that live their lives vicariously through others, and this is what I'm starting to hear and see in these YouTube streets. It's like you're literally living your life vicariously through certain influencers. And for me, that is problematic. When it comes to our culture, who is already so far behind the needle already, we're fucking losing. Like, that's scary to even think that, right?
Mm-hmm. It's even, at times I hear it and I'm like, okay, I hate to describe it in the way, but it's almost cult-like. Like you want this cult-like following, you
Yep,
know,
Yeah.
and
that
if
part.
they don't agree, then people are shamed or they're shunned, or so they think they're shunning people. And it's like, wait, you think that you have that much power or that much control over adults?
Right.
Who does
And,
that?
But the gag is,
and don't be blatantly like bring it to them raw, uncut, and unedited like I do, like Raw B do. That's
Yeah,
why
raw. Yeah, raw.
when I first heard, I didn't even one time see, because I know I'm different. I know I don't rock. See, I don't rock with the masses for clicks and views and likes, and I
Right.
don't rock with the clicks, and like I'm not down with that. I've been in the industry for over 20 years. I background sing for some famous people, and if they fucking asshole, I don't rock with them. I do my work. I get paid, and I take my ass home. Like in the industry, people are like that too. And this is what I'm seeing on YouTube, like clicks. If you can't rock with them, don't go on their panel. If you do that, I ain't gonna mess with you. I ain't gonna interview. If you interview this person,
Oh
like
man.
what? Like what? Like
Yeah.
really?
Oh man.
Like are you all that in a goddamn bag of chips? Like seriously, what are we doing?
But
I don't.
OG, those
My humility is set up such that I don't believe that about myself. Like, I don't care. And I don't join cliques. And I'm not, because I can be friends with one doesn't mean that if they have an issue with somebody else, that has to be my issue, because I don't roll like that. I'm not going to take ownership of what issue you have with somebody else if they haven't
Right?
dealt with it
Thank you.
with me directly.
but
Thank
those,
you.
but
Change.
those relationships won't last. They won't last long, right?
Right.
Because Like I said, you have people who have a follower's mindset, and you got those of us who have discernment, those of us who are very observant. And after a while, you'll deal with some people to a certain degree until it get to a point where you stop dealing with them. And those of us do know each other around the spaces. We know that y'all see what we see. We know that there's only a small group of us. We know that, damn, I haven't even been here that long, and I see stuff you still haven't seen. Like, how can you not see this? So you will start to look at certain people a certain type of way. You'll start to go other places. You'll start to disappear. Sometimes you'll mute up, and sometimes you just won't come back. And I don't think people understand. Like, certain people are not coming back. And if you have a panel, and I say this, and I don't mind saying it, because as a man, it is what it is. But if I have a panel for the women that I respect, right, and I respect y'all, like, I'm not gonna let nobody come up there and disrespect y'all. And I mean, other men can call that pandering or whatever, but I had a dude get at me because I don't argue with women. I'm like, why would I have to do something unnecessary that don't have to be taking place, bro? Just because you have that issue, don't get on me, because I'm actually dealing with respect for women. Like, what's the problem? Like, I'm not even dealing with that type of behavior. But you see that, so you have people coming up here. Well, I saw you on another panel where I'll be saying this and this and that. Well, she's in company that respects her, so the conversation is cool. And if you saw her somewhere else and she's not that way here, why are you coming up here trying to engage her on an environment that's not even here? Go somewhere else. We're cool right here. Why are you coming with the smoke here?
Sometimes it's for clicks and views.
It's the clout chase. It's the perpetual, never-ending clout chase. And at the end of the day, people like to try to come at me because they really think they be having me in my feelings. And the reality is, this is the mode I be on 150% of the time. I just be laughing at people because, like I said, I love the reactions. Like, why you so bothered? Why you be stuck? I don't give a fuck what you think. Excuse my mouth. I'll send you a cash app. I don't care what you think about me. If it's days later, hours later, weeks later, months later, and you don't agree with something I said, do yourself a service and create some content. I'm not thinking about that conversation. I'm on to some whole other stuff. Like, and what I've noticed on this platform is people just get stuck. They stuck. Right. They find this is really what it is. If you want to really break it down to brass tacks, people find one note that works for them, right? It get them a couple clicks, it get them a couple views, a little bit of attention. So they repeat that so they could keep getting that same attention, because that is how YouTube has taught people. You build an audience, you get money, and you get famous. But the gag of it all is not everybody needs it that way. And there are plenty of people that are beyond wealthy that didn't do the same thing every day and didn't live inside of the box. So do you want to be...
Hey, KCQY.
Yeah, hey, Casey. Do you want to be amongst the working poor, or do you really want to be financially independent? Elon Musk ain't did nothing that nobody else ever did. He's financially independent. He was able to put, what, 46 million on Twitter? Come on, fam. I'm not trying to be a replica and a carbon copy of anybody. And I'm just, it's whatever. But it's funny, Jennesis, what you said earlier, when people be trying to squeeze you out of groups, and then it winds up boomeranging and backlashing on them, because these people, like Nixon said earlier, they don't peep the landscape. They really don't have no idea how deep anybody's ties go on YouTube. They don't even know. Like, you can meet someone and it's just a random conversation. Y'all wind up becoming very cool. Then all of a sudden, that person network is so deep you can't wrap your mind around it. You understand what I'm saying? And then they start plugging you into certain things. But because everybody don't see things on YouTube, they might miss out on their own blessings. Like with me,
right?
People see me and I'm busy on YouTube. So imagine what goes on in real life. Like, I just be laughing like, you got it. Good night. Go to sleep. I don't know.
Well, Raw, you see me. You see me in another part of YouTube. I ain't gonna give out clues, but you see me in another part of YouTube. I watched the whole entire network of people who got themselves up fast. They had a lot of stuff going on. And I'm like, oh, I already see where this is going. So listen, I offered advice. When the first split happened, I know it was going to fracture, and it was going to get. So I offered advice to one of the people. Cool. I go over and the same time they both live. I go offer to another person. Oh, they just when I say they was disrespectful and we don't do this and blah blah. That's all right, cool. I don't never had to come back. When I say it fractured and fractured and fractured, like to there's nothing left. I mean, they not pulling what they used to pull. It's so messed up, and I'm like, you didn't see that coming. I saw that coming a mile away, and they had something going on that was really good. It's gone, all of it. I mean, they had a nice little network. It's destroyed.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, L, and that's
you
true.
know, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Patrice know what I'm talking about. We ain't
Oh yeah,
days.
right. But yeah, and this is a lot of that is starting to happen, right? Along with a lot of the content creators are losing subscribers. Some of them are losing their channels. Like that's how serious a lot of it is getting because when it comes to the personal, you get in my personal life, my personal business. If you go on there with it, then I'm going from off YouTube to straight street, right? Like that's street, like you taking it to the street. And this girl from the south side of Chicago know how to be street too. So this is listen, and I promote especially because of the protection that Black women need. I promote us getting trained, getting certified to protect ourselves, to be getting armed. I'm a promoter of that because I do that myself, right? And I'm out in the community. I do a lot of community work. I'm in the political realm. So I do a lot of things. So when I come on in these streets and try to tell things based off of my perspective of what I'm seeing going on in the streets, I try to bring that real life to YouTube, and along with some skills and experiences that I've had in life with relationships. Now, if I was the type of woman that lived a life of over 50 plus years that I have, and I know every man in my life has not been good to me. They've been a dog, they've been this, they've been that. But I'm not on panels talking about those men. I'm not talking about the men that I no longer date, that I no longer want in my life. I'm talking about the men that I want in my life. So it's for me, it's like I don't get it. I don't understand this whole perspective of why do you feel the need? And to me, that's a man that is angry, bitter, and jaded because one woman or some women in his life has done him wrong. And now he feels that he have to get on panels and make every woman pay for it.
Well, I mean, come on.
That is the problem.
I say this all the time. Like,
I should say some, not all, right? I better put that disclaimer. One more again. I'm gonna put it up there. One more again.
So I say it like this, like to the point that you were making about people being all up in people's business. Like I see great people talk about the only way you get in people's business is if they give it out. That is not true on social media. I refer you to the 10 Commandments video. Check that out. People will actually take their time to go and research your whole life. But what they fail to realize is when you do that, you create a beast. You create a beast because now you know everything you think you need to know. Now what else is going on? So now you did all that. I'm still standing. What's popping? Now it could be war anywhere you want to get it. Now you can know all sides. Are you ready for that? Can you really handle that once Pandora's box is open? It be that part. Like some people be real chill. If people don't know, people could be trained to go whole killers. Like you don't know what somebody's past look like. Stop digging, because after you done digging, somebody could be right at your door. Like stop it, five. Somebody could just get you from
real talk, because they always Robbie, because they always talking about ain't nobody gonna get on the plane. I know somebody that gets on planes, baby. Real talk. And come at me, and I'm licensed to carry. You're going to get 3 to the body and 2 to the head. I'll worry about the rest later. I said that on another panel, and I promise you that God is my witness. I mean that. I would rather be judged by 12 than to be carried by 6, because I'm going to protect me and mine. Period.
I mean, some people Some people get in cars too. They eat up that concrete pavement, honey, and will drive right to your daggone door. But seriously though, YouTube is a joke, and a lot of people are jokes too. Like, come on, stop taking yourself so seriously. And to following the masses, the M is always silent, like y'all following asses. But you don't gotta say something. You can say it with your chest. OG Patrice, all of these men that be on social media complaining, all of these women that be on social media complaining and acting a donkey and talking about how horrible people are as a whole, like not really talking about the social problems, they bitter. They taking the worst thing they ever been through in life and using it for content because they know that that will draw an audience. They know people will be able to resonate with that, and they'll open up their pocketbooks and their wallets and throw that cash, especially if that's their only talking point.
I left this comment from M Mills up on purpose. I can't even get it out. I'm ready to have this conversation. I left it up on purpose, and then Great Pill, he kind of piggybacked on what I wanted to say, but he was saying that people can't be in your personal business unless you let them, and that is not entirely true. And this is how I'm going to tie it into M. Mills. She said that the women on YouTube will bash other Black women every show. Come on already. You have never even been married or had any children. That part right there, they will bash. But as far as knowing somebody's personal business, they will make assumptions about your life and then bash you based on those assumptions that they've made about who you are as a person. And I think if there's no other scenario that is a better example, last week, whatever week it was, when the McDonald's baby mama, they had this woman hog-tied, nailed to a stake, everything about a scenario that was made up. I can't tell you how many stories.
I heard that they end up, that was whole fake. That was whole fake.
But I heard all kinds of stories about how the baby daddy, the kid had called the baby daddy and said they was hungry and all this other stuff that people had just made up in their head. And I'm like, people are really crazy. They were having whole arguments. And I see the same thing on YouTube regularly. Like, people will make up assumptions about a person, then they start to bash them based on the assumption that they've made about them. It's like, wait a minute, come on. And these are the people that are saying, they're running down their resume, they're running down their education. And it's like, come on now. You can't be doing something this dumb, but claim to be this smart on the other side. Like, come on now.
All of that because they disagree with you and they want to sway and influence the people that they want to rock with them to be against you, all because they don't agree with your views and your opinion. Now that for me is the most nefarious thing I've ever heard in my life. And they just straight up lie. Like, people literally are getting on platforms straight up lying on people, like real talk.
True. Yes, like
and when you tell them, oh, I said that, roll back that tape and tell me where I said it.
Right.
Roll back the tape and tell me where I said what you came up on this platform and said I said. Roll back that tape. Where your receipts at? Mr. King or receipts or whoever I always want to say, bring the receipts. Where your receipts at? Lord. See, stop lying. Stop lying.
I cannot. But
that's what it is.
But a lot of people don't really think that they're lying because they lack comprehension. They lack conversational comprehension. They don't know how to pick up on contextual cues. You understand what I'm saying? They lack reading comprehension. Like, at one point, some people had tried to dog some stuff on me, and they just knew they knew what they was talking about, honey. They came out and told the story to the whole wide world. I'm like, damn, let me get my popcorn. Word, that's what happened. Oh, you was there, so clowns, all of them. Hey.
I mean, the stuff.
Yeah, the quiet. Then they be quieter than the church mouse when you say roll that beautiful bean footage back. Roll it back.
I've been on YouTube.
Yeah, I thought so. I'm gonna need you to have several seats.
I've been here for 2 days, and they done already tried to cyber stalk me, thought they had my address, and they just grasping for straws at this point. I'm like, really? Like, this is what y'all do here? Y'all weird, some kind of weird that I don't even know about. But these talking points, y'all know we be all off topic over here, and I don't care because we break the YouTube rules over here. And what? Who gonna do something about it? Nobody. But I heard this whole, talking points. The latest that ties into tonight's topic, it didn't work out. So now what? And Great Pill, I see you. Hey, how you doing? I'm gonna get to you as soon as I say this one thing. But I saw that some ladies were saying that if you're not a pick-me, you will never get married. I was just like, it just went from bad to worse. Like, we got to be pick-me's in order to get married. Like, make it make sense. Because y'all being pick-me's and you're still single. So how is that working out for you? But we supposed to sign up for the same thing. But that's a whole other thing. Hey, Great Pill, how you doing tonight?
I'm good. How y'all doing?
I appreciate you being here.
Yeah. What's going on, Nixon, OG, to the chat, all that good stuff.
Great Pill, I'm still waiting on that tape. I'm still waiting on that video.
I'm still waiting on that smoke. OG. I'm still waiting on that smoke.
But see, I never said that, Great Pill. I'm waiting on you to roll the tape back where I said that.
I'm just waiting on the smoke, OG. That's all I'm saying.
Great Pill. I got no smoke unless I say I got smoke, and I didn't say it that night, but you said I said it.
Okay. I'll go in my petty bag just for you, and if I don't find it, I'll apologize to you. How about that? Is that fair, OG?
Oh, absolutely, that's fair. Because because I know I rolled it. No, I'm just saying I rolled it back because I was going to apologize to you if I said it, because you said I said. I said, well, damn, did I say it? I said I don't remember call saying that. But what I said was, when you rolled that beautiful bean footage back, I said he came up here. I said I came up here because he said he had all the smoke for me. That's what I said. Okay. But you will see it, and we'll be all good. We'll be all good.
No, we're good now. So the fact that you said that and you worded verbatim, you know what? You're good. You don't have to worry about me. I apologize if I misconstrued what you said.
Okay, so no apology accepted. No problem.
I don't go that deep. It's not that deep for me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not that person. It's not that deep. But I will say this on that note, because I know Mandrell, and I know that he's working hard to be a decent, if not better, content creator than some and most that I've seen in these smaller spaces. And when I mean smaller spaces, small subscribers not really getting anything, because even Robbie even said it herself best with the numbers. 1,000 is really nothing. It's great you got the 1,000. Nobody's gonna knock your achievement because it's hard to get up to that 1K, but versus millions of subscribers, 100K subscribers, all the other big ones, because saying same thing Nixon said earlier, like these spaces, I've been on plenty of spaces, nothing like this. You know what I'm saying? So people can take the time out to just go there and be in a more positive light. But my whole thing with that was I felt like it was a time and place for everything when it came to Nathan. Because I had that experience when I had Nathan on my end, and people, not saying you, but just those type of people wanting to come in and quote unquote give him the smoke, and they was begging for the wrench. My chat got so lit, and I was like, yo, this is crazy. But professional as I am at that time, I said, yo, if y'all want this dude so bad, he'll be here next week. Hit that subscribe button, you know what I'm saying, and move on from there. But that's the only thing I say for that. So I mean, you're a grown woman. I can't speak for Mandrell. That's how he got to speak for himself. But I'm just speaking from my point of view from it. I just felt like there's a different point in place and time with that, because I felt disappointed because I do know for a fact Mandrell actually have real talking points and real conversations every Wednesday, and that's something I look forward to. And the fact that I remember him actually asking another big content subscriber, say, "Hey, I took you as a mentor," and that person's like, "Oh, I'm not no mentor." And I was like, you know what, Mandrill, I'll be your mentor, bro. You know what I'm saying? Anything I see you do, whatever, I'm gonna talk to you about him, critique you. If I hear something, and that's how I've been ever since.
Wow.
But as far as anything else on the conversation, I have to say to people, just let sleeping dogs lie. You know what I'm saying? If that's the energy you feel like, these type of people, those small spaces or whatever, hell, even real life, because again, we already know in real life, if you're not paying my bills, you're not affecting anything in my household, I could care less. You know what I'm saying? If you're not touching my car, you're not coming through my window, my door, hey, then that's when OG Patrice should get the bang bangs and hitters. You know what I'm saying? So that's the same kind of energy I feel for everybody else in these YouTube spaces. If you're saying, hey, this is not for me, and you feel uncomfortable, but you had some kind of close relationship to the person, like a bond, because it happens. Hey, go talk to that person for it to give it that 1-2. And if they're still showing their stripes, and you still feel like they're like wolves in sheep clothing, you know what? I just got to fall back respectfully. And I had a person on the back end, even publicly, say, hey, I want to still support this person. I gave an example. There's a dude that I veered away from a long time ago, but I still subscribe to him. I come on, just click the little thumbs up, a thumb down, regardless. You know what I'm saying? I even took the time out. He had he dropped the link. I came in, and just on the strength of the love for him, I came on. It was the same type of energy, and I said, you know what? Dude tried to rush me off, trying to give me no conversation time. I said, oh, okay. I didn't get mad with them. I said, okay, I did. You know what I'm saying? Right. I had people curse me out. I had people send super chats trolling me to other people. Guess what? I didn't get attitude and they said scream and fuss. I just said, yo, you know what? Me and the other homie, like, yo, thank you for the super chats. That's it. Whether you're my own YouTube partner, Minka, when they, quote unquote, shout out to the black pillars out there, sending this person super chat after super chat, it was just like, yo, she almost came out of her frame for a minute, but she reeled back. And guess what we did on the back end, looking, just sitting there laughing, like, yo, she getting 20s, 100s, 50s super chats because people either disagree something she said or didn't like something she said or just a simple troll. But the super chat's coming in. So guess what? You wasting your hard-earned money, if that was, on somebody else voicing their perspective or something, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? I had a person drop too long ago, you know what I'm saying? It's funny, laughing their face live, curse me out, calling me all types of is, but guess what? Smile on my face. You can't, like, that's what I'm saying. I'm like,
happens.
Yeah, it happens, but I'm not gonna give you that energy. That's
but what I don't like is if I'm gonna use me and make it, put my head on the
top. Jennesis, use yourself so nobody else won't get mad at you. That's what I say. I'm gonna use me.
To be mad about, but if I feel disrespected and say I let it slide a couple times, and the third or fourth time I say to myself, well, I'm not gonna be disrespected anymore, so I get disrespectful. That's then fair. It's said that we're not in our feminine energy. This is the same thing that we do in our personal relationships. We're not marriage material and all these other things. And I'm just like, well, wow, is this what YouTube is now? Because somebody disrespects me and I'm disrespectful in return. Now that translates to my personal life.
Sis, you gotta understand this. Ain't no room for disrespect.
Yo, Top, mute your mic, bro, because you're outside that party.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
you're okay, Top.
Yeah, the thing with that
Hold on a second, Patrice. I wasn't finished.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even hear you, baby. I'm sorry.
That's okay. There ain't no room for disrespect. And I had to learn that the hard way. Because Nixon could tell you, me and Nixon been knowing each other for a long time. I used to ignore people. I used to let that shit slide. Nah, that day is over. Fuck you. Who are you talking to? Who exactly are you talking to? sir, ma'am, child. I don't care if it's a baby. Don't come at me sideways. These
Right.
dudes that try to say you're not in your feminine energy, remind them that they are fully operating in theirs. Because the fact that a lot of these men be on these panels and platforms and gossiping and backbiting and acting like little girls down to the schoolyard, that's what they doing. They're in their feminine energy. See, they don't like it when you throw those topics at them. They try to throw masculine energy at women to try to
Yeah,
make
but
you feel a type of way. And at the end of the day, a lot of these dudes, right? A lot of these dudes be saying crazy stuff that don't make no sense. Oh, if you're not fit and feminine, you won't get married. Oh, okay. If you have kids, you won't get chosen. Oh, okay. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we see that's a lot every day. Every day, every day. These people don't know what they're talking about. They just talking because they got lips.
Right.
yeah,
And
but
then,
still, that goes.
I'm sorry,
No, you
Rayfield.
could
Yeah,
go ahead, OG.
I just want to
No, you could. Go
interject.
ahead.
Just, we can't judge people off of just a little bit of experience of what's going on here on YouTube, right? We can't do that. Like, just
You
because,
can't at all.
you know what I'm saying? Because some people are the type of people that will match the energy that you're giving them at the time, right? And there's nothing wrong with a little debate and a little contingence and matching energies to a certain
Right.
extent. But I don't like the labeling that women get when they do that. And it's like, do you realize that I was born with both chromosomes? Like, I got some masculine in me as well as some femininity. Like, I'm gonna need y'all to stop it, because for the most part, a lot of black women, especially single black women, whether you were single black mothers or whatever, and raising children, you have had to be strong in a lot of places where you normally wouldn't have to be if a man was there, right? At some
Right.
point in time, you have had to be strong when, come up to the school when your kid get into a fight and that teacher talking to your kid crazy or whatever, and that man is not there. There's been times in the workplace where, and I will say this as a witness, where, some of the white counterparts are, especially white women, come at black women. They think they could talk to us any kind of way, treat us any kind of way. Like, that happens in real life. And we've always been, oh, I see, I can't be docile. See, you can't silence me. I can't be docile for you. But you're giving me all the energy that you want to bring to me. But when I give it back, it's a problem. Like, nah, come on. I'm matching your energy.
Yeah, but
And but me, I'm not gonna be too disrespectful, right? Like, I don't care.
I
You
am.
can be
I
disrespectful. That's just not
yeah.
where I am. Like,
yeah, but
I'm not gonna match the same energy with you if you calling me out my name, being disrespectful. Like, I'm not gonna do that. And
okay.
we all know that has happened to me on these YouTube streets. But what I did was the opposite of that.
All right. I mean, it's live, so it's live. So I ain't gonna be like, hey, well, remember this video? Whatever. I'm not gonna do all that. All I'm saying
Right.
is, to people on the live, people currently on the panel, people in the chat, if you feel this person or this platform, hell, you don't have to be on the platform. You could just watch it. You know what? I saw Fresh and Fit. You know what? I'm gonna watch them again. They not for me. That red pill talking point, that's trash. I'm gonna move on, go for a whole other sector. There's a Kelly Stamps, peaceful, her little dance, little giggling self. There's live 24/7 4K of Rain. There's places where you can talk to people about music, anime,
Mm-hmm.
karate, cooking. You can go there. You know what I'm saying? That's the point I'm trying to make. So the
Right.
same way we live our lives, and I could say, you know what? I'm dating Jennesis, and guess what? I'm the most rude and disrespectful. And Jennesis, like, you know what? Not today. I don't need it. I got my own. That's the same type of energy we need to give it on these YouTube spaces. If you go on a panel or if you see something and they drop that link, you say, you know what? Maybe I can give a perspective. And they come at you like, you're a beta, you're a simp, or you ain't feminine, you masculine energy. Okay, cool. I had the conversation. That's all I can say. Again, I gave them multiple examples: black, green, purple, yellow, male, and female. Because I'm not gonna just put one in a box. It's everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody got a part to play. I said as many times, online and behind the stage. And I had people say the opposite to me. And half the time, all it do just be me asking a question. One great again, bro. All I'm asking a question. I'm gonna move on. That's it. Hey, shout out to you, man. Boy, man, Miss Creative got so much in common. I like her, yo.
See, Miss
We got a lot of
Creative
common.
is the business.
Yeah, we watched 90 Day Fiance. She about the same Kelly Stamp. Yeah, Kelly Stamp's my girl. I knew her from 2 years back. Filipino P. Like I said, it'd be all these little spaces I'll be at. And these expat shows now. Filipino P is a Filipino, done a thing 2 years ago, 2K subscriber. Look at her. She's at 160K subs. Thank you.
Wow.
Hey, don't get Jennesis started, because she'll be like, she's single.
Hey, she already hit on my homeboy Deuce, so I can't touch my boy Deuce like that. She came at my boy Deuce when she saw his beard and he's from the army. So I was like, I can't compete with that. You know what I'm saying? It's
It's creative.
Hey, Talk Williams, how you doing tonight?
Jennesis, how you doing? Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Oh, yeah, I'm down there in Hyde Park on 53rd Street. They just wrapping up a festival they had at the Promontory.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
like some Afrocentric music, Caribbean type style, and vendors, the food, and everybody just lingering around and doing whatever they do, and that's all it is. But
how's the food?
Says I miss you.
Right.
What he say?
He said I miss you.
He said he miss you.
Oh, I miss you too, Talk. Look, Talk be in these streets. He be out here single and mingling, and I can't keep up. Like, he does a live stream and does the sunrise in Chicago, which is awesome for y'all that don't know.
I just do anything, right? But I want to say hi to the panel, Rob B. Is it Al Nixon?
Yes. How you doing?
The Great Pill Podcast, OG Patrice, and Jennesis. I was listening to what you guys say. Like, I'm gonna just throw my little thought in there about I don't know if it's the manosphere, the simping, the alpha male, the beta, all of it, right? Like, what I try to do is I try to just learn something from it and try to get some takeaways. I personally don't hold any of the panels, the host or the participants. It doesn't matter to me to be correct. It doesn't matter to me to be right. That stuff doesn't matter to me. Like, once I say something and I represent my position, I'm basically expressing my position. People feeling different about it or presenting other information, I take that and I say, okay, that's thought-provoking. I didn't know that, or let me do a little research. I really don't participate in these spaces to make myself or to I don't care about being attacked in that sense, because if I could remove myself from the situation, it's not important to me that I stand there and battle. I'm not going to grab a sword and swing with you and all of that stuff, because the way that I think, the way that I move, the way that I come up through the streets, you cannot control what happens to you or what people say, but I do have a direct influence on my response. So what that means for me is, once I realize what's going on, then now I'm saying something about me when I engage, and I get it. People handle it the way that they want, but for me, it's not important that you say, oh, he's right, or he made his point. Nah, not really, because none of what you said is going to change or rent space in my head anyway. That's why I think that many people, for whatever reasons, I'll say this to you, and I could be wrong, but I'm going to say what I think. People that become highly emotional on these panels, I find it very challenging that they could just leave that on the panel, just knowing human beings.
It doesn't.
I'm just knowing human beings.
Right.
Like, that's why, whether it's women panels or men panels, whether it's women talking about challenges in dealing with men, or men talking about challenges in dealing with women, we still have to be mindful that if we meet on a regular basis and we keep reiterating the same thing, we are actually developing neural networks in our brain to solidify that type of thinking and that paradigm. And I know people think that we're just meeting on Fridays and we're just talking about it 3 times a week, but you're no longer just talking about it. Now you're practicing it. Now it's almost like meditation. Now
Yeah, that's what I said. It gets into the psyche.
yeah, and then people think it's not. Oh, it actually does. That's why when you see people on these panels, I would be surprised. Like I said, I could be wrong. When people are going at it on these panels, there's no way they can walk away from these panels and that just be it.
Yeah.
That's why, like for me, I don't know Jennesis personally. She doesn't know me personally. It doesn't matter if I have a college degree or not. It doesn't even matter if she has one. I come in these panels and I'm thinking she's representing the information that either might be of her interest, her position, or how she understands it, how she understands it, academically, empirically, however that might be. But the last thing that I'm going to do is make any sizable or concerted effort to lobby or win you over, because it's not that serious to me. I like engaging in the panels because I'm surprised of the different perspectives and I learn from that. But that's pretty much it. As far as like the men and the women, I could tell you now, and it applies to both men and women. Like people be having stuff going on. People have been through things. And that's why, to me, everybody is right and everybody is challenged in a way. You know, people's experiences are other experiences. And that's how I see it. And that's the gist of it. Like a lot of people, they're not going to be as transparent and as forthcoming as others may be, and others may be. You know, it's just that, just take it for what it is. That's just my approach. I can't battle with guys and women. You know, I can't do it. It's not that important to me. Like, that's just where I'm at. That's why I enjoy the space.
Yeah.
I
think that what you said was you hit something during your comment. You don't care about somebody's education or lack thereof.
No, I don't.
But many times what I see, that people qualify or disqualify people based on what they see, whether it's education, earnings, profession, relationship or marital status, even the number of subs.
Yeah.
You're qualified or disqualified based on those things rather than your character, rather than the actual input you have into the conversation. They won't listen to certain people if they're not from a particular background or they're currently, you know, engaged in a particular activity. And I'm just like, wow.
But that's fine.
But then we'll talk about different prejudices and biases. Like, make it make sense.
But Jennesis, can I say something? Like, to me, that's fine. Like that's, to me, like, I don't even have an issue with that. Now, do I recognize that that's what it is? Of course I do. But do I personally have an issue with that? No, because I'm going to move the way that I move.
Regardless.
I don't really look for a large percentage of validation or confirmation outside of myself. I really don't. It really doesn't. That's not important to me.
Hey, Tech, can I say something to you? And I get it, and I agree with you. We all on this panel is over 25 years old, right?
Yeah.
So just look at the. Yeah, we are.
We don't know that.
Yeah, we are.
All that gray.
But a lot of the younger generations that's coming in these YouTube streets now that are listening to a lot of these content creators and their points of view and their influence in them, that's the dangerous part, because they coming on here looking for something, right? And they heads in a space, whether they angry, bitter, jaded, sad, just looking for a motivation, a mentor, inspiration, whatever. And depending on who they tune into and the ideology that they're spewing from their mouth can mean a lot to that person. It could be detrimental or it cannot, and it depends on where their headspace is because they are not mentally mature yet in the brain, where they're not fully developed. The cranium, the neurotransmitters, whether they left side, right side brain thinkers, it affects them differently than it would affect us. Would you not agree to that? So this is where we have to be careful when we say certain things and influence, the younger. I'm thinking about the younger generation that's coming in these spaces now and gravitating to certain content creators.
No, I agree with you 100%. No, totally. I would add to that I thought we was talking about us as individuals for a minute. So I would agree with you 1,000%. There's no pushback. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about that. I was just speaking as what I see individually on these panels. I'm not even sure if when somebody has a panel and they have 50 people watching or 500 or 150, I don't know if those others are representing the 25 and under, because most of the 25 and unders that I get exposure to, whether it's through my nephews, my nieces, or some other people, some other young adults through some of the homies or whatever, one, they're not even on YouTube like that. And if they are, they consider that 35 and older group as people who are disconnected from their message anyway, a lot of times, right? So I agree with you totally, though. I'm just saying in the sense of, if me and Jennesis was to get into it tonight, or even me and you, or whoever, right? It's like and it can happen. It can just happen. It's just not that serious. I mean, it's not. If I say something and somebody, a friend of mine flew out here last week from Jersey, from the East Coast. She got here Friday, and she never been to Chicago. So I'm giving it a whole layout Chicago tour, whatever like that. She ain't leave till Tuesday, which really to me, she stayed too long, because I ain't used to no 5-day tour, 4.5-day tour, but it was cool. So Sunday.
Talk is a mess.
Yeah,
you thought you just throw that in.
No, because
I ain't used to a 5-day tour.
Because now the next time she want to come, or for us to get together and go somewhere, she already did that. She just don't know it. So we're gonna skip that next plan. But so me and her got into a discussion about something, and we was going back and forth. And then I said to her, I'll say, okay, you know what? This way they told me to tell you right. She says, what? I said, because it's not that serious. So you probably right. You probably know what you're talking about. And I'm just not up on the information. See, I approach it like that because why do we find it necessary? Like, Jennesis can disagree with me. It don't change me. It don't. Jennesis could not like anything I say, and it doesn't pull anything away from me. It just doesn't.
But Todd, I get what you're saying, but it's some of the other men and the content creators that spew the vitriol, that give you all of the discord and stuff. I get what you're saying. You're different. You're different, and it's some men on here that are like you. But for the most part, the content creators that are influencers are swaying and influencing the opposite of what you're saying you are, and they are spewing the vitriol and the venom and the discord.
So OG, what's your solution to that then? Because again, I'm just hearing the poison that you're saying. I keep hearing, or Jennesis, I keep hearing. So
yeah, I'm saying, I'm sorry. I was saying this is where we have to be careful, and this is where especially the younger ones that's coming on there in search of something. This is where older men and women need to say, hey, if you are in a bad headspace right now, this may not be where you need to be. You may need to be over here where you can get, something from, Tack, who is more open-minded, or something from Nixon, or something from Nelson's counseling. He's a counselor. You know what instead of having that brother who's hurt and angry and mad and jaded come onto a panel where other men are hurt and mad and angry and jaded. It's a vicious cycle of nothing but that.
But it doesn't just have to be the older people, because I could tell you right now, there have been a couple days where I have not been with the nonsense. And you know who helped to get me in a better headspace? This one right here. So
this one who?
Jedi Mike. Jedi Mike. I don't know if you can see Jedi Mike.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Whoever. Yes, so, whoever we can get it from. I invite that. Whoever we can get it from. Yeah.
Yeah, because see, this is the thing. Like, when you're on social media, you're going to meet people, whatever. Everybody's not your friend. These are single-serve friends. Exactly. Just like when you on the airport. If you're in the airplane, you can have the best conversation with the person seated next to you. You can have a shitty conversation with the person seated next to you. It is what it is, kid. Now, if you find people that are cool, you click up with them, y'all spend time together, you grow a relationship, it turns into a friendship, whatever. People that don't serve you, then, sometimes you just got to say, this is entertaining, but at the moment that it stops being entertaining, you just got to be like, you know what? Done. Period. So it becomes personal accountability. Why you keep going in the spaces if you're not entertained to be aggravated?
Exactly. And you got to fall back. I agree.
Right. I agree. I agree with y'all totally on that. I don't, it bothers me. It troubles me. And Rob B, I like you personally. I like your personality. I like women, period, especially black women. So,
amen.
Right. Let me start.
I'm so glad somebody said that. Say that again, Brother Todd. Say you like black women. I love that.
Yeah.
There you go.
We need to hear that more in these spaces.
Yeah, I grew up because I got some Japanese in me. So when I grew up, me and my brothers, they used to talk about how good our hair was, and I used to be like, "Why do they talk about our hair so much?" And then my sister and my mom and them, they told us that, and my dad, he actually said it too, that black people are taught not to like themselves. And we didn't know that. We didn't know. We just
like ourselves, our hair. Yeah.
Didn't know, we wasn't aware of why they were so infatuated. Our hair wasn't good. It was just a little different. And I understand that. And that's why I say like women and men, it's this the vitriol and the discontent and the disappointment and the combativeness is coming from somewhere other than these panels. People just don't show up on these panels and develop it. But I just think that we have to be mindful what we put in our diet. And our part of our diet, our psychology, is if you're getting on panels and you're choosing to be on that, and you find yourself eating arguments and discontent and being distraught and getting all worked up, no matter what the point or the cause is supposed to be, and you keep going back to that says more about you than the people in the panel. That's how I
That's very true. Very true.
It's the same conversation the next day, right? And the day after that, and the day after that. And listen, I've been in conversations, or I'm on certain panels where I hear women and they may have issues with men, and they may be in that mood and they talk about it. I could be in the chat. I don't get offended because, number one, I try not to be like that, right? And it don't offend me because I get it. And a lot of people say, well, we got to push back because There got to be accountability for men. Look, every man will be judged according to his works, right? But
And his
when
deeds.
when I hear women talking about men, and I think like from their point, right, when they're doing a whole bunch of extra stuff that they shouldn't have to do. Now I get why they get frustrated, right? But it's not the time for me to go push back women this, women that, women that. I get it. But I'm not offended because to be honest with you, as a man, I do know some of those men. And some of those men I won't mess with. Some of those men who won't take care of their kids, I don't mess with. So I can't sit
Mm-hmm.
there and this time now I want to push back on the women where it's like this. Everybody on this panel can agree that when it comes to what's wrong in the community, we like to throw it on the women, but even outside our community, they put it on black men. There's even movies where they try to depict us in a certain type of way. So we understand what's attached to our image. We
But
don't
then,
have time to put it on black women. We really don't. Because what am I going to do? Try to hold a woman accountable? I'm a man, right? I got nephews who be on this YouTube stuff, right? He listen to certain type of people. You know, I know his relationship with his dad wasn't there, but he can tell you everything about the type of woman he shouldn't mess with and all that type of stuff by following different stuff on the YouTube. But I tell him, come holler at me because I hear that more than I hear you working on your image as what you can do as a black man. So this is the type of stuff that these men are learning. They learning how to deal with the women they shouldn't learn with. Well, what else are you learning? So why am I going to spend time trying to hold certain women accountable that I'm not even trying to mess with in real life?
Facts.
Rather than me talking to young men and say, look, this is, I've been through this, but this is how I got here. And I'm going to mention it like that, but you never going to hear me complain about my
Yeah.
son's mom and about, you know, the time I got divorced because I played certain parts in that too. So I'm not going to complain about it. And if you want to get married, I'm not going to tank that for you because every situation ain't the same. So I'm not going to bring you that negative message. You know, you got men saying,
Right.
oh, well, if you do this, you're a sucker. If you do that, whatever. First of all, they know, and I purposely do it. You ain't gonna do that to me. I'm gonna tell you what you can do with that. Like you know about look, whatever I like is what I like. You gonna waste your time calling me a pander and a simp and all that because I'm gonna get you right,
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna keep on with my message. Because a man follows what he sees good and bad out of things in his life, and he chooses to become his own man. Not what you want, not what the panel of men want, not all that. I'm not following y'all. I'm not. And I think we're wasting our time complaining constantly about women, less trying to get men together. Iron sharpens iron. Why are we not building up our brothers? That's what I'm here for. I'm not here to complain. Listen, and even about complaining and telling our story. Cool. I'm fine with women talking about it. And if you want to so-called it, complain or whatever you want to call it. But when men do it constantly, it's not a good look. It's really not a good look for us. It's not.
but see, this
And
is
if
the
I could just interject and piggyback off of that, it is, you know what? It's definitely not a good look. By the way, Jennesis, thank you for having me up. But it's just not a good look to me. It's just not. And I might be just a little bit opposite from talk a little bit because I do get pissed off when I'm listening to certain things in the back. It does piss me off and it does affect me in a certain way. You know, a lot of times I don't say anything about it, but it's just so ridiculous. You know, these concepts and these narratives that we're pushing in some of these spaces. You know what I'm saying? And it's easy to say, well, just don't look at it. You know, I look at it because I want to be informed about how people are thinking. You see what I'm saying? It's not that I just absolutely want to be there all the time, but I'd like to understand and have an understanding of, is this really how men are thinking? Is this how some men are conducting themselves? Because I need to be able to give an answer to it. You know what I'm saying? We spend 20 minutes on going back and forth when we disagree about something. When we could nip that in the bud in 5 minutes and say, let's just agree to disagree and move on. But what
right.
we do is and I'm pretty sure it's for clicks, likes, and views because it's got to be. It's got to be. You know, it's that shock. You know, that shock jock thing that people have with their content. You know what I'm saying? You know, as long as I can shock the people and be provocative and blah blah blah, this and that. You know, this is what will draw the people because people love mess. You see, when you present a lot of shit, you draw a lot of flies. See, you call them followers, but they're flies, you know, that are attracted to bullshit, you know, And so I hate to say it that way, but I mean, come on, ladies and gentlemen, we can do much better than what we're doing. You know, we talk about, we get up here and we cry. I'm going to say cry, you know, and they may take my car that I never had away from me, you know, but we get up here and we cry, you know, about how we're being emasculated by the women. But guess what, though? We do a better job of doing that to each other than the women could ever do. You
Say
see what I'm
that.
saying? And maybe some of the gentlemen on the panel know what I'm talking about. But see, we know how to emasculate each other with our words. See, and then we complain about when a woman does it to us. You see, so we're not united. We you know, it seems like we refuse to come together. You know, everybody wants to be right in their own eyes. It's like, come on, man. This is an opportunity that we didn't have in the 80s, you know, and I'm a gentleman that's an older age, but we didn't have all of this YouTube and all of this stuff. You see what I'm saying?
I do. I'm gonna say this real quick, and then I'm gonna be quiet. But the reason a lot of men on these platforms spend all day and night talking about the gender war and nothing else is because the easiest path to where we need to get as a culture is through the family. The hardest path is financially, through politics, establishing wealth, real estate, and power. It takes more energy and effort to get the populace together to achieve those goals. But it takes no effort. All you got to do is put in your title, Black woman, and you're going to have 50 million people, especially if you put something negative behind it. So, you know, while people are talking about leadership, I'm just waiting to see that. That's what I want to see. I want to see a whole bunch of Black men talking about that. That's the turn on. That's the type of men that women will submit to. Women that are thinking about the fortitude of the culture for the future. Like, these talking points are ridiculous. You want people to submit to no power? You here. You want me to be here so that you could feel better? Okay.
But you know what, though,
Well, I
Raw,
didn't
when we
get to
talk
finish
about,
my point. I
okay,
didn't get to
okay,
finish
go
my
ahead.
point.
I
But
apologize, Vaughn.
no, that's okay. That's okay. I always give way to
I,
a
I'll
lady.
chime in after you,
You
bro.
know
Go
what
ahead,
I'm
bro.
saying? Because I don't like to just be contentious and go back and forth. Well, wait a minute. You know, I wasn't finished. You know, there's a such thing as called being a gentleman. And I think we're getting away from that in these streets, in these spaces on YouTube. You know, there's a certain etiquette about being a gentleman that we've lost. You know, some people say chivalry is dead. And why be a gentleman when these women are going to be this, that, and the other? See, you cannot allow the actions of another person to dictate or to change who you should be.
Say that.
I can't change my character just because you out here acting a fool. No. If I'm a gentleman, then that's what I am. You see what I'm saying? Regardless. Does that mean that I'm a simp? Does that mean that I can't respond to you correctly when you come at me wrong? Of course I can. You see what I'm saying? I do the same thing with my wife. I mean, you know, we talk about these perfect marriages. Marriages are not perfect. Marriages are things that we have to work at. You know, everything is not you know, happy-go-lucky all the time in a relationship. And you work through these things, you know. But I don't know. I don't want to get on a rant, and forgive me, but I just wanted to get that off my chest. Thank you all for putting up with me for a few minutes.
Yeah, bro. It's good to finally be on the panel with you, man. I always be rocking with you. I see you in the chat, bro. You always hold it down. What you know what though, and when you talk about accountability, right? Right here, this is what you're witnessing, accountability, right? Because right now, you notice we're talking about Black men. Not once did I hear people try to switch it to Black women. We're talking about Black men right now, and we kept it there. So this is like you having a conversation with your significant other, right? And she wants to bring up some things that, you know, bothers her. That ain't the time for you to want to bring up stuff that you didn't originally bring up in the first place. It's time for you to listen. That's it. And that's what accountability is. We're not putting it on women. We're listening, right? And we're having a conversation. And that's what a lot of people are not doing. We're trying to, once again, you know, don't put leadership in then saying it's not fair or you got to get on them. when it comes to leadership, what's fair? Our position as men, what's fair about that? It's not supposed to be fair. You know what I'm saying? Like, as far as surviving, as far as doing all these things, for men, that's supposed to be like waking up. We don't think about that. This is what we do. If a man don't work, well, what is a man that don't work, but they don't try to produce? There's no fair in that. So we all women get away with this. There's no fair in our position. That's what I don't understand. Why all the crying? There's no fair in that. Men do. That's it. You know,
But I think
and when it comes to survival, if a woman have to protect her kids, right? In the end, that's the survival. But as far as a man, everybody. When we get up, we think of everybody. You know what I'm saying? We make sure everybody is good. And as far as like in the home dynamics, if somebody got to feel uncomfortable, somebody got to lose a little sleep, somebody got to go get a second job because of finances, it better not be your woman. It better be you getting up and doing that. I don't care if you got to walk, you got to get a second job. If your family is okay, and they may be like, having fun or watching TV. I don't get if they got a smile on their face while you walking to your second job, whatever it is. If you that type of man that's really doing this thing, you'll have a smile on your face while you walking to work because you know your family is good. That's what men do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I was saying on that point. Thank y'all. Hello, hi everyone. How you doing?
What's going on, brother?
Hey,
Mike?
hey, Jedi.
How you doing,
man? What's up, man?
But yeah, the one that I said kind of like a little bit pushback. It was like OG Patrice was talking about the younger generation. I'm just below 25. I'll be 24 this year. But the point is that regardless of the audience, is like sometimes you have to understand people can misconstrue just the smallest thing as an audience and say, well, you said this as a content creator, or when you're trying to have a space where you're trying to have talking points, right? And that is like that's something that, fortunately, no matter how you can self-reflect, how you can improve in terms of how you communicate and everything as an audience. Some people are just going to be trying to find a little something out of you, say, well, this is your whole point, you said this whole thing, on both sides of the spectrum, right? Because people fail to listen. And that's why I'm saying, regardless, even on age, just you can be 40. I've seen people, are in their 40s and 50s, and on these platforms arguing with women, and it's like, but you said you hate black men. I'm like, no, I never said that. Like, so that again, I just think people kind of fail to listen in these spaces, right? But and I keep saying this thing, just in order to seek, when you seek to understand, you're seeking peace, right? But unfortunately, in these spaces, on terms of the men's side, especially the black men, it's like we have a space where our voices was not heard sometimes, so therefore we get on these platforms and talk about it, which I do think there's some positive things, like we can have men to share about experiences. But what happened is then when you get into that point, that also invites leads to the invitation of your ego being shut when you have a bunch of people saying, yeah, man, she did this, these black women, XYZ. And what happened is that your ego and all that stuff, you're on a high, but then unfortunately you continually descending because you think you're winning, but soon you realize that, you're basically going to be falling down to the ground. Because I think a lot of men, like just in general in these spaces have arguments, is like we mistake, gliding for flying. When you're gliding, you might be in a high altitude, but you're constantly descending, i.e., the narrative that you keep spewing and not actually going upward into the solution, but going in a downward spiral with the narrative and with these talking points and not going anywhere. You're just complaining. But when you fly like Superman, i.e., like defying your excuses, not being defined by gravity, all stuff, you choose where you land, right? So it's just like that's what I feel. A lot of people need increasing self-awareness of that. It's okay to have conversations about your experiences, but then if there's no end goal to it, then what's the point? You're just running in place. Like that to me, as someone who's younger, is just like, I'm not trying to see my 30s still be on these platforms and just talking about the girl that hurt my feelings when I was in the second grade. I'm just like
Or like the one brother, I ain't gonna mention this, still crying about the girl that didn't take him to the prom. Come on, man, you 50 years old.
What?
Yeah,
I missed it.
He's still bringing up stories about the girl that didn't take him to prom. I'm like, man, you 50, man. If you don't cut that stuff out, man, like,
you know why, Nixon? You know why? Because he's one more piece away from getting that key component to put inside the DeLorean to go back into his high school and find the love of his life and make it happen, brother. That's why he's repeating that, okay? Don't sell
No,
yourself
but
short.
if I work hard and I get all this money, then she gonna respect me. She gonna love me because I got all this money. Meanwhile,
That too.
there's some rich guy who got all this money and all this stuff, but his wife is creeping with the pool guy.
That's true. That's true too. But guess what? That delusional guy, he is gonna build that time machine with his little hands and be in there and go back in 1954 and enjoy that prom. He's gonna have a second chance to F it up again.
I was about to say
That's a good one. That was a good one.
And cry
That was
to
a
you
good
again.
one. That was a good one, Great Pill. That was a good one.
I thought he was about to say, and then the movie is over.
Right. And if I may like interject on that, I think
That was
also
good.
like when you're talking about in that like when I was referring to back like something that happened in second grade is that you can't drive a car looking at your rearview mirror. You're eventually gonna crash. And what I mean by that is like it's a good thing to self-reflect, but if you're not moving forward, not looking ahead, how like your actions might not define you, but what you're defined is your choices, right, and what you do next. And again, I think we don't really pay attention about how we move forward in terms of our culture, because even on both black men complain about black women or black women complain about black men, either way our issue or our culture is in disarray, like point blank period, no matter who you blame it on. And my thing about this is that okay, so that we don't have another day of our culture being complacent and accepting mediocrity as the standard in terms of how we operate between men and women. How are we going to break that? Because again, it's like nothing that never growing is dead, and yet you think in our culture or a lack of there is one. It's like my thing is like, well, what are we having these conversations for if it ain't going nowhere? That's just my point.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, I think that we all are trying to give a perspective or add some value to the conversation, and that's the thing. It's like most of the times when I'm sharing my experiences or my thoughts or perspectives or whatever about women, the way that they treat men, I never try to do it devoid of how men are treated by women also. In other words, it's a misrepresentation to me to express it like the men do this, the men do this, the men do this, and then it's like the women, they're cool. Nah, it's some sneaky, nasty things on both sides, right? And if we lived, we've seen it.
That's true. That's
it's
true.
it's just that once you can understand that you can make sense of it yourself. Well, a lot of that has to do with your personality, what you're made up of. Like myself, when I used to get in trouble as a shorty with the law, I didn't have that many co-defendants. Like couldn't nobody come and recruit me. I was normally the one saying, "Come on, man, let's go down here and whatever like that," because I don't get down like that, right?
Right.
So people don't, like I said earlier, people don't rent space in my head too easily. I just don't do it. And a lot of people, they do it, like your family members. I mean, it's like I love my parents, and I tell my girls, I love y'all, but I love me more. So I'm gonna fall out at the funeral when you die. If you die before me, and some of y'all, I'm not gonna fall out at all, right? But that's what it is,
I like that.
But it's the truth, man. Hey,
Yeah,
listen, that's
my
true.
sister used to
That's
come
real
on,
word.
talk to your nephews, and I used to tell my nephews, you get yourself together. You're gonna be a man soon. You can't be too lazy not to work and too scared to break the law. You got to do one or the other, man. And he said, "Well, Uncle Talk, you don't understand." I don't have to understand because your mother crazy about you, not me. Right. You just my nephew. So that's me, right? But when you're on these panels, a lot of times you run into men and women. They are hurt. Men and women.
Yes.
Thank you.
And it becomes even more challenged when you have someone that's articulate, educated, look good on paper, that is hurt. Because now you can't even get through the facade. You don't know when they're weaponizing their own pain, because they are sophisticated enough to present it in such a way that it seems like they're contributing, but at the whole time they're really getting it off. And that's fine. We don't have to look at each other that deep. We really don't, because we don't really know each other like that. We're just sharing a common space. I'm not taking you home with me. I'm not, you're not taking me home with you. It's not that way. It's like Starbucks. It's like one of the reasons why I love Starbucks. It's a third place. I'm cool with a lot of people at different Starbucks because it's a place where I can share some engagement with you, some social engineering, but I don't necessarily want to take you to my crib. So Starbucks is perfect. So, and it's the same way with these spaces. Jennesis, I heard her say before, look, I love Talk, the way he be moving, he do a certain thing, but Jennesis is not going to invite me to a crib. I mean, why should she? We're talking about this pre-metaverse space we're in. And all I'm saying is, like, for me, I know when it's saying something about me versus the other person, versus the panel, versus the discussion. I know the difference between that. We can all get caught up, but it's just not, how can it be that serious? Is not for me.
Tack, I get what you're saying. I so respect what you're saying, but I'm telling you, you are a different breed. Because listen, it's people getting on these channels and they'll take one conversation or one ideology or one doctrine of what somebody say, a conversation, and they on the yes ma'am or yes sir wagon with that person. Right. Literally. Well, just based off of that, without doing research, without really knowing the other person, without listening to the other perspective of it, they just literally, just because that person said it, they believe it's so.
I see it.
And don't give him the energy.
Another layer to it, because there are, I don't know how to describe them other than to say double standards, because if Talk and I get on and say the same things about being single persons and dating, several people, it's going to be received different from Talk than it will be for me. Talk will be just being a man. Jennesis is going to be a 304, even if we are singles living the exact same lifestyle. They'll high-five him. They'll still have the utmost respect for him when they speak to him. And they'll talk down or be disrespectful to me if I live the same lifestyle as him.
Well, not to mention, if you're having a conversation, when men are speaking loud, raising their voice and being egregious because they disagree with the talking point you have, it's, oh, well, I'm not raising my voice at you. I'm just being passionate. But as a woman, if you're passionate in return and you get to raise your voice, oh, you're being masculine. Oh, you're in your feelings. Oh, you're really angry. What? This is a arousing conversation. Like, can you not take what you're dishing out? No, they really can't, because they're used to just talking at people, not actually having conversations and exchanging information, because God forbid you make them look wrong in front of their people. I'm a grown-ass woman. I've been wrong.
Ooh, you better speak it. You better speak it.
When I'm having conversations, and sometimes you gotta be like, well, damn. I mean, if you have a good, a good argument behind it, then you have the argument. No, well, I hear what you're saying, but this is what I have to back up what I'm saying. But sometimes you just flat out wrong, and you got to be like, shit, well, all right, you got that. You never get that when you go on these spaces. It's, oh, well, you're just being masculine. That's how they end the argument. You being masculine.
All right, now we're going back. Now we're going back in a circle.
No, I'm saying that's how we cannot advance from conversations. If we're having these conversations, it needs to be equal reciprocity. Everybody has the right to be heard.
But what if they're not? That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for solutions.
Well, this conversation that we're having here, is a what if they're not moment. So it doesn't have to be a what about it.
So you're saying let's focus
here.
on panels like these.
Yes, we're here having
I got a solution. Because we're all different, why can't we coexist in the same?
That's a why question. That's a solution question.
Of opinion.
The solution is we keep creating more and more spaces just like this, just like your show, Angelus, just like my show, just like Nixon's show. You know what I'm saying? Where we can sit there and we can have conflicting points of views and just talk about it.
And where we're not fighting with each other. You know what I'm saying?
Also, but even then, but
you know, where we can just conversate. That's the great part about it. You know, and that's what I appreciate about this stream. Because even just now that I interjected, I didn't have to like raise my voice and do all of that. Just try to be a part of the conversation.
There's a mute button.
You know, exactly. But you know what I'm saying, Jedi Mike. You know what I'm saying.
Truth all day.
You know what I'm saying. And sometimes you have to like, okay, well, can I say something? You know, no, it's like it should be an ease. A conversation should be easy. Sometimes it's a difficult subject, but that doesn't mean that we have to make it so difficult as far as how we are relating to each other. And this is what I find a lot in these spaces, and it causes a lot of confusion. You know, you have other listeners that are listening that are still trying to come up to whatever the topic is about, and they're confused. You know, a lot of these topics are leading people astray. You know, it's like we really are going to be held accountable for this information that we be putting out here. You know, and a lot of people don't see it that way, but that's just my opinion. You know, we should be held accountable, and we will be actually, you know, for some of this rhetoric that we are spewing in some of these places, you know.
But also, this is another point, like it's a Rob B's thing where I know me and Grey Pill were going at. It's like, even regardless of platform, it's not really a platform thing. It's also just know how you're able to communicate with somebody and have a conversation. And basically, we're talking about as a skill, really people need to have either perfect or just continue to improve, because we all can fail sometime. But my point is that you have to also know when you know to pick and choose your battles. And it's to a lot of women here, and I'm not saying I'm going to call out anybody. It's just that if somebody's going to say some rhetoric, whatever, you know that, let them. And I'm just like, and you know what you're saying is, is truthful, and you went on these platforms and you said what you said in a calm manner or whatever, in a respectful manner. The truth only doesn't need to be repeated. And so I know a lot of women, they like, they get, for sometimes they want to like get up on those panels, like if I just go, and get in a panel full of men outnumbered and just trying to, say the other point of view. And my thing for me as a man, it's like, I don't want to see women be put in that position where they just like might be bombarded with stuff when it could just like, you know what, let this foolishness just stay over there. I'm not gonna get on there and leave.
Yeah.
Why does
it's very hurtful to watch,
because there's also a thing about walking
serious,
away. Again, regardless of that, that's still gonna happen. Just as a man.
Why does it have to happen?
Because as a man, my point is that there's always gonna be. I'm gonna use, if I'm the man, like a man in the manosphere and all that stuff like that, talking about these points. There's always gonna be black women talking shit about us. Always, no matter how good I can be, no matter how good I am, whatever. Say I'm married, say I'm never disrespected black. No matter if I have actual daughters or anything like that, and I'm there for not taking care of them, or hey, even if I in a co-parenting situation, I take care of my kids, and I know child support, all this stuff like that. And still, they're gonna be black women be hate on me. My point about this is that I don't have to prove myself to anybody. I can have these conversations knowing that where I'm welcome, and then yet letting the truth speak for itself, and then I just keep it moving. And then what I'm saying for women, what I've seen continuously on these spaces, that because they've seen this rhetoric, they think, and I know you get aggravated, but I also know to a point, like, let these fools, let them let them just say, let them have say their talking points and let it rot. Let it rot.
You know what? I'm gonna have to agree with Jedi Mike right there, because
you have your
a lot of times, I see my sisters, they do find themselves in these situations, and it's like you prolong the whole process. When you really don't have to do that. I've seen many of you get up here and just speak what's on your mind, and you're done. Some of you are very good at it. I said what I said, and that's it. You see what I'm saying? But then you have those who want to, just keep going and going and going. And see, now what you're doing is you're doing the same thing that it's just like the stick with the carrot on it. You're just being led around. You know what I'm saying? So
And I
I mean, and even earlier when I talked about how it's okay for us to be gentlemen, it's also okay for a woman to be a lady as well. So
this
she
is
has to conduct herself
Thank
in
you.
likewise manner. You
Thank
see
you.
what I mean? You know,
Thank
now
you.
I know I'm from the old school
And
saying this, and a lot of younger people will hear it and say, yeah, whatever. But I'm a firm believer in being a lady. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Certain
And this
things just shouldn't be
and this is
done.
what is men
Certain things
protecting
just shouldn't
women.
be.
Like
Why
as
do we
men
always
protecting.
talk about women being ladylike and we never talk about the men being gentlemen?
I just said
You
gentlemen
can't be saying
earlier.
listen,
this the
listen,
whole
Genesis.
hour. We've been talking about
I did
men.
mention I
The whole
Can I
spoke
just
to that earlier.
can I just say this really
Wait a
quick,
minute, wait,
please?
hold on. Did I not speak to that earlier about
Yes,
us being
Nixon had
gentlemen?
pointed out
You
too. I
did, you
pointed out.
did. But hold
Oh,
on, because
okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
want to
Von
say
did.
this. I
I
want to
just want
say
to make
this.
sure because see, I'm not a one-sided person.
No, you're
Number
not.
one,
You're
Amen.
I
not.
believe
Amen.
that there should be accountability on both sides of the spectrum. And
Right.
men shouldn't be going back and forth with women. Number one, let me just say this before I get out of here, you know, and maybe they'll invent a card that they can take back from me. But I'm just going to say this, you know, men should not be going back and forth with women. And I'm going to tell you right now, if me and Genesis disagree and I see that we're at a point of contention or something like that, I will digress. I will make my point and I will digress. I don't need to continue to try to make myself right, just like Jedi Mike said.
Right, bro.
Speak the truth and let it stand on its own.
And
You
what
know,
happens?
Agreed.
Yeah, and what
that's
happens is
it.
that as men, I'm saying men that are actually for you, is that this is. I made this joke to somebody on the panel. I'm not going to say, but like when I hear the joke saying that black, no, as black men don't protect black women, is that when I'm telling you, listen, don't go on these panels. And I'm saying, don't. I will not. And this is us allowing you because what's going to happen is you get on these platforms, you'll talk about it, then yet because they're just going to taking these low blows at you, and you sit there, and yet here we go in the comment section. Folks just be like, look at her, look how she's doing all these things. Look at it, look. This is the problem with the modern black woman. Look at this, and what ends up
Right.
happening is that you're basically self sabotaging yourself because you didn't have to be on that platform to begin with, and yet here you are. I'm not saying being humiliated, not that because that you lost the argument, you were wrong. It's because you're being put in a position where you just have folks just doing things just to get you frustrated. And that as a woman, and that's saying I can just say this just easily. Like that's what's wrong with some of you black women. Boom, right? Now look how she cut me off. Look how masculine she is. Boom. And this is the thing that going back to the days as men, we protect y'all, right? And this is one thing that we failed at in a modern day because we allowed this thing because we all of us want to be independent, but at the same time, and yeah, we want to get to the solution. There's something as a man, I will not allow you to be for my my sake, for my respect for you, but more importantly, my love and covering over you. Even if I'm
Yes.
not even in a relationship with you to begin with, like, no, you ain't get on there. Get off.
And that's true. And I mean, but
Right.
this is what Genesis is saying is
I'm hearing
while
a lot
the
of butts and yets,
sisters
a lot of butts and yets. But go ahead,
no,
man.
listen to what I'm saying. Why you cutting me off? That's not very polite. That's not protected. That's not being a covering. Now, what I was getting ready to say is
I'm being beta. I
why
apologize. I'm being a beta.
yeah, you be petty. While our
I said beta. I'm a simp. That's me. I'm sorry.
I'm not even gonna let you. I'm ignoring him right now. While we have a group of gentlemen and our brothers that are standing up to cover us and say, okay, get out of there, get to the chopper now. We, the female delegation, would also appreciate it if in those moments y'all use those tools. And I know Angelus does it all the time. I can't hold y'all. Angelus will come up in the middle of the whole entire legions with a sword, chopping fools down. But we need y'all to get y'all brothers in order, because it shouldn't even have to be where those type of talking points it's problematic for us that is the mentality of the majority of men that look like us. That's the issue.
Can
And
I
I'm not
respond
going
to
to
that?
say that it's hurtful, but it's just like, are y'all okay?
Can I respond to that? This is what I see,
I
Rob.
have-
This is what I see. This is what I see, and same thing with Genesis, because it's like you in your own neighborhood, right? And you only see that one particular thing so much, so consistently. So you gonna say, you know what? It got to be this. It is what it is, and then you feel a certain way. And this is what I like about what I'm seeing now on Genesis panel and on mine, I'm
Yeah.
big on perspective. And Todd put it so perfectly earlier, so perfectly. I like to get the experience from somebody else. And maybe there's something, another perspective I can get. I'm not gonna lie, I've been quoting Vaughn, let's not push back, push forward crap. You know what I'm saying? This is how I talk, Vaughn, so I apologize. I love that for so long, and I'll jump on random panels. I see Marcus in the chat, shout out to him. He was like, hey, you want to check out this space real quick? Because this, it's real cool. And I was like, okay, cool, man. They were speaking some whole politics stuff on a whole nother country, and I'm just like, just listening. And once they said something I can actually come in on a human side of things,
Right.
I said, hey, we always got a lot of pushback, but why don't we push forward? What's the solution here?
Yeah.
I swear everything I love on, everybody got dead quiet.
It's the truth, though.
Everybody got a little pushback. Click, 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 click.
Yeah. Oh, can I just push back? No, let's push forward.
Push forward. Everybody got quiet and they thought, and they started giving solutions. And I said, oh,
exactly.
This is a cool little space over here. I can come over here from time to time, and maybe I can get some solution thought process going. And I moved on. From that point on, I've been solely focused on everything. Like, and I'm old school to the point where maybe I don't have patience when I maybe already felt things five steps ahead, or maybe I'm just that guy that's like want to be Mr. Fix It. I don't know.
Yeah.
But if I'm hearing something, I'm like, okay, maybe this was an echo chamber. Maybe that it was repeated at least twice. You know what I'm saying? Like your old friend. I give an example, Jennesis. Let's say, for example, the same buddy, he crying like, oh man, the girl like Nixon's buddy that can't fix DeLorean and going back and can't go in time, but he's crying 1 week. All right, man, we talked to him, your buddy, let's drink a few, let's go and have a good time. I took you to the titty bar, we showed you some little girls. I showed you another life out there, brother. Don't worry about that girl no more. You good. You know what I'm saying? Prom was over 50 years ago. We okay. And then I come back next week. Talk chill. So I come back next week and I catch him at the bar again. I was like, all right, what's going on? He's spilling the same little rhetoric all over again. Okay, I give him another drink, a few little dollars to the titty bar again. Okay, cool. All right, Now, if I catch that fool in the third week, all right, now you're not just messing up yourself. Now you got me in my feelings because you at my bar I like. You at my place, my little space. You messing up my whole vibes. Now you're gonna get a different type of energy. That's how I roll. So if I'm coming across people, especially people I'm cool with, and I'm considering you a quote unquote friend, and you coming like the second, third, fourth sign, yeah, but these people here, yeah, but those people there, yeah. Like, yo, did we just talk about this? I'm logging on from my hard day's work, coming in my own house, sitting in my little four walls, and I'm hearing this crap. Bruh, it ain't that serious. Why it's not that serious? Because women, you're still beautiful. Brothers, you still cool. You fly. Don't worry about them. Press the exit button. Back out. Go do you. Matter of fact, I can name you 50 spaces. What you like? You like that? Okay, you know what? Go on that little computer in the search engine, type that, and travel your digital ass all the way over there. That's it. So easy. Well, they still said it. You know what? Before there was internet, before there were smartphones, guess what happened in your own town? People were still doing the yappity yap, yap, yap. I'm from the South. I'm from the city. Everybody from the South, people gossiping about you. Your grandmother, aunties, uncle looking out the window peeking. Don't know nothing about your business, but I promise you they got a story to tell about you. Before the internet even it was invented, before YouTube came, before social media, before Facebook, somebody was always talking about you. Somebody was always gossiping about you. I can tell you, so I was 5-time married over in a small town, Blakely, Georgia. And guess what? Nobody knew my first effing name. All they knew was when I actually spoke, you sound, bro, you know how to go, you sound different. Where you from? I'm from Jersey. Oh, you from Jersey? Do you know something? I know the state small. I know the state small. That don't mean I know everybody in Jersey now. Oh, okay. 5 minutes later, after they got your first name and last name, they don't want to bother you no more. But that was the vibe that I was getting. What I was doing, example like Todd gave, I'm still being me. I moved on. I was living in that town, but I wasn't staying in that town. So that's
I
You're
feel
good,
like
Todd.
this.
Yeah.
When we're having, oh, sorry, Talk. I'm gonna say this
No,
real
go
quick.
ahead.
Thank you. I gotta step away for like 2.2
Have Dr.
seconds. But
Dr. Steele spoken? I haven't heard him speak.
Hasn't.
yes,
Hey, how y'all doing?
finding you.
All right. All
I'm doing
right.
fine.
I'm having technical difficulties over here, so I'm not being rude. But hey, T. Shaw, hey, Black David, and anybody else I missed, I'm gonna catch up. But go ahead, Dr. Steele. I'm sorry, y'all.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Um, I have listened, to this panel. Yeah, I was doing something else as I was listening to the panel,
Mm-hmm.
and everything that you've talked about, I have seen all over these YouTube streets. I mean, I've seen content creators lie at each other. I've seen panels that fall apart. That happened Thursday. I have seen, majority women panels who talk down on men. I've seen majority men panels talk down on women. I mean, I've seen it all, and that is not a good look, to whoever's listening.
Yeah.
When you're listening to a content creator, okay, you're looking to get information out of that content creator, to maybe become a better person. That's what I've been doing when I'm listening. And when people in the panel go back and forth, it blurs things, for the listener. It blurs things. And most of the time, in my experience, it make me want to go to another channel if panels are just going back and forth like this. One thing I do want to say, if you are a listener of any content creator, don't just sit back and just take the word for it. Make sure you use your own common sense, use your own critical thinking to think about what the content creator is saying. One thing I want to say about my experience in these YouTube streets, all the content creators I listen to, they may seem like they have the same talking points, but all of them have very different perspectives on it. All of them, just about. That's what I like about it. And in everything they say, you make me think and reflect. And I think that's what all listeners are looking for when you listen to any content creator. They want to learn something more about themselves. They want to think and reflect. And this panel right here, that's what it made me do. You'll listen to it, and I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. But it's just some of these other panels, that just self-destruct, and it's not doing the listener, any good. As you notice, I'm speaking from a listener's perspective here, not just the perspective of a content creator. And by the way, I do have a small channel, but I just teach math lessons. That's it. But yeah, I'm speaking more from a listener standpoint.
I think that a lot of
Dr. Steele,
That's awesome.
Dr. Steele, you have a YouTube channel where you teach math. I may need to come over there because I like having problems helping my granddaughters with the math they have right now. And listen, I ain't been in school in forever. So this math is so new to me. So I might have to check your panel out because listen, I don't understand some of this math that listen. I'm just saying, I might have to check your channel.
Yeah, I mean,
as us older people say, the new math.
Never know who is watching or may see this stream later on and may have children that are in need of some assistance or something. You never know.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, so far, all my videos are not lives. I'm not doing lives, yet.
That's okay.
Oh, that's okay.
Dr. Steele, if you teach a math, go live.
Yeah,
teaching math.
But yeah,
I didn't even see Mandrell. He just popped up, huh?
That's right, Vaughn. I'm here too.
I did. I didn't even see you until just now.
You didn't need to see me until now, Vaughn.
I wasn't paying attention.
Of course
What's up,
not.
brother?
You never do.
What's up,
Vaughn?
brother?
Shut up, Vaughn.
You ain't gonna tell Vaughn to shut up now.
I always do.
He does all the time. Definitely.
And what become?
I always tell Vaughn to shut up. He always comes in spoiling my Grape Hill. I'm on a roll. I'm on a mad tear. Tell us
You just
someone
walked in here. What mad tear are you talking about? You just literally walked in the door.
No, not right now. I'm talking about. I'm giving you an example.
All
I
right,
could be
we
somewhere
focus
on
on
a
the
mad
future,
tear.
sir.
Tell people what they need to hear.
Mandrill.
Vaughn comes
push
in
forward.
and says shit like that.
Let's
Yes,
live
what
in
you
the
just
present
said.
now, Mandrill.
See, exactly. See, that's Vaughn.
Let's carry the oceans through.
Shut up,
Let's
Grape
part
Hill.
the
See,
waves
you're doing it. The same thing
and walk
Vaughn
on
does.
forward because I am divesting over to Vaughn's side now, sir.
Right, because Vaughn likes to come in.
Let's go with where we need to go, sir.
Vaughn comes in and calms me down, and I don't like it. In the wrong time.
At the wrong
At all the wrong times, man. It sounds when I want to be fired up.
Oh man.
You come in now, Mandrill, listen. I think you should really back off a little bit, okay? All right, now you're better than this. I have seen tremendous growth in you, Mandrill, and I'm proud of you, brother. I'd like to see you continue down that road.
See, I like to be encouraging.
And I think you'd be very successful. See, it's shit like that that makes you go like, you know what? He's right. You know what I'm saying? And it's like it's shit like that that makes you go, you see, you know what? He's right. I should calm down and just
Get yourself.
And see, and then I'll snap out of it like, wait, Vaughn, stop it. Get out of here. I don't need to be calmed down right now. Well, yes, you do. I'm sitting here watching. And then out of respect, I have to let Vaughn talk because he don't come up on panels much. You know what I'm saying? So
I try to stay out the way, man.
I have to let him talk. You know what I'm saying? I feel like as a courtesy, I have to let him speak his piece. So he'll speak his piece. I'm just like, golly, man, you just spoil the old mood. I don't even feel like going off now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, we all appreciate you too,
thanks,
man. We appreciate you too, brother, and
all
of your efforts. I see you doing great things, my friend.
You do. You see, I've done great things in my time.
I see you doing great things, sir.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Eugene Steele says he's a professor. I take you a professor of mathematics.
Actually, just a teacher, not a professor though, but just a high school teacher.
Oh, high school. I thought you spoke talking.
It's still crucial.
Yeah, you went to. Yeah,
yes, it is very crucial.
Yeah, it is. I mean, but you went to Auburn, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
my granddaughter's in high school, and that math ain't no joke.
No, they're algebra 2 pre-calculus.
Oh, stop
it!
Trigonometry. Here's the thing: 1 + 1 is 2, right?
I taught to do trigonometry.
I stopped at PEMDAS.
Niggas.
Oh, hold on. 1 + 1 is 2, right? Yeah, the math ain't
trig.
changed. Y'all stop making things harder than it has
math
to
did
be.
change. I had a homeboy had to teach me trig, but just because of
quadratic formula,
bro,
all this stuff. Yeah, I'm in IT, so like this stuff doesn't.
Venn diagrams and such. I get it. Yeah, math ain't hard. It's just it's still numbers. You just have to learn the sequence. That's all. Once you learn the pattern.
Are you good at math, Mandrill? Are you good at math?
I'm all right.
Okay, good, because I'm gonna reach out for some of your help, like Patrice is saying. My
Dr.
son is getting ready to do some stuff
Dr. Steele
too.
teaches it, so he might be a better candidate for that.
No, you are
because
the way I you first, Mandrill, then move on.
Okay, here's
Dr.
the thing.
Steele.
All right, but the way I explain it, the way I explain it might not be conducive to a regular person's learning habits. So I'm going to tell you what it is. What's 1 + 1? 2. It's 2, right? No, why isn't it 4? Because it's 2. Stop asking why. This is the answer. This is how you figure it out. Do it this way.
That's the military approach, right?
Do it this way. Why can't I do it that way? Because I didn't teach you that way. Do it this way and get done with the lesson.
I'm sorry, I blacked out for like a hot 5 seconds. What are you talking about?
Exactly. And see, that's why I can't teach you math, Grape Hill. It's just you're gonna black out like, dang, Nick.
I didn't ask for math, sir.
That's why I can't teach you math. You're gonna black out. And you're just like, you know what? I'm just gonna tune them out. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I hear what you guys are talking about. I heard what you and El Nixon was talking about earlier. Some of it. I was in the grocery store. That supermarket for you Northerners. Okay.
I actually say grocery store.
Yeah, but that's because you're from the South. You just don't know it.
I'm not from the South.
Jennesis, you are so Southern, it ain't funny.
Hey y'all.
Yeah, you from the South. You from like north of Tennessee. You from south of Tennessee. You south of Tennessee South with an F on it. That's how Southern you are. You South.
Mandrell, what's up, Mandrell?
What's up? What's up, man? They still trying to give me a hard time to try to silence me. Top. You know what I'm saying? They try to silence me, man. I'm like, no. Yeah. And wait till y'all see my show Wednesday. I'm gonna have a lot of dudes calling me simp. I don't know what I'm talking about. Shut the F up, Mandrell. And then as soon as they do that, I'm gonna tell. See, this is why y'all niggas don't get no ladies. Okay, this is why. You know, y'all don't know how to talk to them.
Truth, man.
Most of them broke, and y'all don't know. Here's the thing: wait until you see my show Wednesday. Wait until you see it, and pay attention to the title. When I finish making it, when we make that thumbnail, and you see the title of that show, that's it.
Are you gonna get to the topic of the show?
No.
Right.
Actually, I will, Mike. When I feel like it. How about that? How about you learn patience? That's what's wrong with your generation. You got no patience for nothing.
Hey, I had a man tell me, Mandro, I can't say feel no more. You need to know. You a man. You need to know.
Who told you that?
Poppy Blanco.
A mess.
And we still say the long stroke doesn't continue, but still, let's get back to program.
I just got here, Mike. You've been talking for like an hour or so.
Not really.
Whatever.
Oh,
anyway,
Lord,
to the topic.
It's the shady.
We split up. Yikes. The convo with Nixon. Voice of reason. Sometimes he's the voice of reason. Other times, not really. Now, the people in these YouTube trick streets. I mean, there's some people in here who don't need to pay attention to this shit at all. They've taken in too much of it, and it's kind of corrupted their thought process. They really have. I mean, someone who's weak-minded, and I would call names, but you guys won't let me. So exactly. Yeah. See, there it is. There it is. Talk. They won't let me. I will call names, but they won't let me. But anyway, there's some people who are super weak-minded, and when you talk to them, they talk to you in YouTube talking points. Like that's the answer for stuff. And I'm like, no. What do you think? And it's a YouTube talking point. I'm like, what? No, you had to live life and learn something. What do you think about it? So I've come to the conclusion, for the most part, unless someone like Grey Pill Panel or somebody like that, or this one, I'm just entertainment. Fuck it. I can't teach anybody anything. Niggas don't want to listen.
Fair enough.
But it can't be like that when we are thinking about, to the topic, the children and the future. Right. See, a lot of people that are old, right? They're old. They have already lived their life. So they just thinking about the right now, like, oh my God, that's an uncomfortable conversation. Oh my God, I don't want to talk about it. Oh my God. But when we thinking about civil rights leaders of the past, they had all these uncomfortable conversations. And I mean, for me, I know what it is with me. A lot of people are not in my tribe on YouTube, because a lot of people on YouTube is for games and nonsense and drama. The people that are in my tribe are people that, you know what I'm saying, are for that revolution. Because that's what it needs to get back to. And with all the social travesties that we see, all the social injustices that go on, if you're not really looking at the root cause of the solution, what you wasting your time for?
Well, the thing is, Robbie, you have to understand also that everyone thinks they're right. But then when you listen to that point and you think about it for 2 seconds, you're like, no. That can't. How do you get that? But it's something that they've either heard from someone else, or they read in some stupid self-help me book by Joel Osteen. You know what I'm saying? And it's not realistic. And no, it's none of these are their ideas or their own thoughts. I mean, and
Joel Osteen.
Yeah, Joel Osteen.
Joel Osteen.
That fraud. Anyway, these people preach what they've been told. They don't teach what they learn. You know what I'm saying? And you can't tell them shit. No, you're wrong. No, I'm not. Just because I disagree with you doesn't mean I'm wrong. No, it ain't because you disagree with me. It's because you're fucking wrong. No, I'm not. Yeah. Would you like me to explain how you're wrong? No,
they don't.
Oh, okay.
They don't. They never.
I'm saying this because I know for a fact Vaughn and Dr. Steele has seen this encounter I'm talking about while I was on. They were watching this panel. I saw them in the chat. They may not remember it, but they sat there. Would you like me to explain how you're wrong? No.
Okay, so I got.
What's the point of having a conversation then?
See, it's stuff like this Right.
bring us back around to the topic, everybody here that is single has been with somebody before.
Mm-hmm.
We split. So
And we split.
it's said that if you're single, then you're sad or you're lonely, all those things. Do y'all agree or do you disagree? For the single folks, are y'all sad and lonely?
It's
Hey,
for me.
let me
It's
tell you.
it's for momentarily. I can't speak for Talk because Talk
Oh,
is a guy.
Talk is a certified player.
Yeah, Talk a player,
Talk
bro.
is a player.
Talk on a whole nother level, bro. If I'm not damn that Talk in my high school time, I could probably give you your run for money, but you got the cash, so I was like, damn, I'm still losing. You know, you know what I'm saying? So,
but even if you're momentarily single, are you sad and lonely as a single person?
That
for
depends.
longevity,
No,
no.
most
For the
most
moment,
no.
for the moment, for me as a adult
Depends.
male, it's for the moment because again, I got feelings. It's just real talk, Genesis. I got feelings. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna get sad. I'm gonna get upset. But at the end of the day, I made choices whether either I did wrong ultimately or she did wrong ultimately. I had a part to play. So I had to take the time out for me to process on that. And I'm speaking from a current past, you know what I'm saying? Whether it took me 3 months, 6 months, but I stayed active what I need to do for me. You know what I'm saying? And then when I move forward, I didn't go on no hurt people mentality. I said, you know what? Maybe I'm not ready at this moment to be in an exclusive relationship. So I kept it more honest than I would have done in a previous relationship. You know what I'm saying? And that's pretty much how I took it from there. Now, and that was it. You know, am I sad from the beginning? No. I was a little bit disappointed how the outcome went, how I would want it to move forward in that relationship. It didn't, and that was it. But did I take the hurt part of it or the negative part of it and then run to somebody like Jedi Mike, who's could be considered young and impressionable in those spaces and spew rhetoric to him? No, I did not. If anything, if he had something in his relationship that he felt like, you know what, maybe I need that outlet to talk to another guy about it, I didn't go hurt with. I came in with positivity. Hey, this is my experience. This is how we'll move forward with that. You know what I'm saying? And that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could sort of, relate to, the sadness and loneliness. Let me tell you, if you see me in high school and college, oh yeah, I was very lonely. And there were times I was very, very depressed. There are times I broke down and cried. Even today, I would still have my moments, but I think things are starting. I don't do it as much because I had other things. I had other fish to fry at the time, but things are starting to somewhat look up lately. Where I'm getting close to not being that hermit and just being by myself all the time. Because when you're by yourself, sometimes you end up talking to yourself at times.
Don't answer
Nothing
yourself.
wrong with that.
No, don't answer yourself.
Nothing wrong with that.
Don't answer yourself.
Don't talk to yourself. Work it out.
Don't answer yourself.
Nothing wrong with that either. I answer myself all the time.
No, you already screwed it.
You lightweight crap.
Don't do Mr. Steele. You one step from that one right there.
What are you gonna eat today? I don't know, man.
Genesis.
You one step from that fool right there. Don't do it.
But
wait a minute. Why is the room dirty? Well, what you tell me? You tell me.
You don't want to take it too far now. Come on.
Thanks to you
You gotta clean it up. It ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it with y'all today.
Thanks to you. Thanks to YouTube. Things are starting to look up a little bit now.
Right. Well, we're glad that things are looking up for you, Dr. Steele.
Yeah. Well,
don't be sad and
for me,
you going in and out, Mandrell. You're going in and out.
That's a demon right there, Vaughn.
Mandrell, you're going in and out. You're going in.
Pay your internet bill.
I did, and I just upgraded to gig internet.
No, it didn't train. No, they didn't process that transaction.
Yeah, you're
I
going
guess
in
not.
and then you're going
I
out.
just upgraded like 2 days ago. No, last night I upgraded to gig internet. This is crazy.
But you
All
need the
right.
Check
router.
bounce.
So
You need the new router.
I don't pay with check. I didn't. I only
But
pay with rent with checks. Now here's the thing. I got a Netgear Nighthawk though. Not a problem. Shouldn't be. Now the thing is for me, and my
And Fred.
huh?
So Miss Creative said, when I was single, I was never depressed. I enjoy my own company. Girl, that's right.
Yes,
Miss
you can
Creative
enjoy
full
your
of
own
cap.
company.
Yes.
But
So
make
Full
sure
of
you
cap.
have one of
okay.
them long pillows that you could hug up on, because ain't nothing like being wrapped up in the embrace of a tiger.
So
Yeah,
warm your
but also
pillow, Miss Creative, and hug it tight. Warm it and hug it tight.
like I was saying, for
Mhm.
Or
me,
enjoy having the bed to yourself and
oh,
stretch all the way
That
out.
part. That part.
Mhm.
That part.
I can't. I can't.
I'm with Jennesis in
And
that
you
one, man. When
di-
I
diagonally, you
I'm
can
all
roll
out
up
on the
in the
I'm all out
covers.
stretched out feet everywhere else. You know what? Jennesis, real talk. I
What?
still have all that space, but I still would be on the whole one side of the bed. But if company ever be over the night, I'm like, why they just here? Is that weird?
no, it's not. Because I'm the same way. Like,
It's
Jesus, why are
selfish.
you
It's
still?
selfish.
Wait.
No, I just
Man,
it just
I'm
happened.
like, why are
Mandrell.
you still here?
Isn't it
What's
good
up now,
to
Talk?
know that
No, I
though?
said I'm gonna go after you. I'm gonna wait till you finish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, me, I'm alone, but I'm not desperate. Does it get lonely? Sometimes, but don't really bother me like that. I love myself. I like
Okay.
who I am. You know what I'm saying? I'm fucking awesome, and I know it.
Are you?
So, I mean, there's no reason to really get depressed about it. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Okay.
you know, again,
yeah,
Child.
hey, I'll
I'm alone,
respond.
yeah, but I'm not desperate. And there's nothing wrong, Dr. Steele, with answering yourself back. Best friend you'll ever have. Guaranteed.
Oh, child.
All right, Talk, you got it.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh no, I you know what? I enjoy being alone. I do. And the reason
Mm-hmm.
why is because I like that I can have company when I want, and then be alone. I just love it. I love that nobody's staying. They're staying for a few days, and I get to change the person out. I get to swap them out, the different experiences, right? Because I've been through a couple long, lengthy relationships, even though I wasn't married. And the last one that I went through that was a committed relationship, she wound up staying with me for 14 more months before she actually left, even though the relationship was over, because her economics wasn't correct.
Mm.
And I was like, there's no sense in you leaving if you can't, like, whatever. And so she hung around. I just said, just save your money, and like that, right? So I didn't really go through that period in that last committed relationship where we decided to part, and then she was just gone. It was more of, it was weaning it off. And we had talked about it. I said, all right, so what are we going to do about sex? And that thing, are we having people drop us off or pick us up? What are we doing? And we agreed that neither one of us wanted to see that, especially since that's why the relationship was ending anyway. So, when we got bored or we got horny, she called it bored, I called it horny. We had sex, we made love and all that, but the relationship was over. So, I I had the luxury of that. But after that, it was wonderful. It's wonderful. I go around the country and I meet different women, and I just have great conversations with them and be transparent. And then I try to get to the point. I try to streamline it. I remove the economics of it, and it's just a matter of, do you want to spend some time with me? Do we want to do some face to face? Do I need to come where you at? We need to meet somewhere else, or however. I like I said, I had somebody out here 4 or 5 days. I just got this new mattress from firm. They had this mattress firm had this sale, and the mattress was $2,900, but you get the box for the box spring. You get those free. So I just bought this new king size mattress. So the thing that I'm running down to women now, which somebody else will be there tomorrow to test this mattress out tomorrow morning, is I got this new mattress that I paid like $3,000 for, and I need somebody to bounce on it, roll on it, and just give me their honest opinion. Pre-coming.
Wait,
sex.
what?
No, let him finish talking. You cut him off.
No.
So I tell them this is a pre-cum. There's been no ejaculation on this mattress yet, right? So I need you to come and do the, huh?
I said we don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow though.
But tomorrow morning, I'm gonna ask her, can I film it?
We have moved to the rated R part of this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. Parental discretion is advised.
Hey,
Now
I understand how your homeboy feeling. This exact moment, how this mofo was mad at the world. This is a perfect example right here. I'm gonna go ahead and build that DeLorean, go back in my timeline, stop talk where the moment, and just be for his best friend. His best friend.
So my thing is,
machine.
I really enjoy my time because
I'm late for school.
Because I have plenty of time to be with women, right? And I love being with women.
I believe you.
I'm not lying. But I tell you what though, I will say this. When I'm dealing with one where there's a lot of cerebral stimulation, where there is some cerebral stimulation, that's my most enjoyable time. Mm-hmm. You know, when they have nothing on their mind, the conversation can't go beyond the surface level stuff, then it's like the suffrage act. You know, it's different. Yeah. So, but no, I love it.
So I haven't had anybody say they're single and they're saying
audio. Your audio.
My audio.
We're getting an echo.
Is it me, or is Jennesis going in and out, or is it me?
She's going in and out, but somebody before Jennesis had an echo, so somebody had to mute their mic. There was an echo for somebody, but Jennesis was fine.
Thank you, Daryl. Can y'all hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what's happening. I don't know. I guess we worked it out. We're not single, sad, and lonely, but that's what we hear, or we're supposed to be. Like, where did that talking point come from on you?
Honestly, I don't hear it because I choose to ignore it. So that's just me.
And also,
I hear
it too.
I hear it, but I don't think they're talking about. I never take it personal when they say that.
There's nothing personal. Yeah.
It's not.
I hear it, but it doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah.
I literally don't take it personal either, and I hear it a lot on YouTube. And this is the thing. It's a difference between alone and being lonely, right? Like Mandrell and Dr. Steele has said on the panel, right? Like you can be with someone and still be lonely. I mean, you can be married to somebody and still be lonely. Like this is the part that I think these type of talking points, if it don't apply, we have to let it fly. Literally.
There you go.
Let certain things fly over if you know that's not you and it don't apply to you. Absolutely. Like I know a lot of the stances that Mr. Samuels had don't apply to me as a woman. It don't. So I don't worry about it. You know, I'm not in that age category of the women he was talking to. My stance is, thank God. I mean, because I got married when I was 40, 41. And Lord knows, thank God back then, these type of things wasn't going on because this hit the wall stuff. Like, I let it fly all over my head because that stuff just don't apply to me. And I think that we need to know the difference in being alone and being lonely, because it's nothing wrong with taking time, try, and I think that when you are not in a relationship, you should reflect. What is that noise? That's
Well, that's
scrabbling.
top. Just excuse him. That's
Hi.
top.
Oh, that was me. Yeah, that was
Talk
me.
yeah. So just you
He
know, take,
automatically knew it was Todd.
if you're not in a relationship, take that time to reflect. You know what I mean? Like I during the pandemic, I was out of a relationship. I was in a relationship long term, and then I moved to another state, so I don't know nobody. It's during the pandemic, so it's like, okay, these 2 years, until I met the guy I'm dating now, it's like I was cool with that because I was like reflecting on a lot of shit that was going on in the world, myself, even the last relationship. Is like, okay, what can I take out of that and know not to bring it into the next relationship. I got to look at what part I played in it, what part he played in it, it's so much that you can do in that space and time when you are not in a relationship. And just because you're in a relationship don't mean you happy, and don't mean you are not alone or lonely. And I digress, but I just want to make that stance.
Yeah,
If it do not apply, let it fly, honey.
yeah.
I
Because
mean, but
the thing is, I tell
Well, you
people,
people
know what? When you're married with kids and you've been that way for a long time, let me tell you, this alone time is special.
Facts.
I'm just trying to tell you. But I can understand it on the single aspect too. But I'm just saying, hey, come on. It's special sometimes, And I think that's what's given me and my wife a lot of longevity, is because we give each other our space. Even in a relationship, you need space. You
Yep.
can't be sold at the hip 24/7. You know what
Mr.
I'm
Bennett
saying?
said the same thing, Vaughn. Exactly the same
Exactly.
thing.
Who said that?
So
You said who said that,
Mr.
Gray?
Mr. Bennett, he said
Oh,
27 years of
okay.
marriage. All my kids
yeah,
on the outdoor.
and
He said
so some of those,
my wife
yeah,
don't track me. I don't track her. But the other spaces
exactly.
were saying the opposite.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
because there's times
And
where I was in a relationship and I still felt single. Like I felt like I was in a relationship by myself. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
well, that's different. That's
Right.
another
I
story.
felt like I was in a relationship by myself. I'm just like, yeah,
Right.
this ain't gonna work. Look, and there's a lot of people
Exactly.
out there who are married, talking about single people, but they in that same exact situation, but they're married. And they're
right,
married
Right.
and they're
Yeah,
miserable.
yeah,
I'm just like,
right.
I'd rather be
yeah,
single by myself and
Thank
happy
you.
that I'm by myself. That way I can tell you to
yeah,
come and go as I see fit. You know what I'm
And there
saying?
was a time,
And then be married and just be miserable.
and there was a time when I was cool with being by myself and not being with nobody. You know why? And it was by choice. You know why? Because the choices that I had were not good choices for me. You know what
OG,
I mean? Women can be like no guys that have dated guys. No, you're a hole, you're a jerk, you're this, you're that. So I would rather be by myself than to deal with that. So I'm alone by choice right now, because if I made a choice between the guys that wanted me, it's like no, I'd rather be myself, because instead of deal with the bullshit.
Yeah, but see,
OG
OG, I said the
Patrice,
same thing. It
where
works for men too. I chose to be alone. I chose to be unbothered. That's it.
OG Patrice, where did you get your mic from, love? Because your mic is phenomenal.
it's very, yeah, it's up there.
Really, I
You
am
you
on
you you
a
you definitely have a lot of wattage.
wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Oh
fine.
wow, I'm well. Y'all
And
know
I don't
my
even know.
voice.
Listen, I'm always asking you guys, listen, am I too loud? Am I too low?
Mm-mm.
Because I'd like to know, let me know if I'm ever on a panel and I'm like really loud, like sounding really loud, and it may just be the way I have my setup or whatever. Then if you let me know that, then I can kind of pull back and, whatever.
It's a cheap mic, but if I'm
Was
too
I
loud,
was I
I'll
was
speak
I
like
just too
this.
loud just now?
No, you're fine.
What kind of
Oh,
Is
mic
that
is it?
better?
That's what
Is
he's
that
asking.
better?
No, you was fine. Everybody's giving me compliments. What kind of mic is
No,
that?
no. This is actually a cheap little plug-in. It's plugged into my phone, and I bought it from what is it, Best Buy. So it's one of the plug-in things that you plug into your phone and you put in your ears, and it has
Okay.
the microphone. It's like a Bluetooth type thing. I could talk on it on the phone and then talk on it on the panels and stuff like that. But yeah,
Okay.
literally like $30. Seriously.
Good stuff.
So
It could be her phone too, Vaughn. Like
that
she might
book,
no,
got an
no, no,
Apple.
no, no, no. I know,
this,
because see, I'm always checking the volume on mine,
yeah.
because I'm speaking to you through a mic actually right now, and so it has settings on it. So see, I can turn it all the way down, and I don't know. Can you hear me now? See, so I can turn it up and down.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. Big Bad Bull brought to my attention. Did I skip you, Jedi Mike?
You said yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sorry. My
No,
apologies.
no,
So,
it's okay.
question.
You'll cry about it later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. No, I'm about to go sleep after this. But I that to the point about single again, it depends because you don't know what the relationship is, and prior to that, also people handle breakup very differently. Like, because especially when people have abandonment issues, attachment issues, whatever, all that stuff, you have to factor that in, that when they're alone, that, okay, are you single and stuff. But one thing on the negative side, what I think is that yet being by yourself is that, again, you think you think you might be right. And then you think you can probably self-diagnose yourself thinking, oh, I'm okay, when really you're not, So I do think there's important to having some term of outside perspective. But in terms of the relationship sense, again, what OG Patrice said, there's a difference between you being alone and being lonely. Because again, even before you get in a relationship, do you like being with yourself?
For
Wow.
Mm.
Now
That's a
you
good
just
point.
said a statement, young
Now
man. You
yes,
just
sir.
said a statement. A
Yeah.
Yes,
lot
he
of
did.
people don't want to deal with that part.
Nope, he's right. That's right. That's a very good point.
And we have
Yeah.
Facts.
ourselves before we enter a relationship for that reason and other reasons.
Hey, y'all want to hear a spin of that though?
What?
Some of us
No.
that have more than one kid, right? We got that one child
Maybe
that's
it's
like
my
us.
volume. Let me turn my thing down. No, I'm gonna turn this down.
We got that one child that's like us that we always bump heads with. That one child that's like us. For me, I'm that one child from my mom. Like we just like so we bump heads. But I be telling people like if you can't get along with a portion of you that's in a child, think of what somebody that's with you got to deal with the whole version.
Right.
Facts.
But yeah. Nah. All right, I'm gonna go.
Good night, Jedi Mike.
Good night, young man. Good night.
Mike. Well, you know what, El Nixon?
Words of wisdom, sir. Words of
well, you
wisdom.
know what? No, what's
Appreciate you.
You know what it is, El Nixon? That's their problem. That's what that is. Okay, they the one got to deal with it, not me. You know.
Right. Hey, but hold up, Jedi Mike, man. I see you with the wave cap on, bro. So hey,
I gotta ask.
That's what's up.
Okay, I need to ask some beer tips for you. Like, how to I'm maintaining my thing, but I'm just trying how to get to your level.
Oh, with the gray, that years of look.
I mean, the great.
The fullness.
It's stress.
Oh, the fullness.
That's what it is.
Yeah, a little stress, a little wisdom. It just depends. Like everybody here doesn't grow the same. You have some people that have patches they can't even connect.
They can't. Yeah, they can't connect properly.
Yeah.
Yeah, like mine. This is a week's worth of growth right here.
Oh damn.
No shit. I shaved last Friday. I shaved my face. This is a week's worth right here. Yeah.
You don't got no goatee, Tommy.
Why you rub your chin, baby?
Easy on the
but I hope I'm able to add to the conversation.
You just
hey, and Mike, also my bad. Go ahead.
To go to bed. You dropped to the gym. Thank you.
And also, right, you may have little hairs that grow above that. Sometimes, like if you go to your barber, he'll still maintain where the line is at right now. Right. But like, so if I ain't going I only go to my barber once a month. Any other time, I've cut my own hair. So if my beard is down too low, I'll just let it grow out, and I'll maintain it. So it was a little lower now. It's where it's at now.
Gotcha.
So you got to let your barber know, like, look, this is if you have a hair that's actually growing in, just tell them just don't touch it, and you see if it'll actually grow in a little bit more.
Okay, cool. I'm messy. But anyway, go ahead.
I really love the beard game on black men. It makes you guys look so handsome and distinguished and sexy, in my opinion. And when the little gray starts to come in when you get older and come with wise and mature, I love it. It really, I love to see that on you guys. I just want to throw that out there. That's one of my things. So there it is.
Gotcha.
Does that float your boat, Patrice? It floats your boat, right?
Yeah, it kind of does. It kind of does.
Okay. All right. Good night, y'all. Peace.
All right, Mike.
All right, Mike. Later.
Yeah, the beer gang ain't for everybody though. Some
Yeah.
of them,
Right.
like,
Yeah, that's true. I agree.
something else.
Yeah, like me, I can't.
Just like dreads
go
ain't for everybody either. Dreads
Right.
are not for everybody.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
So now I'm gonna get canceled after this next question.
Uh-oh.
She looking down too, Nixon. Look, she
Uh
wrote stuff
oh.
down.
I was reading
Okay.
y'all single, right?
No.
Right.
We are living
Most of us. Most of us.
single
Oh,
in the 90s kind of world.
single, but I don't know. Some maybe, some maybe not. Celibate.
No, hell no.
You asking people to celebrate?
Wait. What's the question? Did I miss?
Wait a
I missed
minute.
the question.
Single or we celibate?
They're single.
Hell no.
Are
You
they?
say celibate?
Yeah,
Yeah, keep it an
celibate.
N in it. Keep it an N.
Yeah,
in it.
because you about to be celibate for real.
Some people celibate and they keep a bit.
Oh man.
Because
They ain't been bent in a while.
part of yourself with the people that you're sleeping with, blah blah blah, all those old talking points that we hear about. So now y'all not single and celibate, right? So
Hell no.
isn't
Yeah,
single and celibate.
it depends. Oh, wait,
I
what
am.
She's getting
constitutes
to a
as
point, man, Joe. Hold on. She's getting to a point.
Right. Please
Okay.
love. This got personal real fast, but I'm going somewhere.
Okay.
If they're single and they're not celibate, if a woman is single and she isn't celibate,
What about her?
do y'all look at it different?
It depends.
I mean, y'all in YouTube, y'all hear the talking points. So
All right. To you and the people in the chat.
Okay, so what is the talking point though? I want to know what the talking point to the question is because I don't know.
If she's single and she's not celibate, then she a 304. She getting ran through, all of that.
All right,
I'm gonna say this number dip. Because yeah, I'm gonna take my own advice with me and talking to everybody saying. So I'm gonna do like this. If you are single, ladies, play the part. If you in the relationship, play the part. If your intent is marriage, play the part. But have the conversation with your mate. Please vet properly to minimize the risk for you, but still have an open mind. I'm not saying cheat. I'm not saying have the idea that people's gonna be divorcing. I'm not saying have the imagination that things gonna break up. But everybody need to have some kind of contingency plan for themselves because hopefully you will want everything to last forever, but unfortunately, some things do not. Okay, been there, done that. You can take it how you want to take it. This is for men and for women. But since she asked about the women, again, if you are a IG thought, and ladies, y'all know the IG thoughts out there, but if you're on that level of thoughtness, but at the same time you saying, I want my tennis marriage, you are delusional. But be single. Act the part. Play the part. Don't do the opposite. Don't say you're single, but at the same time you're a tennis marriage. Don't say you got a boyfriend, but at the same time you're courting. The math doesn't math up. Okay? Because you're gonna have people.
How you figure?
Excuse me?
How you figure that?
Figure what?
Okay, so say I'm single.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm enjoying my season of singleness.
Yes, ma'am. Your season.
But I'm still pro marriage.
Both Daryl Long. Everybody's a thought. Go ahead, Jennesis. I'll just respond to Daryl.
I'm still pro marriage.
Okay.
Although I'm not marriage minded right now.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead with you. You just said key word. You said season. So that means for a time in the moment, you was living your hot girl summer. You were single for the
Say
moment.
anything about a hot girl summer.
But I'm just again, that's me. I apologize. But you said for a season. But you said
that's
you
what
led
y'all,
with a season. And no, y'all,
that.
you led with for a season. You said, "Hey, I'm living my single life for a
that
season."
Doesn't mean that I was having a hot girl summer though.
Okay, I'm correcting myself. I'm saying you led with season. You're single for a season. So again, that could be anything. All right. So when you decide at that moment you don't want to be single no more, you need to start. And you said, "Hey, my intentions is what now? To be in either exclusive relationships, to be in courting for marriage."
Not
you
right.
have to start playing the part. That's what I'm saying. But if you are single for that season, cool, do you. But I'm not saying you, I'm just saying speaking in general. Be honest, whoever's approaching you. Yo, I'm single. I'm not looking for nothing serious. This is what it is. And that's it. Same thing for the guys. If you saying you on that demon time, hey, I'm on that demon time. I don't got time for this, that, third. This is what it is. Most men like talk, and we just heard it in 4K. He keeps it like it is. We heard Mandrell in 4K keeps it like it is. So when men, those type of men like that, they can literally move imagination, move mountains. You know what I'm saying? They can travel, just click the button, travel to another state instantly tonight. They can do that. They can book a flight and do that. I can't. I'm just 100. I got to save up my little coins. I didn't plan for the best. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm still doing a little talking and flirting them back and forth. Taka already making moves on like 10-20. Mandrill already sitting in another country while he got women swimming all over him. And I'm sitting there like, you know what? Give me 6 more months. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reality check that people have to understand for themselves. And that's for men.
But can I say something to the gray pill before he leave?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I will be the first to admit, like I got 4 brothers, right? 2 of my brothers were considered the tall, dark, and handsome prototypes or whatever. You know, the women was crazy about them. So growing up is like this. I just used to catch the residual. Their girl's cousin, one of their younger friends, however that was. I don't have the gift for gab. The women, when they see me, they don't fall over me or any of that stuff. Now, I'm not going to give a woman a blinking issue. She's not going to have problems keeping the eyes open. I ain't terrible on the eyes, but I'm just not that guy. I've never been, right? But here's what I noticed. When the average man, forget the height and all that, can remove the economics, I'm telling you, women, they are a lot more accommodating. That's all I'm going to say.
I want to dissect Jennesis' point because I was addressing that. So I'm maybe she has something else to say in relation to what I said.
Yeah.
To her ex before I take off.
Oh, go ahead,
my life in real lifetime. Anything else, Jennesis? You know what I'm saying before
No, whatever you want to add.
Oh no, I'm saying that if it's something you want to add to what I said to your question.
Oh, not at all. I accepted your answer for what it was.
All right, cool. All right, I'm gonna say this to everybody. All right, down the line, shout out to the chat. Appreciate y'all on the replay. I hope this replay. You know what I'm saying? My suggestion. I can't tell nobody what to do on their own platform, but you should make this Spotify. Let everybody listen to this. Have a good time. You know what I'm saying? I know they don't want to see my ugly face. I know they don't want to see my ugly face.
Whatever, bro.
Shout out to Vaughn. Appreciate you, man. Like always, keep
Thank
that
you,
Holy
sir.
Spirit activate. Holy
Yay.
Spirit.
Holy
Hey,
Spirit.
Dr. Eugene Steele, Mr. Steele, come on home to the Great Pill Podcast, man. Come on home to the Great Pill Podcast. Mandrell, I'm gonna say to you because I'm gonna see you tomorrow, tonight, or whatever the day. So it is what it is. Talk. Hey, it's a pleasure, man. Just always just hearing you.
Always, man. No doubt, man. I love your energy, man.
Hey, anytime, man. That's that Jersey flowing through me. Assholes all day on one end, jerks on the other side. They there,
man.
Clue just chimed in. Appreciate you, man. Hold the fort down.
Yes.
Jennesis.
Shout out to Great Pill Podcast.
Yeah, man. Jennesis is always a pleasure.
Yes, sir.
You keep having that same energy. You know what I'm saying? I rock with you. Oh, yeah, low key. You better be wearing that little cute thing you got going on now for the Tuesdays for the women's panels for Great Pill Podcast. All right. You look a little extra fly. Extra fly.
Well, thank
L. Nixon,
I
like
got
always, brother.
pull out my
I meant to say that too.
closet.
You look beautiful tonight.
Yeah, man.
Not that you don't look any other time beautiful,
Yeah,
but
man. Just a little extra
yeah, you
spice.
really look nice.
Nixon, like
Yeah,
always.
them DMs gonna be popping. I keep telling you.
Always.
Yep.
Always.
Yeah,
Nixon,
whatever.
Hey,
Whatever.
hey,
Whatever.
Hey, hey, no, I'm good. I got a woman. I'm
They
good.
do it, they do it to me.
Yeah, I got a woman too. Shit, fuck.
Shout out.
My
I don't
wife
have
is listening
one.
now,
Like,
even when I said beautiful. We're gonna talk about it later.
Trying to go to
I
bed.
don't have one.
I'm just kidding.
Can I be professional here?
Oh,
I am a content creator.
No, you're not a content creator, Great Pill. No, you're not. Fuck it. That's cap. That's
Hey,
all
Great Pill.
cap.
Hey,
Yes,
Great
sir.
Pill.
All
Check.
cap.
Hey, check the private chat on the way out, and my brother
no problem.
Brian as well. Check the private chat on the way out.
Okay. I
All
got
right,
you.
yes, sir.
Shout out to you, Nixon. Appreciate you, man. As
right, bro.
always, you know what I'm saying? I like the perspectives and conversation.
Shout out to
we do have
Jennesis.
Fennel and co-ed on alternate
Look at that
Tuesday,
smile.
Saturday.
Jennesis has a
Robbie,
good
like
smile.
always, keep being
That
you.
cute smile.
I don't know what to say to you. I'm trying to think of something else. OG Patrice, you know what I'm saying? Don't never bring no smoke. Don't never bring no smoke. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm gonna bring the smoke.
OG. Hold up. 1 second. OG Patrice and I have history.
Oh my God, is this Clue? Oh God, please
Yes, it's
no.
Clue. It is
Oh,
Clue.
no.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
We
it
got
is.
history. We got
Yes, it is.
history.
I got some smoke for you now. I
Yeah.
got
Okay.
some
Let's
for
go.
you.
Let's go. Let's go. If Jennesis will allow it, let's go.
But I would say
Oh,
this.
boy.
All right, well, let me turn the volume down because
It's been a good conversation.
ooh, y'all coming in like a storm.
Listen, it don't even matter. Anything he say tonight,
OG.
I beg
OG
to
Patrice.
differ.
Let me tell you something.
To differ.
Hey, hold up. OG Patrice, let me tell you something. Let me tell you, I'm gonna tell you one thing. I just want to tell you one thing, OG Patrice.
Yes, sir.
Be security, bro.
Hold up. OG Patrice. You got
Yes,
a,
sir.
Dip out, sir.
You got a good voice, OG Patrice.
Thank you. I appreciate
It's
that.
a
I don't beg to
beautiful
differ.
voice.
I don't beg to
You
differ
hit
with that.
the
But
old
anything
school
else,
notes.
anything else you're gonna say on this panel tonight, I beg to differ.
I guess
Now, me and Patrice got history. We just got history. Go ahead.
I guess
Go ahead, Gray Pill.
Yeah, I guess
Go ahead,
Grey
Gray
Pill
Pill.
We literally just went over like what 3 hours of pushback and the lack of courtesy right here. What is going on? But yeah, but y'all
We
have
got history. Me and OG Patrice got history.
and the
That's
echo
all it is.
chamber again.
history.
You got it. You got history,
Yeah.
brother. I'm gonna hug you. Go ahead. Personal hug. You got history. We understand it. You got history. But no, it was a good conversation. But this is the energy, like real talk. That's the solution right here. All right. If Jennesis on her end of the fence, I had somebody literally say that same thing to me, Jennesis, real talk. Well, how did this affect? I said, you know what? Jennesis go big in her end of space. I go big on my end of space. Nixon go big on his. Mandrell go big on his. Talk be big on his. Vaughn and OG Patrice, everybody else be big. Spread out every ends of the quarter. And guess what's going to happen? We'll all meet in the middle. That's it.
Yeah. Well, we talked about solution earlier. The solution is, even if we're having these conversations, right? The solution is to make this type of stuff popular. You know what I'm saying? Versus the other stuff. So, right, if we all spread out,
real talk.
we all network, make
And
this
that's it.
popular.
That's exactly. You know,
That's it.
this should be popular right here. You know, I mean, you know, we look at Fight Club and everybody, you know, they want to be drawn to that type of, you know, stuff like that. But this to me, it just seems to be more fruitful. You know,
Right.
so and
That's
I love
correct.
these kind of conversations, man, where we don't have to attack each other and talk over each other. You know,
Right.
it's just there's a certain ease in it. That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
You know, we can
And
all
just
make our
listen,
point.
and I want to say this, you know, as a black woman, right? Like that
You ain't
knows
black.
the plight of black men. We
you
know the plight of, we know each other's plight, guys. Y'all know, y'all in real talk, real time. We know each other's plight on this earth. I just want to say I love y'all. I love my black men. But we need y'all to love us back.
We do.
OG
Real.
Patrice. Come on now.
Well,
Come on.
here's the thing.
You're on a panel with Clue now. Come on,
Yeah,
OG Patrice. Come on.
I know you
be
love me,
honest.
Clue. I know you love me.
No,
Clue.
I don't love you. Actually, I don't. Actually, I don't love you.
Yes, you do. Yes.
No, I
You
don't.
just don't want to tell
Actually,
nobody.
no.
You just don't want to tell
I
nobody.
don't love you. Actually.
Hey, Clue, Mandrell was trying to say something.
Yeah,
What's up?
OG Patrice, we do love you.
Mandrell trying to say something. That's what he said. Mandrell trying to say something.
Here's the thing, if you listen to these panels, there's one thing that is constant, and unfortunately, I do have to agree with these guys, no matter how ridiculous they sound otherwise, is that I have observed and experienced what they're talking about when they say it seems like black women don't love black men. I can say that I think I have to give credit where credit is due. I have observed and experienced it both, So that seems, and I do see where you have the guys trying to, come to the women in good faith. Now, granted, you got some dustos out there too, more than enough to go around, more than enough dusting dudes to go around. Just look at Fight Club, but it seems to be more so what the guys are trying to connect with black women, but then they've been so traumatized and through so much in their past relationships that they bring that over into when they finally meet a good guy, and he takes the brunt of her wrath. For whatever reason, y'all can't let go of the past and bring it into new relationships. And I, for one, a person like me, I'm not going to deal with it because I don't have to.
Manjarel, can we just let this moment of goodness and love marinate right now? As this black woman is saying to you black men on this panel that I got mad love for y'all. I have marched for y'all. I have protests for y'all. I'm at community meetings fighting police against the men that's killing y'all. Okay. Like, I got mad love for y'all. Let's just let me reciprocate. Can I get some reciprocation? Can I get some reciprocity up in here? Can I just get Clue?
OG.
Give me the reciprocity.
Okay.
Well, I remember you.
Okay. Go ahead.
I remember Clue. I met you at Jay Takashi's stream.
No. I want to hear what Patrice has to say. Go ahead.
You do?
Go ahead. I want to hear what Patrice has to say.
I just want to know that. I just want to say that because I understand what some of you guys are saying, that you don't get that from women. You don't hear that from women. So I have no problem with saying it, because it's unusual that all of us is not saying it to each other during these times, in the place, in the space where we are in the world. This is what we need to be exuberating towards each other.
But I don't have that problem. OG Patrice, I don't have that problem.
You give me a problem every time.
I don't.
Why, Clue? Why?
Okay. Jesus.
It's all love, ladies and gentlemen. It's all love.
I don't have that problem.
It's got to be all love.
Is
love,
it though,
love,
Vaughn?
I don't have that problem, Patrice.
I'm just trying to bridge a gap. Look, if there is a gap, I want to bridge. I want
to say this. Right.
Yeah.
Hey, OG Patrice, before you leave, definitely take down my info on the back or subscribe, because I always try to bump into you, since we met over there.
Absolutely.
Because you already know, number love.
Yes.
Number love.
Right back at you, sir. Thank you. And I appreciate you just saying love right back to me. Thank you so much.
That's right, OG. You know I love you. I got nothing but love for you and black women.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Mandrell.
If nobody else knows that, OG Patrice.
It's so easy to say it. It's so easy to give and receive. See how easy that was, y'all. Let's do that more.
But here's the thing, right? For all these conversations about these certain types of women, right?
Yep,
I saw that Jennesis. I saw that. I saw that. I saw that. I just want to let you know I saw that.
I didn't see it. What happened?
I saw it. I saw it. Jennesis, I saw it.
I missed it. I missed it, so I ain't want to even talk about it. But now, for all these conversations that we have about, especially when we talk about women, the wrong women and all that stuff, we'll have a panel full of women who show us love, and then we don't show it back. So my thing is, like, if like some of us, right, that are on a good mission or in a good place in life, we got to understand, like everything that I am right now, Black women have something to do with that. So
Really?
you got it. You got
Is that true?
Yes, that's come on, bro.
Is that true? Black women
true.
have something to do with that. You
Yes.
need a deep voice.
Yes.
You're talking with your deep voice. Black women have something to do with that. Yeah.
And if I caught you disrespecting any of them that I love,
disrespecting any of the women that
it'd be a problem.
L. Nixon disrespects. Yeah,
Clue.
it's your ass, right?
Hey, Clue, you already know how we get down.
Yes,
don't
sir.
Start that.
Okay.
Don't start that.
I got you.
Here, Clue.
Yeah, Clue,
I got
you.
Right?
Clue,
okay.
Yeah, don't do that, man. That comes off as immature.
No.
Yeah, don't do
this
that.
Is
this
what
ain't
I'm
the place.
saying.
This ain't the place to troll when we having this conversation, bro.
No, I'm not trolling.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not a troll dude. I'm not a trolling type of dude. I'm
but
not.
You're doing it now.
Well,
I'm not trolling.
Put down the OE, whatever you got.
I just like the way that L. Nixon. Hold up. I like the way that L. Nixon has this deep voice. Yeah. And if I'm not gonna let anybody talk bad about my Black women's. Yeah.
Hey, Clue, you need to wipe your mouth, dog. You
Yes,
got
sir.
Some stuff on your mouth and your nose.
I do.
You need to get that off, bro. Not a good look, bro.
Okay. Wow.
Appreciate
so
you,
now,
bro.
where is this conversation going?
I have no idea, bud.
I don't know. It just went way left.
We trying to get back on track, but Clue, I'm trying to figure out.
Trying to get
Clue,
back on track because what I'm doing is I'm trying to sound like L. Nixon and with the deep voice and you niggas need to get in track, Mandrell. You need to get on your game, and Dr. Eugene Steele, you need to get on your game because I'm L. Nixon with the deep ass voice, and Mr. Bryant, you need to get on your game here. OG Patrice, you need to get on your game because I'm L. Nixon with the deep ass voice.
He's a fan. I guess he's a fan.
I'm just playing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
wow. Yeah. Wow.
I'm gonna shut up. I'm shutting up. Go ahead.
Bruh. I mean, I don't know how many women are watching, bro, but this ain't a good look, bro. Come on now. Black man.
Yes, sir.
Come on, bro.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Yeah, with the deep voice. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and mute.
He can't resist.
You got the deep voice. You know what I'm saying, Mandrell? I don't know why you be trolling and talking on Jennesis here, YouTube panel and shit. I don't know why you be doing that shit, but my name is L. Nixon, the voice, and you better keep your voice down here. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Clue, can you digress now?
Okay, well,
can you digress?
Yes.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Trying to have a conversation,
I'm shutting up,
brother.
I'm shutting up.
I don't know.
I'm shutting up.
It sounds
seriously. I'm shutting up.
Yeah, it's a little creepy.
I'm shutting up. Go ahead. Yeah, you got the floor. You got the floor.
And only because I respect the channel, but if not, I would be all on your ass right now. I'll get bored.
You'd be all up on my ass right now with the deep voice right here. Be all up on my ass. Go ahead.
I'm gonna respect the channel.
No. L. Nixon.
He gonna respect the channel.
How about you respect the channel and then go in?
Hey, look, that has been done before. Clue know what it is. I only know how he
I know
act
what
like
it
that.
is. Yeah.
We trying to talk and you doing that BS, bro. Come on now.
What?
Well, thank you. A moment of silence.
Right. This is a damn minstrel show, bro. Come on now. All right, so let's get back on track because he just messed the whole vibe up.
Yeah,
basically what I was saying is, if you have
let's get back to the conversation.
No, go ahead, L. Go ahead, L.
No, I was saying if you have some respect for women on the panel, then represent that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's okay to show love if you complain about a certain group of women, right? But you have the opportunity to have a bunch of respect for women on there. Go with that. You know what I'm saying? This is a good opportunity to represent that. More people need to see that. So, we got to take advantage of opportunities like this.
I think Jennesis having problems again. She fell off.
That's okay. We can keep it going.
Yeah, we'll keep it going. Yeah, we're all good. Raw, you there?
We're all multitasking, probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
y'all know I'm always doing 100 things. I'm
Actually,
moving the
yeah,
group.
Right.
you know what I'm saying? I got the deep voice here, and Rob B, you know what I'm saying? My name is L. Nixon Jr., and, you know, you need to go ahead and speak up, speak your mind, you know what I'm saying?
If you was
I'm
L.
using
Nixon Jr., I would have slapped you already.
You're speaking the deep voice right now. Go ahead.
Clue,
Robbie, go ahead.
Hey, don't
Why
feel
you
bad, brother.
trolling,
Listen,
Clue?
listen. They try to
That's not
imitate
nice.
my
Always.
voice too, as well. You know what I'm saying, brother Nixon? They try to imitate me as well, and they get it totally wrong.
That's right.
So
brother,
you know,
that's right,
I
brother
know how
Nixon.
that feels, but you know what? Hey, man,
I
let
know how
people
that
be
feels.
people. You know what
It's
I'm saying?
flattery, bro.
Here's a good example. Here's a good example.
You know, brother Nixon, I know what it is.
Yeah, often
Yeah,
imitated, never duplicated.
You're gonna get it
Never
one day, brother.
duplicated.
You're gonna get it one day, brother. One day you'll get it.
But it sounds like hatred to me. You know,
Right.
if a brother, why we harping on the
going
way?
on.
Don't nobody
you know,
hate you.
how
It's
deep?
impossible.
No. I'm not talking about you, sir. I'm just saying, why are we harping on how deep a brother's voice is? I mean, come on.
Hey,
What
man,
are
you
we
know, he
talking
might be,
about?
Because if
Can we have a
hold
legitimate
on.
conversation?
Because if you're L.
Vaughn.
Nixon, you got to have a deep voice like
No,
this,
see,
and
see,
you got to
see,
have
see-
you got to speak
Okay,
with
well, I'm done with that. I'm
authority
done with that.
right here.
Genesis,
You got to
that's
speak with
you now.
authority.
I'm done.
You know.
Hey, Vaughn.
All right, bro. I got you.
Can we move the needle?
Yeah,
Can we move the
Yeah,
needle?
yeah, I'm trying
Can we
to.
move the needle? Yeah.
See,
Hold
L.
up.
Nixon, the reason why
OJ
he's doing that-
Patrice. We cannot move the needle until I recognize that I'm speaking just like
Yeah,
L.
mute him,
Nixon, the
please.
voice of
Hey,
whatever.
Hey,
dot,
Clue.
dot, dot.
Clue.
Yeah,
Clue.
yes, sir. Go ahead. Yeah.
Cam up so we can see what your basement look like. Because that's where I know you live at, dog. Cam up.
Hey,
L. Nixon,
Cam up.
you better watch out.
Cam
L.
up so we can
Nixon.
see what
I
your
mean,
basement look like.
He might be imitating you because he's into you or something.
Why
like
you
that.
want to cam up? Why you want me to cam up?
Yeah,
I'm
he
just
is
saying,
kind of
he
throwed
might be
off.
in-
He is kind of throwed off.
Yeah, you might be
Why-
into that
why-
kind of thing. I don't know.
You have to ask yourself,
Hey.
why is the brother L. Nixon speaking
Hey.
like this
Get
in
it
this
in
voice
now.
right here?
Get it in right now. You might be on punishment after
Oh
the
my
night.
God, thank you. That's so much better. That is so much better.
It's always the dudes that live with their mom in the basement that got all that.
You know, now I don't live with my mama. Yeah, actually, yeah. You know, I'm L.
Clue
Nixon
channel,
Jr.
you
and I
been
live in
sipping
a
on
whole.
the sauce tonight.
No,
You ain't had no cocktails tonight.
I had
He got
150
He can't afford-
cocktails
he can't
tonight.
afford-
Yeah,
I had a
think
whole
he
lot.
has. I think
I
he
had
has.
a whole lot of cocktails. I'm just making fun of L. Nixon, the voice of
Oh.
dot dot dot.
The guy.
afford cocktails.
Hey, Clue, you got a bus
He
pass working.
speaks. He
Clue.
speaks like
Hey, Clue.
this. He got this
Clue.
voice right here and this monotone voice right here.
You got a bus pass and work at the gas station, don't you? That's what you sound like, bro. You sound like you got issues, bro.
What you got a beef with the gas station? What's wrong with the gas station? We selling shit at $7 a gallon. What you got? You got a problem with that?
This dude
we
is
making money
remedial.
over here. We're making money over here.
Straight remedial.
L, don't do it. Genesis, move
I'm
the
making
needle.
money off of you niggas.
He probably
streaming it.
Genesis. He
Genesis.
probably streaming it right now.
Genesis, this is your channel. Go ahead.
You gotta behave now.
Yes, ma'am.
Break
I will.
down.
I'm behaving as of right now.
Thank
as
you
of
very
right now.
Okay, now what will we talk about? We got to get back on topic.
You're talking about being alone, exes, and
Yes.
shit like that. Yes.
Being
And,
sad.
yeah, these lamos.
And-
on
Did
YouTube.
everybody get their chance? I didn't hear Raw, or did she get her chance to give her perspective?
Patrice.
My
Hush.
perspective is like
Hush,
this.
Patrice.
If you're
Hush.
single, Clue, relax a little bit, please. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, drop the link again.
If
Peace,
you
love, best
single-
support.
Yeah.
If you're single, live your best life. Like, it's your time to explore.
I ain't single. I got a whole wife.
Oh, good. It's your time to flirt. It's your time to play. It's your time to do whatever it is you want to do. Don't take nobody seriously until you want to, because people are not serious nowadays. I don't know. People be going through it because they by themselves. Like, do you got things to do? I don't know.
If they're going through it by themselves because they're by themselves, are they really ready for a relationship then?
Absolutely not. Hold on. That's it.
Hey, you don't
Now,
like
hold
your
on.
company.
Baby.
Oh, Robbie, you cute.
Thank you.
Jennesis, Raw B is kind of cute.
Thank you. But seriously though, like you may have moments when you're by yourself that things will be a little bit more, that it'll take a little more fortitude to navigate, right? And you may have moments where you're like, oh God, oh, this is
They're long in the building.
But however,
now wait a minute, hold on, brother. Are you going to just disrupt everything that everybody tries to say? Because at this point, you're being disruptive in the conversation. I mean, is that your intent for being on the show? I'm just asking you a question, brother. Clue.
I'm just shouting out the new people who.
Because if
I'm shouting out the new people who have
come up. If that's your point,
every show, bro.
Then
what I'm doing is shouting out the new people on the panel.
I can't do it.
I see the book of, and I see Daryl Long. Daryl Long has joined the panel, and I'm shouting him out.
I'll tell you what, listen.
He's a good brother.
I'm going to say good night to everyone. Thank you, Jennesis, for having me on.
Jesus Christ.
Everybody on the panel, God bless you.
What's up, Von Brian? I see you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I see you too. Yeah, I can't do that, man. You know, it's obvious this brother's coming up here to cause discord. And you know, when we allow this type of shit to go on, when we're trying to have a decent conversation, it shows us up in a way. You know what I'm saying? Like, enough is enough. A joke is a joke and it's okay. You know, but when you go too far with it, come on. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to get somewhere here. You know, I don't have a whole nother 2 hours, which I would be here with you all another 2 hours if it's beneficial and meaningful.
Right.
But if it's a bunch of bullshit, no, man, come on. By all means, let that brother go on and continue to sip or whatever he's doing.
Yeah, drop
Vaughn,
that piece of love come up.
He's still mad. He's still mad because I booted him.
And that's not my show, Jennesis, and I don't mean to disrespect you in any type of way. I was just speaking my opinion, and you know, please forgive me for saying it that way. But come on, you know, people are hurting
I booted
out
him
here.
off.
People are hurting.
I booted him off
here.
on the previous panel. That's why he got issues with me.
Yeah, people actually have issues, and
Oh.
this is a type of therapy.
This just what Von Brian said. If somebody has a disagreement on a show and they leave, they take that with them. They don't leave it at whatever show or whatever point the disagreement happened.
Hey, peace, love. How you doing?
Hey, how are you doing?
Hey, peace, love.
Hey, I just came on. Hey, I just came on because Clue was obnoxious, and I wanted to talk to you, Jennesis, and ask him to
Yeah, I've never heard of this brother.
Basically,
before.
chill the F out.
Well,
At least now I
obnoxious.
know.
He ruins every single panel. I don't know if he hits a joint or drinks before he decides to come on.
Yeah,
but
That's
his
funny.
whole it's like I know that he must have missed kindergarten or preschool or something where they teach you basic etiquette. But yeah, that's the only reason why I came out. He was just completely ruining the show. So, all right, that's it.
Peace, love. Peace, love.
Peace out. Peace
Hey.
out.
Thank you, peace, love.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Hey.
Sorry, my light is.
I'm right. Yeah.
I know,
finally
I'm so rude. My light is dim, y'all. Hold on one second.
No, that's all right. I just want to actually say hello to you while you've cammed up for a
Oh,
change.
okay. Hi, it's good to see you.
Yeah. And you seem to be in a much better mood than you were the other day.
Oh, whatever. Leave me alone.
I was saying you don't want to drop any
I had a
videos.
moment.
Okay, fair enough. You had a moment, but
Yes.
the only video you dropped like that in recent weeks.
I had a moment.
Like I said last
sometimes
night,
you just got to put people in their place.
I don't want no smoke. Yeah, like I said last night, I don't. Peace, love. I don't want no smoke. I don't.
None.
No, none. I don't. I'd rather
What
not.
up, Daryl? I see you down there.
Right.
Brother, how you doing, man?
Look at Marcus.
Yeah, book Marcus.
How y'all
Daryl
doing?
Long.
What up,
How y'all
Mark?
doing?
What's going on?
Hello,
What's up?
everyone.
I came up here just because, just like Peace Love says, like, that's not cool because the conversation was going great and I actually love what y'all were saying. And Jennesis is looking lovely. L. Nixon, you got to respect, bro. Mad beard game. OG Patrice, I love you too. Von Bryant, you're always that voice of tranquility. Mandrell, you got those, you never know what you're going to get, but at least I respect the fact that you can be a dynamite like that. And then Tack Williams, your uncle to me. You call me nephew. Rob B, I love and support you. Daryl, I always show appreciation to you, bro. You go back. Peace, love. I see you in the chat. So that's just why I want to come up here because, I don't want that was great what you guys are doing until he showed up. And, Rob B knows me and Clue had our interaction before behind the scenes. I'm going to just leave it at that.
I'm really surprised because I shared panel with him on another channel, and this is first time I ever seen this type of behavior. So what you guys saying, no, he always act like, I'm like, oh wow, does he? Because I've never experienced that. So this was different for me.
Everybody has an off day.
No, what time of night
Why
was
are you making it light? He's an asshole. I don't know
Yeah,
why
he's-
y'all make it light. I hate when women make it so light. He's
There
an
you go.
asshole.
There you go, baby. Hey,
Yeah, I don't really
peace,
know
love.
bro like that at
See,
all.
and that's what I mean when I say people. That's what I mean when I say people get on certain panels and they are totally different from when they on other panels. I've witnessed that myself. So I see exactly what she's saying, because I've witnessed where somebody been one way on another channel and they go on a channel and they're a whole nother different person. So yeah.
The thing is, what y'all
Well-
want to do, what y'all don't want to do is get peace, love riled up.
Right.
Well, listen.
I mean, I
listen.
guess that goes for anybody, you know.
Listen, she's from the B sector, and I'm from the side of the black sector where we just pop it off. But like I said, I respect the content creator's channel. But if he was on the channel where it go down, it'd be a whole different story. But I'll definitely I'm mostly calm.
Very respectful.
Yeah, I'm mostly calm for a reason, because all that, I don't believe in all that doxing and all that type of stuff. But if I ever had somebody information like that, you know what, I'm gonna mute it up. Like, I don't play with that.
Yeah, it's a time and place for everything, man. I was really enjoying your conversation too. I was out and about taking care of shit, and it was about to say it was flowing, and I heard him going at you, L Nixon, over the voice, and to me, it sounded kind of like suspect. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it was suspect.
You know what I mean? That's
Like I said, he might be into you, L Nixon. I said that before.
Like, why is somebody always listen? Why is somebody always trying to imitate your voice? I still don't understand that.
Well, with you,
I
Vaughn, you know
digress.
why, Vaughn?
I
Let me
digress.
know.
Hey, no, that's flattery though. I'm not worrying about that. That's flattery. I just didn't want him to interrupt the panel. Like, if he want to be weird and look weird,
Mandrell right now.
Well,
let him do it if he want to look weird. I just don't want him to mess up the conversation.
Right. I don't understand it either, Vaughn. Why would
Yeah, but you, Vaughn, you sound like Motown Records.
Vaughn, I told you, Vaughn would come in. I'll be on a mad tear to somebody, right? Vaughn would cam up, like he's not cam up, but he'd do the avatar thing and start talking. I'm just like, and I'll calm down. And then I get mad at him for calming me down.
Vaughn Bryant
And I'm
is the
like,
Morgan
shut
Freeman
up.
of these StreamYard streams.
Right, Vaughn, shut up. I don't want to be calm now. Well,
Now he do that from the chat.
I have to apologize again to Jennesis, because really, I don't like to take that type of tone on somebody else's panel like that, because this is your show.
Sometimes you got to, man.
But I just felt the brother was
Sometimes you
being
got
very
to.
disrespectful. Now you're cutting the females off that are trying to talk, or the ladies that are trying to speak. Come on, that's just downright rude. You know what I'm saying? We can all there's a space for interjection. Come on, learn that. There's an etiquette to it. Let's do that.
Bryant, for me,
That wasn't even an
bro.
interjection. There's no space for that except for in preschool. There's no
No,
space for that on YouTube.
I agree. But I'm just saying, it's just after a while, I really wanted to get off, but now that element is gone, I believe now that we can build something from here.
Vaughn, I was gonna say too, Vaughn, dudes gotta know how to act in the presence of beautiful women. Like, all the women here on this panel is very beautiful women.
I love all of the women on the
You gotta know how to act in the presence of
there.
beautiful women.
Don't start that, man.
Beautiful.
He said all of them. He said all of them.
He did. I said nothing wrong with being polite. Let's not.
They are though. He right. No, he right. All of them.
Well, I don't know. I don't really know peace love that well, but
thank you. Thank you for the compliment.
You're welcome. You know I love you, OG Patrice. Even when I love OG Patrice, even when I've got into with her and she corrected me, I love her for sure.
You have to tune in on Sundays on Raw Be Privileged. Privileges. That's a whole word. On Raw B's channel, we have a show, a women's panel on Sunday. And Love is a part of that women's panel.
Oh, okay. I never saw it. But,
I'm always
nice to meet you. Peace, love. Glad to have you.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, very nice to meet you, young lady.
Nice to meet you too, OG Patrice.
Yes.
Yes, we only missing 2 people from the group.
Shout out to Cannon and Derwin.
Shushu.
Barrier.
Yes,
Yeah, she
but
has to go to
some
sleep. It's past her bedtime. She ain't finna still. I ain't finna have her stand up with you niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Quit
Got my
saying like
sister up.
you somebody daddy, Mandrell. Stop
Hey,
it.
that's my younger sister. She still has to do what I say.
Oh my God, stop it.
That's right.
He's very protective. I don't blame him.
This is
That's
called
his baby
toxic
sis.
masculinity right here.
This is not toxic
But
masculinity.
tomorrow we gonna be on some super spicy stuff, and everybody's coming to the party dressed
Yes,
to slay.
dressing for the
Just to
occasion.
slay.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna tune in to that. I want to see
Ooh,
you.
I
ladies
can't
dressed to
wait.
slay.
Okay, you know what? You did say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What you going with, Robbie?
So y'all gonna dress
Tune
to
in and
impress. Dress to impress, honey.
I want to be impressed. Now,
It's
ladies, I'm gonna
going
tell-
down. It's
Now,
going
ladies,
down, baby.
well, that depends on how you dress.
I'm sorry. I said I want to be
Look at
impressed.
Mandrell. He said, "Now that depends on how you dress.
Yeah,
it depends
Oh
on
man,
how you dress."
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Leave it to Mandrell to throw the monkey wrench in every time.
She said it's going down. I just said, well, it depends on how you're dressed. I mean, you know.
I'll just tell you the topic or the title of the video. The video is the narcissists, megalomaniacs, and the demands for respect. Tune in.
Oh wow.
Why are you
I'll be
demanding
there.
respect? Verbally,
I don't ever demand respect. You know how I feel on it.
This is what I'm talking
Respect is
about.
earned.
Now, peace, love. You left one of my shows early one night. All right.
Oh, here we go.
And this Wednesday, this Wednesday, I'd like for you to tune in because I got some stuff I think you'd like.
The one about business?
No, you're a tough one. See, she's a tough critic. That's why I'm talking to her directly. Peace, love.
You know what? It's back to what OG Patrice said. It's about you speak in absolutes, and it doesn't always apply for all Black women.
Well, no, and I said that.
It
triggers me.
Oh shit!
No, I said
now.
that. No. This ain't everybody. I prefaced it like she must marry a preface it, and then I did too. I was like, I'm sorry.
Right.
Mandrell, hey, highlight the comment. Highlight that comment. Hey, bro, they trying to tell you something, bro. Miss Creative trying to tell you something.
Well, this isn't that kind of conversation.
Damn.
I can't highlight them on here, or I don't know
You know
how
what,
to.
Miss
Oh,
Creative?
you know what? Never mind. Don't highlight.
Right.
Yeah, highlight it. You can highlight it.
Well,
I'll take
well
that.
read it. At least read it. At least read it.
She says Mandrell will dry you up.
Will dry you up.
Oh, child,
I
y'all.
hear you won't.
It's past y'all bedtime. It's past y'all bedtime.
No, it's not. It's the right time now. I mean, that we talking.
Why? Because you said the nighttime is the right time.
It is. Isn't it always?
I'm just hanging up here. I'm hanging on here because Clue Channel wants to hop back on, and I know that StreamYard can't allow more than 10.
Thank you, peace, love.
What's up, Uncle William?
you. Hey, what's up? What's up, nephew?
Because us ladies, we have to
I see you hanging out with the grown folks tonight.
Papa was a Rolling Stone.
Peace, love. If you don't mind me asking, and Mandrell, I'm not trying to drag something out with your name in it, but what exactly did he speak on that was that you said he spoke in absolutes? Would you mind elaborating on that, please?
Oh, it was a business live, so I own a business.
Okay.
You were there. I remember you being in the chat. We were talking about business, and I think that you said those who are single owners of companies, they're not making money, and that's just not true.
Oh, I remember.
That's true.
We're not making love.
That's true. I did say that. And
She
here's
was
and I clarified.
Yo, Rob, you want to cut a
but you had
demo?
left by the
very
time.
well. I won't
I
say
can do it if I.
Yeah, you had left by the time I clarified it because I saw you coming. I was like, yeah, let me clarify this. No, you know what I mean. And then I clarified what I meant. I didn't see.
Okay.
You're a single member LLC. You're not making money. No, you absolutely can. But 28 million companies out there. 24 million are single member LLCs. I'm like, what I meant to say. A lot of these companies.
Thank you. Now that would have been. I wouldn't have said anything.
I clarified afterwards, but then I wasn't talking about
well,
you.
Guess what?
People make a lot of money with single member LLCs. They do.
But guess what?
That's
Tomorrow,
the way to go.
Tomorrow before our show, I'm actually going to be talking about retirement and how much money you actually need to live successfully with E-Man at 4.
$6 million.
All right.
Part 2.
Yeah.
E-Man. Wait. E-Man's gonna be on.
Oh, that one's gonna be interesting, Raw. I'll tune in.
Now, what day is that on? I'm just asking.
You say interesting. Oh, okay.
Later on today.
Yes, Mandrell,
later on
because
today.
I am going towards into my retirement, and I'm also looking for something else to invest in to have me multiple streams of income. So when I do retire, I can have something other than Social Security, other than my 401k to help supplement my income. That makes sense to me, Mandrell.
You have a beautiful speaking voice. I would love to hire you for my customer service agency.
Moi? Are you speaking of moi? Oh, I'm so flattered. Thank you. Let's talk about it, girl.
Yes, email me.
OG, tell them about the OG Patrice. Tell them about the Frank Gooden project that you're working with. Because I'm very familiar with your work. So if you want to tell the people about your work with Frank Gooden, he's
We're both on there. Me and Patrice.
Oh, you on there too, Vaughn? I ain't know that.
Yes, sir.
There's no space clue. No space clue.
Well, I am. I've been an actress for a while, not just only in the entertainment industry, but myself and Brother Vaughn here is voice acting on a platform with Frank Gooden. Frank Gooden the second, I think he's the second, or is he the third? He is a filmmaker, Emmy-winning filmmaker at that, and we are doing voiceover acting on a graphic novel called Life or Death for Frank Gooden. So that's what Darrell is talking about.
Are y'all husband and wife?
No.
Oh.
No, Vaughn and I are not. No.
Oh, okay.
We met in these YouTube streets. Vaughn is married.
I'm married.
He has a beautiful wife, and I'm single but dating.
Oh my. Yeah.
Yeah, Vaughn. Shout out to Vaughn. He also one of my prayer counselors. Shout out to Vaughn.
Yes, sir.
Man, what is?
Yes, sir. I do pray.
Here we go, Mandrell. Here we go.
Hold on.
Pray, man.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man, Joe. Ain't nothing wrong.
Yeah, I pray, man. I don't know if that's offensive to some people, but yeah,
it is offensive. It's offensive to me.
Well, see, now you got
but
to
no
deal
one
with
cares.
that yourself, sir.
No one cares about that.
You have to deal with that.
I gotta deal with it. I say things that I say.
I would differ.
No one wants to deal with
I would say that I disagree. People do care. There's a lot of prayer warriors that are right
yes,
up here
man,
on this
Joe.
panel.
Do not push back. Push forward.
See what I'm saying? A lot of us are up here on the panel.
Hallelujah.
Especially if you're not there to hear it. You can't be offended.
No, you don't, Cool. You don't want to address me.
No, you definitely don't.
Listen. I'm just gonna.
You really don't want to address
Listen. I'm gonna tell y'all now. If I'm on this panel when y'all jump off, and he come up there with that bullshit, this panel will get ignorant. And I'm gonna tell y'all straight up, y'all will see a different side of me.
Jennesis,
can we all just get along? Can we all just hug? Hug it out. Hug it out.
That sounds so good coming from you, but okay, bro.
I know, right? Because I'm always Uncle Williams is like, what am I gotta say right now?
There's another one you don't want smoke with. Raw beef privilege. You don't want that.
Right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You don't want none of that smoke with her, man. You really don't. Her and Peace Love. I thought Peace Love was like real sweet because the first time I met her, she's just very nice and calm and very
Peace Love right now. She's petty love right now.
Yeah, very pleasant to talk to. But then, so I said, okay, I'm gonna check out her content and subscribe to her channel. I do so. A week later, somebody rubbed her the wrong way, to say the least. Peace Love is going in, but not in the yelling, screaming like in cursing. It's like I like her style. I'm gonna keep up with this. She went in, but I'm gonna keep up with this. I like her style. That was clever.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
And then they see her like now it's like once a week. To this day, I have no clue who she's talking about.
And you never
know
will.
what I'm saying?
You never will.
On somebody or several people, I don't know which. Somebody pissed her off.
It's intentional. I don't want to bring you to the dark side.
Gotcha.
It's intentional. I know I have a mix of.
She knows what the dark side.
Darth Peace Love.
Gotcha. To this day, I don't know if it's one person.
But y'all got to understand. Some people don't know what sectors are. Some people don't know what parts of YouTube they might be on. Some people just have a group that's on the outside, and you even hear some people talk about the manosphere, and they'll be totally off. Like some of us have been through in the middle and then got out of those places. So some people just don't really know with the
You
black
know, in
sector
the
is, what the
history.
beef sector
Yeah,
is.
because there actually is a beef sector side, like
Right.
where. Yeah, I didn't even know that until
I got a
a
question.
few months ago.
And a lot of people talking is like they don't even know the history. There's a lot of history behind a lot of these sectors.
Major
I got a
fact.
question. What possessed somebody to come on YouTube and start beef with people? I don't get that shit. I really
You don't start beef with people. Beef just happens to
You obviously haven't
come
heard of
to
J.
your-
Cole.
It comes to your lap, and then all of a sudden you find like 567,823 million people trying to be in your face talking cash money shit. And if you're not built for the streets and you can't handle yourself, then you
Talk Williams is laughing. Talk Williams.
Wait.
Keep
it real.
Hey, that's a high number right
I get
there.
it, but my thing is this, like,
it's true.
That's a lot of people.
But here's my thing: what I don't understand for the life of
You
me.
you good talk?
Hey, Marcus, here's the thing: I don't understand for the life of me. Who the fuck has time for that? You got nothing
Nobody.
else to do with your time.
Okay,
There's people that have time for it, Mandrell. They have time for it. It's a whole sector. It is a
If it makes
whole
money, it
sector.
makes sense.
Okay, so hold on. I'm about to break it down. I'm about to break it down for you. So, like in the case with me and my entanglement with the beef sector, which is why when people be talking shit, I'll just be laughing in their face because they don't got shit on the beef sector. But I just divest with bullshit. It was a whole bunch of them with major followings, doxing, digging in my history, and whatever else, because people that made up a whole bunch of bullshit, lies, crap, nonsense, and I was just sitting there like, oh yeah, okay, and I ignored them for a little while until they kept playing with me, and then I had to let the them out, and then I got in their ass real light. Actually, it wasn't even like I can't hold y'all. It was something deep. I done brought cases against people and a whole bunch of small other shit. I don't give a shit. So when people be talking real crazy to me moving forward, I just be looking at them like, do you really want this problem? You really don't want this problem. I'm battle tested. I done fought with the best of them. I'm still standing here. People better watch their mouth when they talk to me. I don't really play like that. But I just smile and flip my fan.
Bro,
everybody experience.
One of the main reasons why a lot of beef start, because I think the only people that really knew me from my first channel that's here present right now is Marcus, L. Nixon, OG Patrice. She did she been rocking me for the longest, and Vaughn. You heard of me, but because of the shit with Uncle Stu and everybody. But Mandra, I'm keeping it real with you because I think out of everybody up here, I by far had the most beef on YouTube.
No,
by far.
I became familiar with you.
Yeah, a lot
from
of
your
beef. Like through the beef. That's how I became familiar with you too.
Really?
And I was like,
definitely the beef.
Yeah, that's how I became familiar with like the crazy
definitely
shit.
the beef monster.
Do you know players in the beef sector? I don't.
Well, the thing is, like.
No, he's not in the beef sector.
Quiet, Rob.
One second.
Yeah, he's not in the beef sector.
Hold on, man. See, the problem was.
We'll save that for the other panel.
Yeah. We'll talk about that after. But the problem is like, shout out to Anton. Me and Anton cool now. He won't mind me talking about it. But when me and him was going at it, when me and Anton was going at it, everybody wanted to jump in. Niggas who had nothing to do with it, right? Because they was fans. So El Nixon, he like hearing me rocking. I was going. If you fuck with people who don't fuck with me, I'm going at you 100% till you down. You get what I'm saying? And even and then what happened between me and my former brethren, the former horsemen, people jumped into that. What happened between me and the flower that I was dating online, people jumped into that. So with every situation, people jump into it without even knowing what the fuck was even happening. I think the only person that know me and so many people offline was L. Nixon. I know you talked to Baby Girl and OG Patrice, but a lot of people was just really out of the loop and they jumped into it. And the thing that made me mad, and we over it now, and shout out to Anton again, the thing that made me mad from the beginning, L, was it was never beef. One man, Anton, said he knew where my family lived at and he knew what time I walked outside. So I don't like the bullying shit. Like what Clue is doing, it's that fake bullying shit. Because like me, I want to get straight to it. You know what I mean? And that's why I tapped in with you. You know what I'm saying, L, offline. And you said, hey, bro, calm the fuck down because you're going too far. The video's too far. You know what I'm saying? I even got into with OG Patrice for a little hot second because I was attacking everybody. And that's when Von Bryant and my brother Truth is Never Favored, they reached out to me. They prayed for me. They
Have you been swatted? Have you been swatted?
No, absolutely. They done doxed me. Have
you been swatted? But have you been swatted?
Absolutely.
What is swatted? I'm
Oh,
sorry.
When they
I
send
don't
the
know what that
police
is.
to your car, your house. I mean, to your house, acting like you a
Or
whole
the
mother
feds.
effing
Or the
terrorist.
feds.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
they
send the
sending.
actual SWAT to your house.
Yeah,
Yeah.
No,
people be calling
yeah.
Oh
CPS.
wow.
Yeah.
People be calling
I
your
never knew about
job.
that.
I can show
People
y'all
be
that
doing
right
a
now because I was
lot.
telling my homies
Get
that
you
Marcus,
fired, all that.
Marcus,
Wow,
you was there
I
last night. I
never knew
think when we was talking about that.
that
Like,
took place.
I mean,
So
Yeah.
Marcus need to call. Need to tighten up because I done called La Migra on his ass. I can give him his
I don't.
address. His
All right,
vetting
bro. I
and
got
everything.
you.
let
I'm
me.
gonna call
Yeah.
animal control on your pussycat. Watch.
Marcus, you was there
Oh
last night, bro.
shit!
what?
They'll come
Hey,
get
hey,
you
but
buff burgers
hey,
when they
Don't
but let
come
me
for
ask,
me, little Charlie ass
let me
brain.
answer. Hey, let me answer Mandrell's original question. Right? When you
right.
say
I still
how
love you,
can
man, Drew. I
people
still love you, bro.
Yeah,
when you say how can
no doubt.
people come over here and how do they have the time for that type of behavior?
Yeah, I'm like, don't you got money to
That,
make?
but to me,
Hobby?
listen,
Listen to El
listen.
Nixon's point, though.
I done been through the black sector. I done seen like I hear some of y'all say, man, this panel was 3 hours. This panel was 4 hours. Where I come from, panel was 12 hours, 24 hours. Like that, 3-4 hours is nothing.
Bro, you were
We
not
we
lying.
we we'd be on the panel for 8 hours going in on people like for some BS. I done been there on one of the panels. I done started one of the panels off. So the thing about it is, just like you say, people be on here for beef. I look at it like this: being as though I came through the manosphere and made my way to the left. My question would be, how do men find the time, 12 hours, 14 hours a day, to complain about women? That's
I'm
the
just
same type of
saying.
question I have, bro.
Man, I
Straight
had
up.
the same
Mandrell,
question.
Mandrell, you
Facts.
hit the nail right on the head. There's a lot of money to be made in the beef sector. There's one, her name is Five Babe. She can make 1,200 in a live easily.
Shit, that's
So
light. That's on a bad day.
What?
Yeah,
I
that's on our
seen
slow
that's
baby
day.
just
girl
super
put
chat.
down 5 stacks. She took these people from the beef sector over to stereo and busted out $5,000 just for
Yes.
getting them to come over there
Just
in
from
1
super
week.
chats. That's not even
Right.
accents. That's just super chats.
You
So
see,
I want-
yeah,
I
they
just
make
want-
money
seeing the
People
beefing.
energy.
paying for
I
this?
just want
Yes.
I just
Yeah.
want to add context because like there's a lot of huge like content creators that like are not even in this section or this type of like content that literally will have smack talk to them and then they'll receive it or they will talk smack back to others. Content views. You're talking about people that have millions of subscribers, hundreds of thousands, whether it's like PewDiePie, whether it's like the Jake Pauls, whether it's other guys of content. You got guys in actual professional corporations, trademarks. You have like Fighter and the Kid, Brendan Schaub. Even Rogan has this stuff. He has his own sectors. Well, that shit will happen. So when you really look at it from a grand scale thing, this is so monopolized. That's an actual content where people will actually tune in just to get their licks off
Right.
and
Right.
donate.
And not not even that
Exactly.
though. Not even outside of the beef, right? We had people, so and so, they trying to buy something for their daughter. Drop the cash app. Or so and so, hey, it's my birthday. $350 in 3 minutes. Like it go down in certain places.
We
It's
have
Well, if I
one
do that for me,
we
my
had
birthday
one
comes up.
content creator in the beef sector.
God damn.
This girl was so powerful on this platform. She was getting people's whole cars bought. She was paying off people's all their bills and shit. They set her ass up down to the IHOP. They wound up being the skirmish, and then she's banned from social media for 3 years because of the beef sector. Like, don't sleep on the beef sector. It's not a joke. But
right.
when you're like, how can people do beef? Look at Anton Daniels Fight Club. Anton Daniels Fight Club is beef sector crystal light. Because that type of energy, when it's personal and people are playing with people's families, people are playing with people's children, people are pulling up people's mamas and caskets and putting it on their community walls and
Hello.
all type of stuff. Man, listen, Fight Club ain't nothing. It's nothing.
And yeah, that's why I said,
It's
because the beef shit get too real. That's why when me and Anton, when like I forgot who was going at him when I was up there, and I was up there with him, and he was like, "Listen, like for y'all who don't know who the fuck Daryl Long is, me and Anton, we done took it far. You know what I'm saying? Like, in all honesty, I done did some awful, horrible things in YouTube to people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm being completely transparent, and the people here who know me, you know what I'm saying? Even with Von Bryant, he my OG, but he has me to do something because I did some fucked up shit. So for me, the reason why I jumped out of the beef sector, and it is lucrative. Subscribers come raw, right? People come, they want to watch the bullshit, right? I'm not gonna say a YouTuber's name, but when Kevin Samuels died, he made about 30 videos on Kevin Samuels. He was doing 17, 20,000 views every time, right? Because people wanted to come together to shit on people. The reason why I jumped out of it is because it got too serious for me. and people that I genuinely gave a fuck about start to get hurt, and that's where it gets too real.
But
I know
Daryl,
one
here's the
content
thing.
creator that used to beef with KS. They would do 48-hour streams.
Right, but here's the thing with
Yeah,
Daryl.
he's the most added YouTuber ever. Everybody was making money off
I'll give
him.
a second, but Daryl, with you, once I finally got the full story of the whole thing, you know what I told people? I was like, it's just a dude who just, I mean, hey, he just made some mistakes. Like, I mean, did anybody get hurt? No, I mean, could have, yeah. He's just a dude who he fell in love, and he made some boneheaded plays. I said 99.999% of dudes have done the same exact shit.
But my only thing about
really,
that,
and so I was like, so really, he's no monster. He's human.
But my only thing about my thing only about that.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, but that's how I came. I knew who you were. I saw one of your videos one time because now that I remember, you came across my algorithm. I was just curious. I clicked on it. I was watching. I was like, okay, cool. And I just fast forward a while later, I'm hearing your name. I had no clue who you were till I saw your face, and I was like, oh. Remember one time you came backstage, and then they'll say, hey, it's Daryl Long. I looked and I said, oh, that's the guy everybody's talking about. I remember him in one of his videos. That's what was going through my head. And even that night, I think I told you that night, dude, you just made some boneheaded plays.
Yeah, but my only thing about that, Mandrell, is this: when it comes to the men, like if you're gonna have beef as a man, listen, leave people, kids, and people's wives and stuff.
Yeah,
leave them out of the picture, bro.
Yeah, I'm with
No. When I say that, I'm serious because some of us don't play with our loved ones.
Yeah, the thing is, the thing is, this beef sector.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
But hold up, it ain't just beef. It ain't just beef online. Like I'm saying, people talk about beef, but if you ain't never rolled around with the heat under your seat, like you're looking for it, like come on, y'all don't know what beef is. It gets people who actually been through beef don't jump into it willingly because they know what it takes. That's how I know some people ain't really with that stuff.
Right.
Like it gets serious.
Like me and my boy Tommy B. Like most people in this kind of know who Tommy B is. We're talking about this crazy shit.
Hello, Tommy B.
You know what I'm saying? And
I
told Tommy, I said, Tommy, the thing is,
I thought I was being tased or something. What happened?
I told Tommy, I said, Tommy, the problem with a lot of these people, from what I see, because he asked me, what do I see when I see all this shit? I said, I see a lot of people who don't understand violence. They don't understand violence. That's a lot of people who just don't understand violence. I said, this is why you don't see me just.
You think people are going to give you a warning or a heads up? Hell no.
Right. People who are violent, actually the violent, you think like you fuck with me like that. I'm not even coming back at you. I'm not even gonna come back like with the jokes and back and forth.
You think I'm gonna give you my plan?
If I'm gonna get if I'm gonna get you, I'm coming to get you. Ain't a single thing you can do about it.
See,
you're not
man,
gonna know about it.
See, me and Marcus, you was there last night, Marcus, right? With knowledge and relationships, etc. Right, Eddie King?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And this is what I'm saying. Like even now, even as we speak, people doing videos, something they got to drop on me, they got to drop on my family. And so this is the thing. This is why I stopped all that shit. Because for one, I had CPS called on me. I just showed Marcus and them last night all the facts, all the receipts from the CPS agent, and they closed that case because I'm an actual fucking father. Like I had custody of my daughter since last fucking year, and I was dealing with CPS then. You know what I'm saying? So when they did all that bullshit, for one, everywhere I go in Michigan, I stay strapped. I just went canoeing. I had my gun while I was canoeing. We hunt here. I enjoy hunting. It's something that I teach my children because my father taught me to hunt at 12. So my son turned 12 this year. We went hunting. All my children, we hunt. All my nephews and my children, they know how to break down guns. It's just a pastime. It's an American pastime. And you're a soldier, man, Drill. So it's something that you fought for. And thank you for that. But at the end of the day, the reason I agree with L. Nixon and Vaughn, and the reason why I don't like the beef sector no more is because of that right there. A lot of people, they jump into sections and they get too real. It get too real. And then once we start actually putting down plays, they get on here and they complain, right? That's stuff I don't like. Don't try to be a bully, because that was my problem with Anton. And I mean, Anton cool now. But don't try to be a bully, because if you try to bully me, I will react in the harshest of ways, right? That was my thing. I told I have Uncle Stu. Uncle Stu, you have nothing to do. Yeah, I fell in love. Me and that lady made some issues, but don't comment on nothing that you don't know what you're talking about. Otherwise, I'm going to come extremely harsh with no mercy. And that's why I got out of it, because I realized this is all a show. These guys, whether it's Anton or it's patriarchy or it's chaotic, whoever it is, these guys are just doing this for fun. With me, I wanted to do what like shows like me and OG Patrice did, where we talked about reparations for Black people, Black prosperity, financial literacy. These type of things actually matter. Like they actually matter in our community. You know what I'm saying? And for me, I talk about mental health because I feel like with 80% of all the self-deletions in the Black community being Black men, we act like that's not an issue. And we tell Black men don't talk about stuff. That's what I was told. Through that whole process y'all saw me go through when you were talking about everybody was dogging me online, I was told every single day, don't talk about your feelings. Don't
That's
talk
not
about what
just
you're going through.
that's not just Black men. That's Black women too. And they
No,
still
it
be
is.
trying to do that today. Oh, or not, let it go. Oh, don't talk about this, blah, blah, blah. People have no idea. I promise you on God, on me. I really be holding back. People think they really could handle this shit at full strength. They cannot. This is like, even when I be going back and forth with little people and paying a little, right, you know, like whatever, robust conversations. That shit is not angry. And I love it when people feel like just regular shit is angry. Y'all won't like me when I'm angry. You really won't. Peace Love can tell you. People have seen me angry maybe 1 or 2 times on this platform. When they try to dox my husband and talk about his personal business on this platform, and when they try to come at my kids one time a long time ago, I'm over that shit. But because I'm the type of person, I will get in my car, fuck a flight. I'm getting in my car immediately. I'll drive to your motherfucking house and it'll be a problem. So, you know, the people is just stupid. And they real quick to be super disrespectful to people. You don't never know who you talking to. You really don't know who you talking to.
True that, and you don't know what mental state people are in, right? It's a lot of things. People are traumatized over these last 2 years, especially of being quarantining, of losing loved ones to this pandemic, everything that's just been going on, civil and socially. And I don't know if y'all heard, but did y'all hear just recently? And y'all could pull this up. Literally a comedian. He was a comedian online. He gets on his YouTube channel and talk about a fight. He did a videotape where people was fighting and somebody got beat up. And the person that got beat up, he was making fun of and joking at. Do you know somebody pulled up in front of his house and lit him up and he's no longer here? Off of just that y'all like real talk.
Wow.
This is real. Research it about the comedian that got deleted for doing a video and joking as a comedian on 2 people that was fighting on social media. You know how they show videos of people fight. He was doing a commentary on it, laughing and joking about the person that got beat up. And somebody from that family came and did a drive-by on dude, and he is no longer here.
Right.
That's how serious this shit gets.
Wait, hold on.
People don't be playing about their people. Hold on, Mandrell. People don't be playing about their people though. See, and that's the thing. You feel like that because you've never been exposed to beef and you don't really know what the beef sector gives or what beefing gives, because every sector actually has a measure of beef to it. Every sector. What?
That's the thing. Again, that's the thing. That's why I don't beef. Here's me. For an example, if I may. This is why I don't beef with people. I don't start with people. And that's when people try to start beef, I walk away. Like I was talking to Nathan Daly, and I asked him the question about cops. And I was like, okay, what if the cop does something to put me in a position where I fear for my life? Because I'm going to cooperate. Even if they're on some fuckery and they want to arrest me, here, go ahead, put the cuffs on, arrest me. Get on the ground. All right, I'm getting on the ground. I do everything. But if they pull that gun on me, pointed at me, that cop is dead. I'm going home. I said so, and we were talking.
But see, Mandrell, that's the point I was trying to bring about ozone. That I think that could have possibly been the case. And see, and Brother Nathan didn't like that I said that.
No, but the thing is, I brought it up to him because I asked him. I said, like, that's how far I'm going with it. Depending on the circumstances, depends. I know myself. You bring the shit to me. I'm over here talking shit and laughing and joking. That's one thing. But if you're really at me and I think you're trying to hurt me in some way. No, a lot of people have tried that shit. I'm still here.
See, people
People
got to realize it ain't no goddamn fun when the rabbit got the gun. See, let's just be real.
I'm just saying, it's a part of you that's there and it stays.
Well,
that's
go nowhere.
Exactly, and that's the point I be making a lot of times when we be having these conversations on these panels. Watch your mouth. Watch how you talking to people.
Well, I mean,
you
the
really
things, Robbie, listen.
Listen. The talking doesn't get underneath of my skin, but I'm very well loved, not just because of YouTube interactions. In real life, like people really, even as much as they dig, they don't know my life. They really don't. I'm loved for real in real life. So when people be talking crazy, I tell people all the time, be careful, because it could be on the door. It's not if I feel disrespected. And I'm not the only person that's like that, that's on this panel. There's people, there's people that I know that love on me. Now watch, that could be a little bit of anywhere. YouTube is global. So wherever you at talking mess, YouTube is global. If somebody feel like you disrespecting me, you understand what I'm saying? Like how if somebody disrespect your sister, you her big brother, you gonna run down on them. My people not gonna get on YouTube and be arguing with people. That's not what they do. They life too high profile for that. You understand what I'm saying? But they will come and have a conversation in person. And that has its propensity to turn a whole different type of way. So when people trying to tell me shut up, don't tell me be quiet, don't tell me ignore some stuff. I'm trying to tell people, knock it the fuck off. Knock it off already. Stop it. And people be like, why are you so calm? I'm calm because I already know how the fuck it could really get.
This is why when you come up on a panel, you try to show as much decency and respect to each other, because you don't know where anybody comes from. We all come from different walks of life. Whether it's Daryl, Jennesis, you told me about your backstory. You grew up, defending yourself in school. Mandre, I'm pretty sure because your short ass must have dealt with some tall ass bullies. You know what I'm saying? Like Raw B,
like I said, every year in school, Marcus, I always had one that tried me. But then the second the fight actually happens,
different
problem solved. Yeah, problem solved.
Yeah. You made a nice example out of them. That's all.
Exactly. I made an example out of every single one of them.
I fought every summer. I fought every summer growing up on the south side of Chicago, right? Like I'm talking family fights where we in the middle of the street, me and my sisters and brothers fighting a whole nother family. That's how I grew up. Like real talk. And I grew up if like real talk, like I grew up in the same with the same people that like my younger generation of brothers and sisters was literally close to and going to the fort. I don't know if y'all know what that is in Chicago. Like that's how deep my connection go. So when I say I know niggas that will get on the plane, that's real talk. So when these men get on these panels and be so open and clearly to disrespect women, they think that we're vulnerable because we're on these panels, but they don't know we got brothers and uncles and cousins that love us, and because we're not petty as to show them and say, see what this ninja right here did, because all it takes is that, really, that's all it takes, and they'll be snap that picture, where that nigga at, where that ninja at, let's find him. Real talk, like have no clue, but because I'm older in my life, I'm settled in my life, and I don't choose that violence. But for real, this stuff is happening for real in these YouTube streets, y'all. It's not just people getting their panels taken away. 2 women just got into it on Facebook fighting over some guy. And guess what? One woman went to the other one's door, and guess what she did? Deleted her. This is real.
It can't be that serious.
Oh, come on. Okay, Mandrell.
That's serious, though.
I'm telling you, these are real stories, Mandrell.
And it's because people take it that serious. Yeah.
Serious. Mandrell, you don't know the space and the headspace that people are in. Real talk.
I'm not saying you're wrong, OG Patrice. Please let me clarify something.
I know. It's just hard for you to believe. Right. I get it, but it's real. It's real.
Because it seems to be like all this beef seems to be.
Some people have nothing to lose, bro.
Right, but see, 9 times out of 10, all this shit seems like it's over nothing. Like every time I hear story after story after story after story, I'm like, really? Like that's what sent you that far? That's it?
But this
that's
is the
what
society.
sent you there? Like, damn.
But sometimes that's all it needs for somebody that's already looking for a reason. You listen. I grew up on a wish a ninja would. I wish a ninja would.
Hey, look, I grew up at that time.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. And I grew up
and that's where some people headspace still is.
Here's the thing.
This is the thing,
I grew up at a time when you just said, "Yo, mama, fight." There's no more talking. No one said shit.
Some people are gonna have a problem with
Your mama. That was that.
Right. So you grew up. So you grew up in that era, right? So now, when you have, so you know how the male, you know what I'm saying, how energy could be, right? So when you got people out here talk about oh, you a hoe, oh, you a man, this, that, and the third, or whatever. You shrugging your shoulders, but that's just like if a woman came out and was like, oh, you a bitch, oh, you ain't shit, then your ego hurt. You understand what I'm saying?
No, it's not at all.
But the point is this though: when people are saying things like that to one another, it could be like Vaughn said, his wife sitting here watching. People be out here disrespecting people's whole wives and husbands, telling them that they're not married or not. So let's say I'm married to somebody that's crazy, right? And you got people talking all of this mess to his wife. Now, it could be a season that me and my husband not talking. But you think that if you talk crazy to me and I'm his wife and the mother of his child, that it's not going to be a thing? See, at the end of the day, that's another thing that people be forgetting too. No matter what people go through in their life, there still ties that bond. So when you sitting there and you being disrespectful to people, I don't know. That's why when people was coming at my kids, I was like, stop. Not because I gave a fuck what they were saying about my kids. You don't know who these kids attached to.
Yeah, no, that's the thing.
Stop.
Well, listen. I for one, I'm a YouTube vegan. You know, I don't like beef. I don't like beef at all. You see what I'm saying?
I'm a vegan.
Here we go. Mom wants to buy some salads. Let's go.
And so, see, here's the thing, though. You know, when we treat each other with respect, that's what we should be getting back. Now, if we're not getting that back, then we need to move on and separate or dismiss ourselves from that situation. You know, and you can do that. Now, if the person is still going to be, you know, holding you to whatever, you know, violence may entail. It may happen. You know, but the point is, you know, don't allow it to fester. And this is what we do. You know, we do a tit for tat. You said this about my mama. I said this about your mama. You know, and now we're doing live streams about each other, you know, back to back. And, you know, and so, see, this is not good, man. This is not good. You know, we should be using these platforms for something, for the betterment of other people, you know, but that's not what everybody's doing. And I get it. I get that. But this beef thing is very real, Mandrell. You know, I know you may make light of it, but this is a real situation that's going on, man.
But at the same time,
Vaughn, that story that OJ Patrice told, that story, like thinking about it now, like that's the reason why, like, and shout out to Anton, we cool now. But when he said that shit that he said, like, I know where you live, I know where your family live, I know everything about you, where you work at. I took that shit seriously because, you know, like for one, like I try to tell him, you know, everywhere I go, I carry my weapon on me. I have a legal right to do that, right? So you see a car parked in, you might not, I don't know who the fuck it is. I'm thinking it might be a drill. So now I'm putting other people in danger because I got one in the chamber loaded, right, at all times, until I reached the point where I'm realizing, oh, this is just entertainment. This is all just bullshit. But that story, like the one she told, right, you never know. It could have been something real. Now I got to send shells through somebody's shit. And see, that's the problem, is like, because once one person see it as real and the other person doesn't, that's how you had like stuff like that comedian. Because like what Raw talking about, my daughter was like 6-7 months at that time. I don't take stuff like that lightly. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go into straight war mode. You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna see the worst parts of me. I mean, like the darkest side of me that you could possibly see. And I agree with Raw. If Raw was my my cousin or whatever, and somebody disrespect her, just like for one thing I don't like about this space too is if we gonna post addresses, we should be man enough to link up and handle our business. But everybody's scared and everybody faint gangster. So when the repercussions come, that's where you get the FBI. Like I said, I done got FBI, CPS, all that called on me in the last 3 months.
Wow.
No cap.
And you know what? See, and that's just not worth it, man. It's so much more to life for you to have and to do.
That's why I stepped away from it.
When you have to live your life looking over your back all the time. You see what I'm saying? To me, that's just no way to have to live life. There has to be something better than that.
That's who I spoke to earlier. It started off between two men, and then everybody else jumped in. So it started off with entertainment, and then those other people that jumped in on the entertainment, they start to try to make it real. But then when somebody in the situation actually makes it real, that's when, you know, the cries start and people start coming to people in the background begging for help because now they have fear.
Right, but Daryl, if you have been a person who if you got swatted, right? Now, if you went to that person's house who swatted you,
that's just crazy.
Did what you were supposed to do, I would understand. I'd be like, oh, well, they had it coming.
So
what you married Daryl for? You know what you married Daryl for? Hey, listen. So like I said, for you, it would have been excusable justified in my eyes. Well, it's one thing to go back and forth with words and talk shit about each other, or telling jokes or whatever. You playing the dozens. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing. But when you're actually taking action, you're actually trying to hurt someone, you don't get to say, nor I. None of us get to say how far you
how they hit back. How they hit back.
So I showed Marcus last night. I showed Marcus a CPS agent name and everything. They knocked on my door middle of the motherfucking night. You know, I could have been doing anything. I could have been smoking a blunt, playing 2K.
The case is closed, by the way.
Yeah, I showed Marcus. She takes me to the case closed, but you know what I'm saying? It's just that, like, for one, everybody on YouTube who know me know how important my daughter is to me. So for somebody to even try to take it that far, like, I was in a headspace of where like anything goes now. But even still, shout out to Von Bryant because he was one of the people that you know said, "Hey, leave that shit alone, keep going forward." And Von, you're right. It's too much to live for. It's too much money to make. It's too much prosperity to gain.
Yes,
to really go at these people. Yeah. But at the time, though, if I didn't have people like you, I would have kept going.
And you would have been
justified.
justified.
Check it out. So when
you would have been
justified,
you'd have been absolutely justified. No one gets to tell you how far you get to go when you're retaliating. You should have started the shit.
Hold on, Mandra. So when these people were harassing me and my family, right? It was just me by myself. That's another reason why I'm a bad bitch. Because I went up against mad people, me by my motherfucking self. So can't nobody tell me shit. People can kiss the pinkest part. But anyway.
Yeah, Raw. I literally saw your show when you showed that thing where you actually got death threats. I saw that show.
Right.
You did.
Like you got people.
Wait. Hold on. Did you say the pinkest part? Like
the pinkest part. Yes, sir. I did. Yes, sir. These people didn't try to. They try to threaten my life. These people have doxed my home. Try to talk about something. They sending grave ants to my home and whatever else. Now I stay. Y'all see, even in my house, taser on hand, in hand. Taser shit out you. I ain't gonna show y'all everything else I got. You know what I'm saying? I like things to be a surprise if anybody ever try to pop it off. So then you got people on these platforms talking about certain people trying to research me. Oh, please do. I'm telling you right now, I am trained to go. And it would be a whole problem. But this is the thing what people do. So now, and I have made this statement several times on my platform. If anybody ever come at me any type of way, I'm fully justified to take somebody's life. It's self-defense. Because people have activated a platform that supports billions. I wish a nigga would. So when these people be talking real crazy, I'm like, okay, you finished or you done? Because you can't, unless you're doing anything worse than what these people already did, I'm underimpressed. And for me, I'm going to tell you, law enforcement does not take none of this shit seriously. You send them the information, what people is trying to do to you. You go down to courthouses and try to handle shit the right way. They take that shit like it's a joke. That's why I have a whole cyberbullying campaign. So now fuck the talking, fuck the nice girl. It's trigger Tai Chi. What the fuck you want? I mean, I don't know. Like, people crazy. And so when people just be talking to me, I'll just be looking at them like.
But the thing about the good thing about going down to the police station and getting the paperwork is because when it does happen, it's justifiable. It's justifiable because you got the paper trail. I came to y'all. Y'all didn't do jack. I had to do what I had to do. Now it's justifiable.
I know, because I know the law very well. I have a paper trail. I have a video trail. I have playlists of the videos and the nonsense that people be doing. So that's why, all right, that's how you want. It could be peace and love, or it could be war. And I don't know why people always want to pick war with me. I think because, you know what I'm saying, I'm light-skinned and my voice is little, and they think that I'm nice or something like that. They think that anything over here is a game. I grew up in New York City. New York City. So you know what that means? That means my mouth is with it and my hands is with it too. Like, that means my mind is about that life. While people is looking at one angle to a situation and trying to get the leg up, I'm going to let you have the leg up right now. Have it. But what's the other arms of the Hydra? How those arms of the Hydra going to come back around you and put you in a cobra clutch, choke the shit out your life? Like, stop. And that's the part where I be telling people, like, stop with the disrespect. Stop talking about all women because all women not built the same. Stop talking about all men because all men not built the same. Stop disrespecting people because they nice. They operating in their nicest self because they choose to. It's a choice every single day. I choose every day. Violence it's like this fan. Very easy to pick up and pop off. So just let people be great. Can we have a good Black community and talk about some money and some politics and build some wealth? Because if we're going to keep talking about war, you're going to encourage people to really incite the energy needed to burn the whole motherfucker down. Burn the shit down and fuck it. If we can't get along, just delete everybody.
And then guess what? War. What is it good for? Absolutely.
Everything.
That's the part right
Say
there.
it again. Say it again. Yeah.
Child, it's 2 o'clock. Let me go to bed. Because I be ready for war. I be trying to tell y'all.
Good place to end the show, y'all. Thank y'all all for being here on tonight.
Hey, Raw, I'm networking.
Some of them weren't here for, but what's y'all final thoughts on?
I guess I'll go first and thank you, Jennesis. My final thoughts is I think that we need to focus our energy on the shit that's going to really help us build and help us grow, right? And even though some people feel like it's hypocritical for me to say this, I think it's not, because I can speak to the beef shit and I can speak to a lot of shit. You're not going to find nothing in it. You're not going to find nothing but unhappiness. And like OG Patrice said, you might meet your maker. So it's best not even like dive into that sector when we can be having conversations about, you know, it's something that L. Nixon can teach me. It's something that Jennesis can teach me. It's something that Peace Love can teach me. OG Patrice has taught me many things, even when I didn't want to be taught those things. Same thing for Von Bryan and Marcus, and definitely Raw B, because she's my favorite content creator. So the whole thing is like, we need to spend our energy, in my opinion, finding ways. The first thing, we got to focus on Black man mental health, and for Black women, we need to focus on you guys in the medical field. Like, that's like a major thing. I've been talking about that for years now. Not just like postpartum depression, but the mortality rates, all those different things. Those things need to be shed light, and young men need to figure out what the fuck is going on. That way we can make better choices, because a lot of
real
us.
Talk. No, real talk. Shit.
a lot of us, like OG, I think you watched that show, and I did the postpartum show. When I was a young man, I had my first son at 19. And when young men are watching women go through certain stuff, they don't know what women are going through. So we say, you know, that they tripping, they on a period, all these different, you know, derogatory bullshit. And it, you know, it's really just a chemical imbalance in both of us, the man and the woman. So it's a lot of stuff that we don't know, and it leads us to make a lot of fucked up choices. I think that we need to spend that time. That's what I'm spending my time doing now. No more beef. I'm just reading now, learning, educating myself, figuring out how I can be a better father, be a better young man, a better child of God, you know. And like I told Von Bryant, put my sword down in the sand, and I'm focused on like positive shit now. I think that's what we should do. That'd be the way to go if we can. That's just my advice. That's my final thoughts.
All right. Thanks.
That's nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My final thought is don't smoke crack, don't smoke meth or drink before hitting a panel because you'll end up looking like a dickhead. Good night.
Facts.
Thanks, peace, love.
Words
Shout
to
out
live
Teddy
by.
Love. Teddy Love in the building.
I can't.
Okay, so I'll go next if I can. You know, yeah, my final thoughts is, you know, hey, come on, you know, we need more situations like this where we can come together and discuss things respectfully. You know what I'm saying? And then people, we're not at each other's throats. We can be a good example to everyone, you know, to show them that these type of things are possible, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, and if we just take time to listen, because a lot of us just want to talk. You know, I was listening to Talk, and he was dropping some gems, man. You know what I'm saying? And if we don't take time to listen, then we're gonna miss that. You know, so when we have panels like this with people and all of the content creators that were on here, you know, man, you know, nobody's beefing with each other. We can come together and try to get some type of understanding and bring about some type of awareness. This is what's needed in these spaces, man, because our young people are being led astray by a bunch of rhetoric. And I'll just leave it with that.
You just dropped some gems there, Von Bryant.
Always.
Thank you for
Oh, he always come with it.
I'll go next just because I know it's getting late, and I appreciate y'all letting me up on here. But you know, shout out to Jennesis. You know, Book of Jennesis is always doing some good stuff. L. Nixon, the voice of reason, bro. You're always the man with very mature, wise. You got that Lion King voice when you speak, you know. So you got that Mufasa thing, you know. Von Bryant.
Appreciate it, bro.
Von Bryant, you know, I love you, man. Mandrell, Robbie Privilege, you're always doing great content. I don't think people appreciate enough some content that a lot of you guys drop, because stuff that isn't beef, that's actual genuine conversation, educational stuff. It needs to be more siphoned for people to take in. And I don't think people just appreciate. So I want to just say that and give you all your flowers. And Talk Williams, you know me, you know what you call me, nephew, uncle. So,
nephew.
You know, sir. You know, I appreciate the stuff that you teach me, man, because I definitely take notes when you talk about the stock market, crypto, all that kind of stuff. And you teach me things, man. And I appreciate it. I'm going to end it with this note. Everyone has a story, and everyone's story I think should be heard of and listened to. Take the time to get to know somebody before you judge somebody. And I've always been that kind of person that likes to reach that hand out if nobody's trying to pay attention. If I see somebody by themselves on a panel, nobody drops in a comment or nobody pops up in the panel, I'll definitely be that first one. Just be that nice person, that good person. Because I know one moment I'd have nothing and no one, and I thought I wasn't going to make it. But I'm still standing and I'm still here. So that's it. You guys matter. All you guys matter.
Oh, Marcus.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, Mark.
Where am I to go?
We ended the show.
Final
Why?
thoughts. Final thoughts, man. Oh, meal.
He came back with a turkey sandwich.
Give me some. I want some.
Okay. My final thoughts on this whole thing. Listen, instead of starting beef on YouTube, I think you niggas need to learn how to day trade or fucking get a second job. Go put on some porn and beat your dick. Something. Find something better to do than that, man. This is just stupid. And the smallest things that y'all do trigger you. It's hilarious to watch you. It really is. This is all entertainment for me. Just so you know. It's all entertainment for me. Just to watch y'all like that. It's all hilarious. But yeah, good conversation. Like I said, I heard you and L. Nixon on your one-on-one while I was out and about and stuff like that. Good points. Very good points from L. Nixon. L. Nixon, you all right, man. I appreciate your commentary. Smart guy. I fucks with you, but lose the Bin Laden. All right?
Nah, I can't lose it, bro.
Come on, get rid of the Bin Laden. All right?
He can't grow
You
it.
just jealous, right?
Listen, ladies, that's not important. I ain't jealous of him. Why?
That's right. Good answer. Good answer.
Right. So, get Mandrill married 2023, followed by a laughing emoji. Nice. See, stuff like that doesn't bother me at all. Miscreated. But yeah, good conversation. The conversation like this need to be had, and because it needs to be addressed. And we have to understand that we're not going to save 99% of the people out there. Like, realistically, out of 100 people, you might reach 12. And that's me being very magnanimous. Because it's really, you're only going to reach
I'll
about
take 12.
You're only going to reach about 6 or 7. Just prepare for that.
I'll take one.
All right. Yeah, that part, Robbie. Because most of these niggas ain't going to listen. Most people are lost causes. And you want to continue having conversations like this that need to be had. Hopefully, the younger generation are watching this, and they're more likely to get something out of it than adults are. So, don't give up on people, especially the young ones, because that's the future. The older ones, they're too stupid to change anything about themselves or improve. So, thank you for the conversation. Thank you for letting me up. And tune in Wednesday to Unapologetic.
That's right.
Where I piss off everyone.
Yes.
Both genders. Like this Wednesday, I probably
intentionally.
am. No, not
Is that
intentionally.
is that a promo?
You know,
is
I'm
that a
joking.
promo?
No, it's
I'm
a
joking.
promo. It's not intentional. It's gonna be.
I'm joking.
I
Man.
know. I'm gonna tell them the truth, man. And watch how these niggas appreciate that.
All right.
I'll be watching.
I'm gonna be all kind of bums and simps and all kind of stuff Wednesday.
Nice.
Fellas, I'm gonna tell you the truth. Fellas. This is why women ain't studying. Women ignore you.
I'll be their middle front row.
You should submit to me. Well, fellas, all right. You want that? Here's how you do that. Watch how many complaints I get.
They gotta tune in to get it.
Yeah, you
don't tell them everything now.
Right.
Make them chase you.
The name of the episode would be The Answer. So that's the name of the episode, The Answer.
All right. We'll see you on Wednesday.
After this, I got nothing else for you niggas.
Thanks.
Back to my regular scheduled program because I don't talk about dating and relationships. It's boring.
Not boring.
All right, bro.
All right.
See,
later.
Let me get my final words. At the end of the day, stop playing with people, man. Because everybody is not playing with you. Have a little bit of decorum and decency about yourself. You know what I'm saying? You could be passionate about a topic and you cannot agree about a topic, but don't you ever, in your raggedy mind, think that you going to go low on somebody, and because you have a narrow-minded perspective on what they should do based on who you think you are, that they don't get to respond to you in kind. One good turn is always going to deserve another, because everybody ain't Jesus. They ain't turning the other cheek. Do better. And stop telling people how to feel too. People can feel however they want to feel. You don't have to like it. You're not them. That's it.
Thanks, Robbie. OG Patrice came back in. Did we get?
Yeah, I just want give my final because I had got disconnected. So thank Jennesis. Thank you. I don't know. Is this my first time coming on your panel?
Mm-mm.
No, it's not. I remember now. But thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks
you.
to you. Thank you. You're more than welcome. Salute to your chat. Salute to the panel. I think I got a lot out of this topic and this discussion, and I think that we need to have more of this, right? Like, these are conversations that definitely need to be had. There was literally no beef or contention to the point where we agree to disagree respectfully and push back respectfully. And that's what I want to see more of, because I believe for the most part, I like to believe that there's good in most people, right? And that we were raised right, right? Like all of us were raised right. And we try to carry the same values instilled in us from our parents that taught us right from wrong, basically. And I think we need to start showing more of the right than the wrong, and stop having so much negative energy and contingent and beef for each other. And I think we can get somewhere. If Black people can, for the most part, in these YouTube streets, can just learn to just be on code with each other on some things. Well, everybody is not going to be all right, and everybody's not going to be all wrong. But let's agree to disagree respectfully, and let's respect the other person's opinion and views without trying to dismiss them or make them silent, or say that their opinion and view is wrong just because you don't agree with it. Let's judge, let's not ye be judged, right? So I think if we exercise more of what I've seen today on platforms and start spreading this, let's make it spread like wildfires, and maybe we can get somewhere as a community, right? Thank you. I appreciate the time, and I digress.
OG, make sure you hit me up. We trying to have these conversations. A lot of us on these panels, so make sure you hit us up and come on back and join us on our panels.
Yes, sir. For sure, I will. Thank you. Everybody have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, OG.
Von Bryant.
I already said something.
Did you already? Okay.
Yes, I did.
Look, y'all see I'm old.
I was just hanging around till you were done. Are we done?
Hey,
are we done?
Yvonne, the change of avatars messed me up. I'm looking at Mandrell and Raw.
Top Williams.
Oh, well, so I want to say thank you for having me up on your panel, for one. As always, I do appreciate that. And I want to say thank you to everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat, and even that gentleman, Clue, whatever his name was, because he kept asking to come back for whatever reason that is.
Yeah.
So, empathy to people, right? Everybody need a little empathy. People stumble over themselves sometimes. So, it's just what it is. Let him back in the classroom, see how he behave later on or something.
Yeah.
But, I think that as an individual, see, I look at it like self, family, community. You take care of you, then you're in a better position to take care of your family, and then they're in a better position to affect the community in a more positive way, whether it be in these YouTube streets or whatever like that. Now, me personally, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not used to sitting with a gang of men talking about a bunch of goddamn women and what they do and what they don't do. I'm from the street, right?
Don't do that.
Shit. We won't do that.
All right, I like that, brother.
When I'm in a circle with a bunch of niggas, men, alpha, beta, fucking cinnamon donuts, I don't care what you classify them. If we meeting every other week or whatever like that, we get ready to get some fucking money or go to jail trying. That's the shit I'm used to. That's where I'm from. So I don't even have enough content or oomph in me to gather with men 2 or 3 times a week and talk about a bunch of fucking women. I don't care if they're doing the right thing or the wrong thing. I'm not talking about meeting with them to slay them or meeting with them to big up them. I just don't have enough content in me to talk about, to meet with a bunch of men to discuss them for hours at length. I ain't got it in me, the good, the bad, or the ugly. So my thing is, I'm real, I'll poke in, support, and then holler. That's just respect. That's just me being who I am. But I can't do it. Now, if we want to sit around and we holding conversations like this, where there's men and women on the panel, I'm down with that. It's like visiting a virtual club or something, you know, a meeting spot or social thing, something like that. There's a conversation. You know, we had various complexions, various presentations of the beautiful women tonight. I like it. You know, I like that little that coloration and all of that, the different intonations, the whole nine. That's a good conversation. Where was you at, Talk? I was out hanging out with the fellas and the goddamn women, and it was good. You know, that I can do that several times a week, but I just don't have it in me. Now, others do. And there's nothing wrong with that, too. I'm not the one to judge. That's how they get down. I don't get down like that because my experience in my life has not been where I just have so much to pour in about that. It's not. But if we can get to the point where we talking about making some money and damn near getting indicted to get it, I'm on it.
That's what I'm talking about.
And L. Nixon, the reason for my avatar like this,
let that be the reason.
Because this is the picture everybody gets in their head when I show up.
But it's a hard find. It's a hard find. You like go to a lot of these channels, and I'm not picking no specific channel, but you go to a lot of these channels that look like us, and people will say, you know, who they are, and nothing's wrong with that. What they've been through, nothing's wrong with their school and their education and all that. And you will not leave that channel knowing how to make one extra goddamn dollar. That's what I be tuning in for.
Amen.
Okay? Because everybody and anybody can sit around and identify what's wrong. That's why a lot of times people ask for solutions, because the easiest thing to do is to point out the negative, is to point out the challenge, is to point out the hurdle. It's just easy. What's atypical, A in front of the word typical, meaning not, is where we could get the solution also. So I just want to thank you for the conversation, as we normally have on Jennesis. Is a conversation. We not on here trying to make the women fight each other. We're not on here trying to make the men and the women go at it like fucking animals, you know, and then say we need to do better for the youth. So yeah, that's just where I'm at with it. Yeah. That's
Thank
it.
you, Doc Williams.
Yeah.
Last but not least, my awesome co-host for the night, Mr. L. Nixon, the voice of reason.
Well, he's good, but let's not lie to the man now.
Oh,
yeah.
See, you go Mandrell now.
He's good.
How come we just can't end it properly?
Good, but, you know,
see, this is what Mandrell does.
I don't even know why y'all get. I don't even know why y'all get caught off guard.
Yeah, but it's so hilarious though when he does it though. It's hilarious. He's funny, man.
Yeah, it's just by now, like, we just had to be, you know, as long as we're around, like, we become familiar with certain people. So, you know, we know when they're joking, and we know when certain people come around, we like, oh, here we go. So we got to watch out for them. So you just have to be mindful, because sometimes people are really joking, and like, if you don't know, you may mistake them for something else. But, you know, listen, we have to be consistent about who we are and what we do on here, because everybody contribution is different on YouTube. And I tell people, just be consistent and all the way around. If you're not, especially if you're a content creator, you will be exposed. If that's not you, eventually you will. If you talk, even if you talk for a living, if you have a show, you have a podcast, you're going to put your foot in your mouth a couple of times. So you got to be consistent who you are. You're going to grow. You're going to be a hypocrite to the message that you gave out last week if you're growing. Because this week you may add something on to it, or you might grow. There's nothing wrong with growth. But some of us just understand, as far as our contribution, that we have a responsibility, because some people are watching. You got young women and young men are watching that are confused, and they're stuck in this period where they're angry because they're around a bunch of angry people like us that are our age. And we have to understand that could be very dangerous to them, because it pretty much just shows to them that we're still trying to figure it out at our age. So if we haven't figured out, how can we tell them anything? And they're looking at us. And on top of that, a lot of us have family members, we have kids, we have people like that, we have loved ones that can tune in and get confused as to why we're talking about a certain message when that may not be what's going on at home, or is that really how you feel about them? So the best thing you can do is just be yourself 100%, be honest, and you'll be fine. That's all I got.
Okay. And my final thoughts. First, I want to thank everybody for joining me tonight because,
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
without y'all, it wouldn't be possible to do streams like this. You all are just as much a part of the show as I am, and I appreciate all y'all for being here. As far as what's happening in YouTube, I don't really know that I can add any more than everybody else did in their final thoughts. I think that we should be able to coexist, whether we agree on every topic or not. But I think agree more so, or want to stress more so, the point of the younger folks are watching us. And if they see that the old or older, supposedly more mature people don't have it together, and we can't be examples for them, then what is our point? We're having these conversations with adults who are supposed to already know these things. Our topic tonight, it didn't work out. So what next? Marriage isn't the goal for everybody. And sometimes people are at a place where marriage isn't the goal. None of us have crystal balls. We can't see into the future. We can only control our own destinies and where we're supposed to go, not other people. It's okay to mind our business sometimes. That's it. That's all I got for y'all.
We appreciate you for facilitating this whole thing. And
yes.
Even from this, I think, and I know some of y'all seeing it, it's getting to a point where I think people are, we can collaborate with some people. It's not a problem. But I think more and more, and I said this at the beginning of 2022 to a friend of mine that's not even on YouTube anymore, that 2022 was the year that the landscape is going to change. Of course, some of the sectors are merging, but people are going to start to find their tribe in 2022.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
And if I can interject, you guys, Raw, Jennesis, and L, I left my email in the back chat for you guys. Also, if I may say something,
I left mine back there too for you, Brother L.
It's only so much of this that we can talk about when it comes to gender wars, right? It's only so much for so long. Like Black people, we are the most creative people, individuals on this earth. We have invented, reinvented, and then created again. And it's so many other things to discuss, so many other topics to discuss. I know relationships are important, but God is not the only thing. Like real talk, like it is other things that is going on in the world, guys. Like I don't even, like I think about it as a whole, right? Being a Black woman on this earth, living for over 50 something years, right? And I've seen things change and happen and rechange and change again. But this is something new here, guys. And this is our new normal, whatever that means that we're gonna have to get used to. Because I don't think this pandemic is going away. I think things are constantly evolving. And if we don't evolve with it, we're going to get lost in the trenches. We already behind as it is when it comes to a race of people. More than any other race of people there is, Black people are behind. And let me tell you something. There is a divine order of things that is happening on this earth that has always been since forever. White men, white women, now it's LGBTQ, Black women, and guess where y'all at? Guess where y'all at, Black men?
At the
So,
bottom.
Not good.
so stop having all the contingent for Black women.
Right.
When there's Black women literally fighting for y'all, I'm one of them. And it hurts me when I come on here and I have to see Black men going at Black women the way they do. And I say, well, goddamn, what I doing? Is it in vain?
Yeah. And I have you gotta see my list. I don't get that much sleep, but I have a whole lot of lists of different things to talk about. And on top of that, we
so
can't
much
chase
more.
people. Yeah, and my thing is I always say we talk about the other groups of people or other groups of women. But I tell guys, like, and I've seen it, like, stop chasing our advocates away. Like, why are you chasing women that's with us off the I don't get that. Like, stop chasing them away. Like, we got to work
And
with
that's
them.
literally what's happening. And I just literally had to just fall back because
Right.
I just like literally it was working on my psyche because I'm going in community meetings and I'm listening to Black women cry, talk about how their son was just gunned down, like for real, y'all. And I look around, you know who I see? Other Black women. I don't even see Black men fighting for the very thing that we're fighting for them for. But you got so much goddamn contingent when you come in these YouTube streets for Black women. It just baffles me. It really does. It baffles me. And I just wish that narrative changed. I digress again. I thank y'all. I'm going to say good night. Peace and love.
All right, OG.
Thanks, OG Patrice.
You're welcome.
OG Patrice just closed out the show for us, y'all.
That's why I rock with her.
You know what? I had the idea on one of those gender wars shows that I did that I wanted to do a show about positivity when it comes to Black men, Black women, relationships, marriage, all of that stuff, whatever we want to talk about that's positive. And I think I want to do that next week.
Do that.
Yeah, I think I want to do that next week. And rather than coming on here and complaining about the things we don't like about men or women, let's talk about the good stuff.
Jennesis, you going to the Silver Room block party next week or what?
Oh, well, y'all, we ain't gonna do that next week.
You see the look on her face? She like, oh.
It's Saturday and Sunday. It's on the beach this year.
I know. Maybe look, I'll be outside and I'm gonna be free that weekend. I'm on mommy duty, so
get her out there. Get her out there.
Listen,
I forgot, when did they have the taste of Chicago?
Now, Nelly was down there last night at 7:30.
Oh, they doing it now, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, who wants to be
man, I missed that, man. That was
arguing every Saturday
taste of
night.
Chicago.
I want to be
Yes,
outside.
sir.
It's summertime, so maybe in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, we'll just tell activity. But I'll post it. Of course, everybody will get the notification. If they aren't already subscribed, make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, like, share, hit the bell so you get the notifications so that when we go live, because y'all never know, I just might pop in and do a random show or something, talk about something else. You know, like Todd Williams. We got to do another show with Todd Williams about day trading.
Yeah.
Because
I gotta follow him. I think
I'm still working on my 25 grand, by the way, Top.
You'll get it together, man. You'll get it together.
You know I'm working on that 25
This
grand.
is a perfect time. Oh, let me shut up because she was closing the show out.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. We'll talk later. We'll talk later.
Yeah. Oh, she dropped off when she coming back. But this is the perfect time to learn the market. And the reason why this is a perfect time to learn the market is because it's the market is down and it's just recession written everywhere almost. So this is like a perfect time to learn the market. And then once it bounces back up, it'll put people in a position to better navigate through. That's what I would say about day trading. I mean, not investing. You know, I'm never talking about investing. I'm talking about day trading.
Day trading. Yeah, because like since you and I had that conversation, or kind of lack thereof, you know what I mean? Like you were talking about day trading. I told you, I'm going to be made of questions. I'm going to have so many questions. And I was doing research. That's all I did all week, Top. Was look at day trading. I was like, oh, I get it. Like that Tuesday, it hit me. I said, I get it. No, I'm gonna have to.
Well, you know,
I've
actually been paper trading.
Learn this. You know what I'm saying, like,
brother Top.
This ain't something like you can
actually been paper trading.
Nah.
Oh, paper trading is good.
Yeah,
like
and,
this is something you can just pick up and learn.
I know, but it's free. But you know what? It's good. It's good.
Dennis is like, I'm tired.
At least it's good practice.
I'm
it's
gonna
good
go
practice.
dead in a minute. Like
okay,
before
I'm
the show
done.
started, I spilled water
Good night.
on my charger, so I've been going back and forth trying to keep a
camera
going.
Okay.
That's what happened just now. That one died, but yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Shout out to Big Bad Bull for posting our links while
Bad Bull.
Oh, Big Bad Bull don't play.
And Big Bad Bull don't play no games. So
don't forget, I was posting them too now.
Oh yeah, shout out to Brian. There you go, Brian.
I'm just messing with y'all.
Yes, Vaughn works hard. Vaughn, Jenny, Big Bad Bull, they are the hardest working moderators.
Better watch out. Big Bad Bull is a traitor.
Big Bad Bull is good. Big Bad Bull is good, man. He is.
I mean, he don't watch my show anymore.
Really got the crap down.
He don't watch my show anymore. I asked him, why do you not watch my show? He said, your show wet.
Genesis is trying to close the show
out
for her phone dies.
Okay, I'm going. Good night, everybody.
That's what else.
All right, y'all.
But yeah, y'all, we'll see y'all. We're gonna have Top Williams on the show again. I appreciate all of y'all. Till next time, y'all. It's been one. Peace.
All right, good night. Y'all, peace.
Peace.
Thanks for tuning in to the Book of Genesis with your host, Jennesis. If you would like to be a blessing, would like to be interviewed, or if you or someone you know would like exposure for your business, call us at 708-595-7500. Again, 708-595-7500. Email at Jennesis@thebookofgenesis.com. That's JENNESIS @thebookofgenesis. JENNESIS.com, or contact us by regular mail at P.O. Box 40, Monique, Illinois 60449. Thank you again for listening to the Book of Genesis.